get to it. Let's get to it. We got the banner. Sloan XJ9 has gone live on TikTok.com. We got our energy drink. Hello, cowboy. I want to pop that window out right quick. Bagoosh. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we have chat going right crazy. Ariza has joined. How's my mic, everybody? Does my mic sound okay? How's the mic? How's my microphone? Can y'all text in chat? Let me know how the microphone is. This is the Sloan XJ9 show where we talk about niche queer topics. Hello, everybody. This one's been going around TikTok like crazy. I have no viewers. I hope this tastes good. How's the audio? Melly, how's the audio? Patrick Bateman. Y'all would not believe what I'm eating for breakfast, brunch. Alright, Patrick Bateman, you are welcome to join. We're just getting the show started. How you doing today? How's it going?
Very good, very good.
What's good?
So, what does that mean? Are trans men lesbian?
Well, there's a bit of a topic going around TikTok right now. This is one of those conversations where if you know what we're talking about, I'm not going to explain this to you, but this is more a conversational space for other people who know what we're talking about.
Can I ask a question? Because I heard a topic that to me was crazy.
Yeah, why don't you ask a question, please?
Sure. The thing was that imagine if you are a heterosexual man and you meet a woman and then you find out that she's trans and you don't want to be with her, that means you're transphobic.
Bro, we're not talking about that right now, though. Thank you for likes, everybody. I am a content creator, so I do have to be annoying and ask y'all to like the stream.
But do you agree with that?
You didn't even say anything, and that's not the topic.
I said something. I mean, you think a heterosexual man has to like transsexual women?
Nobody has to like anybody, but if a straight guy and a straight gal hook up, that's straight.
Yeah, but that doesn't. But there is a difference between like true woman and trans woman.
What'd you say?
That there is a difference between true woman, like born woman, a woman, the normal woman from all time, and the trans woman.
One is way better at making electronic music.
What?
I agree. One is way better at making electronic music. I agree.
Yeah, and one has the.
Oh no! We don't want that topic. We want this topic.
And one has the organs of a real woman.
Okay. Boring. Next. We've had that conversation infinity times. We're talking about the hot topic of the evening. Well, it's not the evening. It is sweltering in New York right now, if I might add. It is hotter than...
Wait. Dude,
how's it going
you're
today?
MTF, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But, like, I was thinking, if it's a trans man, like FTM, right?
Yeah.
There's still FTM trans people that are just, like, into dudes, like big, burly, like gay, right? You know what I mean?
Yep, they're gay.
And
That's
then
a gay
again,
man.
if there's no like real difference. If like a woman, like a bio woman gets bottom surgery and hormones and then becomes a man, I don't think that's really lesbian, right? It's not really lesbian. It's not lesbian sex being done, right?
You know, I don't like the terminology you're using, but unfortunately the math is mathing, so go on.
Oh, sorry, dude. I didn't mean to. Like,
that's all good. That's all good. Go on.
But like, why would this like be a thing? What compelled you to think it would be lesbian for a trans man and a woman hookup?
This is like all that's on my TikTok page. Motherfuckers just like spamming this argument for no reason. So I thought, you know what?
Dude.
Let me put a space. I have my own opinions on it, of course, but I'm not gonna share those just yet.
Dude, imagine trans woman, trans man hooking up, no bottom surgery.
imagine?
Dude, like, isn't that like a 1% drop rate though? Like, this is a very rare case to happen, right? Like trans man, trans people are very rare, right? Like, not many people are.
Anyway, we're gonna talk to somebody who has capacity to understand things above the second grade. How's it going? I think Melly was her name. Melly.
Yeah. So.
Hi, Melly. How you doing today?
Staying home from work, so I'm trying to get things done around the house. How are you?
Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to help with that. I think this might be an anti-productivity zone.
No, I'm just listening in. To be honest with you, like, sexuality and gender are two separate things. So, if it all depends on the person, on who they see fit to be attracted to, on what they consider to be, whether they're lesbian, bi, pan, gay. Like, it just all depends on the person and how they feel is necessary, because that's basically, it's who you're attracted to versus who you are. Does that make sense?
No, I actually don't know what you're on about.
Well, because the topic says, are trans men lesbians?
Yeah,
right?
and there's a big topic going around TikTok right now. Maybe I need to rephrase the topic. Where some people believe trans men are part of the lesbian community, and some people believe that trans men are not part of the lesbian community. So I thought I would open up this space to allow people, also I saw you in the guest request, to allow people to talk about this.
Right.
And so what do you think?
I'm just saying in general speaking, like, who you're sexually attracted to, it shouldn't make a difference on whether they're lesbian, gay, bi, pan. It doesn't matter. Like, the thing is that a lot of people have that issue in labeling people for who they love. You know what I mean? And that's what I don't understand between the whole, why this debate is even happening to begin
Again, I'm
with.
sorry, I do not understand what you're saying.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't have to.
I can wait. No, but like, I think, whatever, I think you're missing part of what we're talking about, but that's okay. Thank you for stopping by. Dang it, welcome to the show. How are we doing?
Good, how are you?
How's my audio?
Audio's pretty good.
Is it audioing?
It is audioing. How's mine?
It's audioing for sure.
That's great. I guess the simple answer to your question is no.
Is no. Would you like to elaborate on that?
No,
please?
trans men are not lesbians.
Okay, you want to elaborate on that?
Well, the definition of a lesbian is a woman who is sexually attracted to a woman. A trans man is not a woman.
Okay.
That's really it.
I think that's a really good answer.
Well, that's all I had. I gotta get back to
Word.
I join in on the discussion.
Yeah, it would be good if we had somebody who was pro trans man lesbian. I thank you for saying I'm goated, Evelyn. Evelyn thinks I'm goated. Word. You're queefing.
But all right, I'm gonna get back to work.
All right, take care. Thank you so much. Okay, somebody else wants to join. I want somebody, Adam. I want somebody who disagrees. Maybe I should put like a.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, how you doing?
Alright, wait, give me just 1 second.
One moment, please.
Okay, I'm back. Your little question right here. Okay, so first of all, I mutualed you the other day on my other account, but I can only go live on this one.
Alright, that's cool.
So, anyways, your question in general, are trans men lesbians? That seems like an overall question rather than can trans men be lesbians?
I literally had it worded like that earlier. Like I made the thing. Let me. You're right. Let me change that. I have it open right now. Can trans men be?
Sorry if you can hear some kids in the background.
No, that's
I also am a trans man.
Type.
So, okay, my general opinion on this, because I have been really confused, but like talking to some people, I think trans men, like transgender men, cannot be lesbians But like trans masculine people, I think that's a different like conversation, because there are like non-gender conforming lesbians, you know what I mean? And I don't want to invalidate their experiences. Like if they want to identify as like masculine and use he him pronouns, I think that's the only difference, is like trans men can't be lesbians, but I think there is room for interpretation when it comes to like he him lesbians.
I agree. I 100% agree with that take.
All right, that's my. I just want to come here and share my opinion on it.
People seem to love you in chat.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, big fan of you. What do you do? What do you do on TikTok? We got
okay, this is my like live account. I only got like 2,000 followers on here, but for some reason my main account blew up because like 2 years ago I was basically thirst trapping, but that's all it was.
Okay, so bro was trapping. Cool.
Yeah, it was just like, it was basically just a bunch of girls whenever I was like 16 years old being like, "You're hot," and then I stopped posting, so I'm not active really anymore.
Okay, and then we're deleting this one. Okay, can trans men. Okay, cool.
Can trans men be lesbians? That is an awesome way to ask that question.
Yeah. That's what I had it as, and then like I was like making the little thing on my laptop, and then
Yeah, well, that's all I wanted to say. Also, I just wanted to say that you are so pretty. I saw your face for the first time. I was like, she is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, my plastic surgeon's an artist.
Oh, yeah, I did ask if you got FFS. That is amazing.
I love, what was I going to say? I was talking to my girlfriend yesterday, and she was like, "You're, like, very naturally pretty." And I was like, I don't know if I would say naturally.
It looks very natural today, which
yeah,
is why I asked.
Shout out Dr. Rosenberg. Dr. Joshua Rosenberg. All right, well, thank you very much for stopping by. Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye, man.
Bye-bye. We're going to let some more people join the show. I would very much like a pro lesbian trans man person to join the chat. But while we're in a bit of a lull here, I would appreciate some likes coming in. That always helps the stream. This is what I'm doing, low-key. So we're just gonna chill here, talk about some niche queer stuff. If there's any other topics, but I think this is sort of the hot one on TikTok. The thing I see a lot of, let's delete that. Okay, the thing I see a lot of online is the idea that trans men and trans masks are sort of interchangeable terms, and that's where my own personal disagreement, you know, I'm like, trans men, you know, once you get to a certain point, you're a man, you know, and so that's where I start to disagree with the whole trans men, lesbians, but you know, I'm open to hearing other viewpoints and whatnot. We want to get more people in here. Joe requested to join. How you doing, Joe? I don't like this new layout. It's really annoying. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Joe.
Hello.
Joe.
Hello.
What do you think of detrans? No, hold on one second.
Can't be a lesbian.
Trans men cannot be lesbians. Good afternoon, Patriots fan. How are we doing? Trans men cannot be lesbians. Oh, someone in chat says, of course we can. Maybe we could get James G up to talk about this.
No, because you identify as a man. You can't be somebody who identifies as a man that loves a woman. You know, that just makes you heterosexual.
Well, why don't we get James in here to talk about this? James, if you would want to come up and have a little back and forth. Yeah, why don't y'all give me a break? And why don't y'all chat? Oh, I think the other person left, though. We got James, but what happened to other bro? What the fuck? What's going on? What? Yeah, I don't like this new layout, though. It's really annoying. Okay, we got Jagger16.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, trans men can be lesbians.
What was that?
I said they can be lesbians.
They can be lesbians, and why is that?
Because it's a girl.
Right. Sorry, that was ignore that. That's my YouTube. I did upload a video to YouTube if you want to watch some fun Omegle content, everybody. But you said trans men are lesbians because what did you say?
Because it's a girl.
Because it's a girl, not even they're a girl. Just gonna go for it's a girl.
Whatever they want to be called.
They, them. Do you know any trans people in your personal life?
Fuck no.
That explains a lot. Anyway, so I host a little show here. We're talking about niche queer topics. It doesn't seem like you have the vocabulary, the capacity to engage with this conversation. So Sigma, yes, Jagger is very Sigma. Good job, Diddy Blood Sigma 69. Good job. All right, how goes it?
Hey, how are you?
Eve Dones, what do we think?
Can trans men be lesbians? I don't think so. I mean, I know that they're gender fluid, but as far as a trans man, I would think that they would be gay.
You would think a trans man would be gay if what?
If they were dating another trans man.
What if they're dating a cis woman?
If a trans man is dating a cis woman, then they would be heterosexual couple.
I think that's a good answer. I think things are starting to settle in and understand. I did want to talk to somebody who's pro trans man lesbian who isn't just straight up transphobic. That'd be pretty cool.
I'm not transphobic.
No, you're chill. You got the right. You got your head is screwed on right. Anyone who says no was born yesterday. Oh, Serena Loon. Let's get you in here because I feel like that's the okay. Hold on. Thank you very much for stopping by. Anyone who says no was born yesterday. I think that is Spark. Spark wants to join. Except why can't I put? Oh, I can. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We're talking about trans men lesbians.
Yes, I wanted to talk to Serena. That's why I requested.
Oh, well, Serena did not request. I can send Serena a multi-guest request. But
Okay.
let's let Jules. Jules, what's going on? How you doing?
Hi, I wanted to give my perspective. I think that trans men can absolutely be lesbians. There's like
Okay.
a very long history of just like even in like butch culture of like lesbians taking tea or just like being very like physically presenting more like masculine, and so I think that it's absolutely valid. Like whatever you want to be is like super makes sense to me. So
Okay. Would you mind if you stayed a little bit so that we could have conversations with people who disagree? Because I haven't had too many people who not only understand the topic well enough to talk about it, but
Wait, Jules, can I ask you something?
yeah, what's up?
I think like what you described is trans mask, and I wouldn't call that being a trans man.
Okay. I mean, I get that, but like I think that there's like so many cis lesbians who date trans men anyways and still consider themselves lesbians, and even the trans men consider themselves lesbians.
I think that's like just some internalized transphobia or something. I don't know.
I was gonna say, do you think that could just be straight up classic transphobia from the cis women, who are understanding this, trans man as a woman, despite what the trans man is talking about?
I feel like maybe,
Perhaps.
like it's possible, but
It's
like
possible. Who knows?
to be honest, there's like such a blurred line between like, are you a trans mask or are you a trans man? Where it's like, sometimes like trans men don't even really know whether they consider themselves a trans mask or a trans man. I don't know. I don't know if
Okay.
those things are like very distinct.
Trans men versus trans mask.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't think that those things are very distinct?
I don't really think so.
Okay. Spark, is there anything you want to add to that? You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think it can be hard to like, I'm not gonna stare at somebody and pick apart whether they are just like masculine presenting or trans man. But I think the difference isn't that big. Hello.
Okay, well, Spark, I'm going to drop you, but thank you very much for stopping by. Okay, you have some music going on in the
Alright,
background,
hello.
Levi. You have some music going on in the background. Would you mind turning that off?
I don't have music. I'm just at work. I
Okay.
apologize.
Cool.
So here's my kind of thoughts on it as a trans man. I
Okay.
believe if you are a trans man who identifies as a lesbian, it is inherently transphobic. The reason why I say that is because if you identify as a man, you can't necessarily be a lesbian because a lesbian is a non-man loving non-men. Or women loving women if you go with the original term, before
Okay.
non-binary is more so a big thing. So, in my eyes, whenever I see cis women, who are like, oh yeah, I'm a lesbian, but I'm still dating a trans guy,
Okay.
note the word guy. Because even though they were born as a woman,
Oh.
they don't identify as one, so I'm just like,
Born as a woman. Okay. They don't identify as such. What about
I
the
feel like-
historic? Oh, if I can add, what about the historic precedent of trans men or the historic precedent of butches living as men?
right, I believe that can be seen as the same, but at the same time, a butch lesbian, while they may use he, him sometimes, they don't identify as a man. So that's
Okay.
where I don't see how, what's the word? Sorry. I'm walking while I'm talking. I'm still new to understanding all of this, so I'm not
That's all good.
severely against it, but I just wanted to put my words on it.
Okay.
Essentially, if you don't identify as a woman, and this is not including non-binary. Non-binary is still part of the lesbian. If you identify as a male in any way, I do not think it should be considered as lesbian.
Okay.
Because me and my boyfriend were both in a T for T relationship, both trans guys, but that wouldn't be a lesbian relationship.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna drop you so that someone else can get in.
Sometimes there's like dynamics that kind of extend beyond like being a trans man or like being a lesbian that can even like work their way into like a T for T trans men relationship. And I feel like
Okay.
I've heard stories of people saying like, yeah, like I'm a trans man and I'm dating a trans man, but it still feels a lot like a lesbian relationship because there's kind of dynamics that extend beyond just like the labels that you like put to yourself and whether you're straight or gay or otherwise.
Okay. I can understand that. Good morning. How are we doing? Even though it's afternoon, or at least where I am, it's
I
afternoon.
gotta go, but see ya.
Alright, bye.
So
How's it going?
I'm all right. I
You're
guess
all right.
like I saw this and I just wanted to chime in, but I'm really open-minded, so I like when I hear the other perspective, because it helps me like change my own.
Oh, awesome.
So I'm open-minded. Don't think I'm stuck in my ways.
Okay, so topic of the live, topic of the TikTok apparently, on queer TikTok, this has been going crazy. I don't know why the algorithm is promoting this stuff. But are trans men lesbians? Can trans men be lesbians? What do you think?
I feel like they can because I feel like, gender is fluid as is. So it says trans men, okay. So you have an AFAB, but they identify themselves and
Well, I don't know why that sounded so brutal. You're like, so there's this fucking AFAB here. Okay.
Well, no, I'm AFAB, but
No, I just thought it was funny the way you said it.
I mean, I'm AFAB, but I am big on the androgynous aspect, so I consider myself non-binary. But I'm not gonna argue with somebody if they call me a woman. I'm like, okay, it's my life at the end of the day. So in my brain, I'm picturing you have an AFAB, but they're a man, but they identify as a trans man. And for my definition of a lesbian is woman loving woman, right?
Okay.
Trans women, AMABs, but non-binary or agender.
Word.
I just don't feel like it's a name, because if woman loving woman but trans men, isn't that almost going against like their own ideology?
I mean,
Like,
perhaps that's
almost-
what we're here talking about.
Yeah, it's almost like they're almost invalidating themselves, whether they realize it or not.
I mean,
Because-
perhaps there's also the possibility that queer identities are not so rigid and can overlap, or who's to say? That's what we're here talking about.
See, that's why I brought up the fluidity part, because I
Mhm.
have friends that are like bigender, so it's
Mhm.
like just depending on what they're feeling or what's going on with them, their pronouns will go from either he or she or just they. I'm
Okay.
not gonna judge.
Now, before we have the other guests chime in, I do have some people in guest box. I have some people in the guest requests who y'all will just be patient. Y'all can come in a moment. I'd like to keep it to 2. But then also I have to be annoying, and if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to like and follow me as well. That totally helps out. Also, the heart me's. If you want to send a heart me, that super helps out with the stream. It's like, I don't know, it's like 70 cents. So if you want to send a heart me, that totally helps out if you want more content like this. If you want me to be able to make more content like this, that would be fantastic. Anyway, get back to the topic. Evelyn, what do you think?
You're like really quiet for me. I don't know what happened.
Okay, what about now?
Okay, that's fine.
That's better?
So
maybe I just
going
need
off
to
of
talk
what
louder.
They were saying, it's extremely invalidating, I think, because
Okay.
what's the point of transitioning to be a man if you're still going to cling to these terms that are used to describe, people that
Women.
aren't men? Because lesbian
women
is a
and
term that-
non-women. Yeah.
Yeah, it's non-man. It's not including men, and I think personally, this might come off as like a little jaded of an opinion, but I think a lot of these trans men who are using this label just don't want to be known as straight men in queer spaces.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah, and they don't like the
okay.
stigma behind
You know
it.
what? I've thought about that as well. I've seen, online trans men talking about, living an entire, decade as a queer person, as a lesbian, right? And then they sort of figure it out. They go, okay, shit, so if I'm a guy and I like gals, then that would mean I'm straight. And then they go, I can't be straight. I'm not allowed to be straight. Me?
Exactly.
Straight?
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
It's-
and so I've seen that before, for sure.
And the thing with the like butch history, essentially, like I understand people are like, know your queer history, like that back then when people had to present as like basically as men when they were butch and like in lesbian relationships, they would be like, people would hurt them. Like that's why they did it. Like it was a very different time. Like you would get killed for being gay back then. Like nobody. I don't think anybody realizes that we live in a very different time
it's
now.
if I can interrupt for a moment, there's a thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's I believe it's a logical fallacy called an appeal to not history. An appeal. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Vesper says we still get killed for it. That is true.
Yeah.
Not as much as Troons, but never mind. It's not the oppression Olympics. An appeal to tradition. Thank you very much, Jules. Yeah, an appeal to tradition in that because it was the way it was done in the past, that must be right. And so that is a logical fallacy. So I think that applies to the whole situation.
100%. But that's all I wanted to say. Also, you're gorgeous.
Oh, thank you so much.
I just want to say that too.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
But
it.
I am done.
Yeah, my dysphoric ego needs it. I'll drop you. Thank you very much.
I'm done too.
Yeah,
I
I
just
was
wanted to
gonna say.
chime in. I really liked how Evelyn worded it.
Yeah, I agree.
And they made a really good point. I didn't even think about it like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
It was nice
awesome.
talking to you.
It was nice
I
talking
hope
to you
you have
too.
a great day, okay?
Thank you so much. Yeah, and come by some other time. We're going to be talking about a variety of things. I said troon, T-R-O-O-N. That is a word that I would prefer if cis people did not say. And it is because I can't say the T slur online or else I will get flagged. Even though I'm literally trans. How's it going?
Good.
We have somebody who seems to be trans and bisexual at the same time.
Yeah.
That's very, that's very demure. It's very
I
chic.
feel like
George
you
W.
can't
Trump.
be a trans man, but you can be a trans mask and be trans. Or
And be a lesbian. Okay. You want to elaborate on that? Or actually, if I can, thank you very much for the heart me. That super helps out. That helps me, make more content like this. So thank you very much for that. And the other thing I wanted to say is we have some people in chat who are very upset, and that means it's working. That means that someone speak who has been queer for 40 years. Have you been queer for 40 years? We would love you to come up and join and talk about these things. I'll send you a little invite. Oh. So yeah, actually, someone did point out that you are
Hey.
Hold on, one
Thanks
moment,
for
one moment, please.
No
someone
problem.
did point out that you are probably, this is at 18 plus. You have to be 18 to join the live. That's just how TikTok does it. George W. Hold on, let's just get this person out of the way first.
Oh my god.
George W. Trump, what's up? Let's talk to you for 2 seconds. What do you
What's
think
up?
about
What's up?
trans lesbian men? Yeah.
I just have one question that will answer the question. Can cis men be lesbians?
Can cis men be lesbians? You know, I'm just the host here, so.
Right. If the answer is no, then the answer to if trans men can be lesbians is
Well, you
also
know, the first season of the L Word would beg to differ.
Well, there's always this argument, right, where they talk about like queer people that were assigned female at birth, like in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and they always talk about butch culture and all this and da 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 da. But
Yo, I'm sorry. Your name
And
is
none of
George.
those things include any cis men. All that
Hold
history
on.
does not
Your
include
name.
cis men.
Time out. Your name is George W.
Am
Trump.
I the only
How do
actual
you?
trans man here? Can I talk?
How do you even? Oh, you're a trans dude. Okay. Why is your name George W. Trump?
Oh, okay.
That's like.
You're trans, so I'll let you. I have to out myself to be able to talk. That's great. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. This topic gets me so.
This is not my This was not my
What?
intention.
Nah, yo, that's not what I said.
No, I'm not trying to put that on y'all. Sorry, this topic gets me heated.
Okay, run it.
So to kind of finish what I was saying, the people that say that trans men can be again, trans men, not trans mass, trans men, because people always try to conflate it. A trans man is a binary trans man, which some people identify as. It's valid to identify as non-binary. It's also valid to identify as binary. But you cannot, if you say that, like, the people that say that trans men can be lesbians always pull back to butch culture, right? They always pull back to a historical time frame where trans men did not have the language to call themselves men. It wasn't very popular.
Okay.
Basically, your only option was to be a feminine woman or to be considered a butch woman, even if you were technically a trans man, right? Even so, if you took a person from the 1950s that would have identified as a trans man if they were born in this present time, yes, more than likely, they called themselves butch, right? But that's because language evolves. So again, if a trans mass person wants to call themselves trans mass or a lesbian, that's fine, right? But if someone claims to be a trans man and then they use the identity lesbian, even if it's a personal identifier, right? Even if it's like, this is just what I like to go by, da 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 da, it invalidates trans men because it puts like if they identify as a binary man and then they also identify as a lesbian, it puts the option on the table for trans men to be lesbians. But then again, these same people would also be up in arms if a cis man tried to call himself a lesbian. Therefore, anyone who says that a trans man can be a lesbian, it is glaringly obvious that they do not see them as real men. And that is my deal with the whole situation. It's like, again, if you're non-binary and lesbian, cool, whatever. But if you're going to claim to be a 100% binary trans man and you call yourself a lesbian, you are being transphobic. You are the transphobic one. I got into an argument yesterday because someone...
I just want to know when I can say something.
I'm sorry,
so
go
just let
ahead,
me
go ahead,
know.
I'm sorry.
Nope. So I guess I just want to put my intention first is that I'm older. I'm 43. I definitely identify as a lesbian. My intention is, of course, to learn. So I'm not here to argue or speak over other people. So I just want to put that out there.
For sure.
But my boyfriend is a trans man, and he began his transition in when he was 30 years old. And my focus is more, so not so much the term, where he doesn't like openly tell people, hey, by the way, I'm a lesbian. It's about the spaces and where he's accepted and safe. And what it seems to me is that having that identifier is that he then is welcome into those kind of spaces that are carved out for lesbian, non-binary, AFAB, trans femme, lesbian, sapphic spaces. Those are the spaces that he feels the most safe and most community, because that's what he has been in for the 30 years he occupied his body before transitioning. So I guess what I'm looking for is just an understanding when we whittle down these identities. Are we excluding trans men from these spaces because of their label?
Okay,
No,
can I add to that quickly? Can I add to that quickly? Can I add to that for a moment?
Go ahead.
One of the things I've seen online from a variety of trans men is this idea that of like trans men talking to other trans men, making TikTok videos for other trans men, being like, bro, you need to let go of that lesbian space. For your own growth, you need to let go of it. And just that's something I've heard, and in the you know, of course, like, you know, sapphic lesbian spaces, very inclusive, very very warm, very you know, comfortable, safe. And from what I've seen online, there's an element of guys, bros, action figures. You kind of got to let go of that. Not that you have to, but in one's transition, you know, in one's FTM transition, it can be beneficial to let go of that.
Real quick, I just want to say something on that too.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of
W?
overlap. There's a lot of overlap between these spaces that we call sapphic lesbian spaces and just queer spaces in general. So no, I don't think you necessarily need to call yourself a lesbian to be able to be in these spaces. But I kind of on the topic of trans, yes, like there are some trans men that have to mourn their lesbian identity. I've been transitioned for over 10 years. I used to identify as a lesbian, but when I first started transitioning, I was like, well, I like women still, but it would be a little weird if I called myself straight. But that was when I was younger. And there is an apprehension to calling themselves straight. I think that's a large chunk of this conversation, not the whole of it, but it's a large chunk of like, well, I'm a man now and I like women, or like I'm perceived as a man now, I like women, but I don't really want to call myself a straight man because one, I don't, like I have this queer identity, and then number two, like there's such a stigma around straight men, like, and I don't want to be lumped into that category. I feel like that's where a lot of it comes from. But again, a lot of those spaces, there's a lot of overlap. It's pretty much like the queer community, right? Like the only people you're missing out of those sapphic spaces in the queer community are some cis gay men, because a lot of cis gay men don't even get into the community, and then trans women. So that's like where I'm kind of at with it. It's like, I don't know. The topic just gets me. The topic gets me frustrated because it's a hard one. Because one, it's a personal identity thing.
It's very personal.
But then two, even if it is a personal identity thing, the fact that someone is claiming that they are a trans man and that they can be a lesbian puts the option for trans men to be lesbians on the table. And there are a lot of trans men like me. We don't want that option even on the table. If you're gender non-conforming or something, that's great. But if you see yourself as a binary man, 100%, 1000% man, and then you see yourself as a lesbian, then you're putting that option on the table, and you're basically calling trans men women light because of their gynecological.
Okay.
It's plumbing, right?
Right. And that also brings in the idea that I no longer identify as a lesbian because I'm attracted to my literal boyfriend who is a man. So this is really, I do really appreciate this discussion. And as an older sapphic person, you know, queer person, it's definitely eye-opening. So I do appreciate you taking the labor there, George Bush Trump. I don't know what your name is.
Sorry.
It's okay.
The Iran stuff.
How'd you end up on that username, George W. Trump? Because that's pretty funny. Not gonna lie.
Is it a troll account?
No, I just changed the profile picture and the name because of what's going on in the Middle East. It's the same exact thing that.
But they're not ready for that conversation. They're not ready for that conversation now.
Well,
my lord.
Here's my next question then. And this is kind of an open-ended question.
Quickly, I just want to acknowledge. No. You're good. There are people in the guest box, and I just want to let y'all know that I see you, and y'all are coming up right now. But we do have a good conversation going, so I'm gonna let that bubble. But that everybody in the guest box, you'll get your turn, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much space.
No,
I just wanted
please.
to kind of conclude. I just want to, what I'm hoping that we can somehow come together on, let's stop excluding each other. That's the only other thing. And I think when we get into the minutia of these who identifies what way, it worries me that we are excluding people from safety and community. So always keep that in mind.
Can I add to that for a second? Because I actually do have my perspective on that. From what I've seen and what the inclusion of trans men as lesbians sort of leads to, from my own personal experience, is that trans women are less allowed in, if there's space that's being taken by trans men, and that's why all these trans women end up in online internet spaces, because those IRL spaces are not being, the trans women are not as welcome in those IRL spaces, because if a trans man is a lesbian, then a trans woman, say a gay trans woman, must be a straight guy in some capacity, right? So there's this maybe in the back of the mind sort of thing going on, where gay trans women are not as welcome in these spaces, and are pushed out into other spaces, which tends to be online spaces like Discord, even 4chan, which can be a really bad space for trans women.
A lot of that is where that AGP discourse comes from.
Oh yeah, we don't need to talk about that. That's Blanchardism.
Sorry.
No, you're good. That's
One more
Blanchardism.
point on that. Me personally, like if I go to an LGBT center, right, and I try to go to like some kind of group thing, whatever the case may be, and I see that there's some lesbian group and there's a trans man in there, or they're pushing this idea that trans men can be lesbians, I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna walk out of the door, because I'm gonna feel personally disrespected. Because again, it is a personal identity thing, but on the other side of the token, if you're claiming to be the exact same thing I am, which is a binary man, and then you're giving yourself an identity that contradicts manhood, then you are disrespecting the idea of being a transgender man, right?
Yeah, you see that space and you're like,
it's a double-sided coin.
Yeah, you're like, these people don't take me seriously.
Right, like I don't know what this is, but like I don't identify with this. Like I can't get with this. Like, and that's part of it's been hard for me to find community, because obviously I don't fit in with people who are transphobic, and I don't want to associate with them. But then there are a lot of trans people that have ideas like this that I feel are harmful to the trans community, and then I feel like I can't have community with these trans people as well, because I don't fit in there either. So that's been very isolating as well. So, like, and I can understand it's probably even more so worse for trans women, especially with the political climate, because like us as trans men, we're kind of just like, they kind of just don't think about us. They're like, oh, they're just silly, confused lesbians. Which
like you're invisible almost.
Right.
So I'm going to go ahead and drop off and give someone else a chance, but I really do appreciate this, and I'll keep following and listening in.
Oh, thank you so much.
And
really
continually
appreciate that.
learn. I'm in the fight with y'all, and I'm in Richmond, Virginia, a southern state. So
oh my God, that's where my ex is from.
Oh yeah, so Richmond's it's like a little bubble, and we're just trying to figure out stuff, and just stay safe out there. Much love to all of you.
Yes, much love. People in the guest box, who wants it the most? We have Ali, Peter, Crack Boy News. we got like Crack Boy News in. Crack Boy News.
Hello.
What's up? Okay, Ali, you're next. What's up, Crack Boy News?
I definitely agree with what George was saying. And we do gotta remember, when they say all men, they mean trans men too. So, like.
Oh. Alright, sorry. Ali, you're up. I'm being mean, I'm sorry. Ali, okay, Peter or Mo Seal is next. I want y'all to duke it out in the comments for who's next.
Okay, hey.
Ali, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Great, fantastic.
Okay, I really loved what you had to say. Is your name George W. Trumps? Okay.
Sure.
I like what you had to say, and I was thinking about this from my like inverse perspective. I'm a straight trans girl, right? And I'm thinking of how this would be applied. Like, would I ever call myself a gay man, or like would like people in my community identify as a gay man? And I don't really see that as much. I don't see there being a whole group of trans women like identifying as gay men. I also have a
Right.
problem
Yep.
with having like somebody like solely identifying like as a lesbian based on how they were assigned at birth. I'm all about like material experience, and
Right.
sure, like I think that like, you know, if you were assigned female at birth, that is an experience, but I don't think everyone assigned female at birth has the same experience at all. Just what you were identified by your birth sex, it doesn't completely equate to what you are identity wise. And I completely agree with like it invalidating. Like if somebody like is a binary trans man and you say they can be a lesbian, I feel like it invalidates like other trans men. I don't know. I feel
Even
like there
even
is.
acknowledging it.
Yes, for sure. I don't know. I'm just wondering why there isn't as much push, like on like my side of things for like straight trans women to be like gay men than there is like for like trans men to be lesbians. I often feel like a lot of people in my community even don't see trans men as like full men. Like you'll see statements that are like oh like this doesn't include trans men, or oh trans men are like small emo beings, like stuff like that. I know it's like a cringy statement, but they are not like
Uwu Prince.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
They're
just
not
my little
viewing-
guy.
Right. They're
Yeah.
not viewing trans men fully as men, and it kind of pisses me off. Like somebody who like is putting all this effort in to live in their truth, and you're not giving them the time of day, and then you're saying they could be lesbian. I don't know.
Well, it's
That's my
it's candy coated bioessentialism, and honestly, I think it started as a 4chan psyop that some people ran away with.
Talk to him.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. How did you? Where did you
Yes,
pull that take from?
I mean, I get it in some way.
That was amazing.
Like, as a straight trans girl, do I think my experience is one-to-one to a cishet woman? No. Like, you know, I just literally got my first boyfriend like 2 days ago, and I'm 22.
What?
It took.
Oh my god.
Thank you. It
Congrats.
took a lot of work to get that. You know, when I go on dates, I'm scared I'm gonna be unalived, right? You know, like, it's a whole different experience. But I would never call myself a gay man. Like, I can like say my experience is inherently queer, but also still be straight at the same time because I'm a woman that likes men. So I don't know. It's very complex. You don't have to like use these terms that are already created for like woman liking women or men liking men when you are like a straight. You're heterosexual, but you can have a queer experience yet be heterosexual. I don't know. There's nuances to it, but
Yeah.
I think if you're like a trans hat, you would get it somewhat. I don't know.
Right.
No, that's what we're here talking about.
Well, yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you for sharing your experience for sure.
Yeah.
Like that's awesome.
Is
and
there
like,
anything- I interrupted. Sorry. Allie, is there anything else you want to say?
I don't know. I mean, like, when I first saw this, I actually thought yes. Like, my first reaction was yes, because I was like,
Okay.
you know, I was like into like the validity politics. I was like, you know what, I'm not.
yes.
I wasn't gonna police what people can identify as.
Right, but it's like at what point, right? At what
Right.
point? At what point do we like? Because it is nonsensical. Again, yes, there is a push for validity, right? Everyone's valid. Like if you claim that you're something, you're that. Like you're valid. But it's like
There's got to
when
be a line.
when
But,
it's
yeah.
purposefully contradictory, which this is. No, however people want to twist it and pull it, whatever the case may be, it's purposefully contradictory if they're 100% binary man. But then I see people arguing with me, yes, trans men can be lesbians, but then they say that they're not binary. They say they're non-binary. Well, then
Okay.
why are you arguing?
I got a question for you then. Okay? Because I'm a non-binary trans woman.
Okay.
Right? What about a non-binary trans man?
I think yes, but like,
That's a hard one for me. I'll be
That's
completely
tricky, right?
why do people feel the need?
That's
to,
a
like,
contradiction. It's not a
non-binary?
contradiction.
Like again, I'm not trying to invalidate you or anything like that. I guess that's just where my mind goes. It's like
Because multiple things can be true at once, right? So I can be a woman while also being non-binary. Non-binary is not a third
Right.
gender. I think a lot of people misunderstand non-binary as being a third gender. Non-binary, from my understanding at least, is simply a rejection of the binary gender structure. you
right,
know?
but then why would you also claim a binary identity in tandem with rejecting the binary structure? That's just where my confusion lies. I'm not saying it's like third
Because
gender.
I would describe my gender as encompassing all of woman, and then some pieces outside of woman.
Okay, I respect
Okay,
that.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Right?
I mean, as long like.
So then what do we do about that? And sorry, I'm just throwing curveballs in there. So I don't mean to get too.
Again, you're still in that space. You're still identifying, not you obviously, but like a person in the inverse would still be identifying as a man. If you claim the identity man, then you call yourself a lesbian, then we're back in this same box again. Like we're back in the same thing again.
Yeah. I also just want to ask about like, I don't know, I'm very much a materialist, right? Like if we have like a trans man who like has lived his like you said you transitioned 10 years ago, right? Like let's use you for an example, right? You're living your life as a man, you're perceived as a man. Even when you came in here, people thought you were just a cis het guy trolling, right?
Right. It's like, let me out myself real quick.
I do the same thing. I always have to out myself.
Sorry about that, bro. Okay, well y'all both.
No, you're
y'all
I'm
are both.
I'm joking.
No, you're
we
good.
got passing prince and passing princess over here.
Thank you. Okay.
No, she for real is passing princess. I was like, okay, this cis girl's coming up here.
Okay, but you know, like if you're like living your life as a man, or like I'm living my life as a woman, like I don't know, why would I then, I guess, like call myself like a gay man? I feel like I would be co-opting an experience. Like I transitioned when I was 12 years old. If I called myself a gay man, I feel like I would be like taking somebody else's experience that like I don't fully have.
Right. It's also like, why would you, for your personal goals, you calling yourself a gay man would be invalidating to your entire transition. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. I think we're gonna let somebody else join. George W. Trump. I think I'm gonna. Is it okay if I keep you up? I'm gonna keep you up here a little bit. Is that okay? Because you're sort of trans guy.
Yeah,
I can drop down. Yeah.
I got you. But thank you very much for joining. We really appreciate everybody here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm gonna follow you both.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sam, follow you both.
Bye. Okay. Mo Seal. Welcome to the show.
Yo, hello. Can you guys hear me?
How's it going?
Yep.
Okay, so I think for me, if you're a fully binary trans man and you're saying that you're lesbian, I feel like you're kind of invalidating yourself, and it's something that was kind of fed to you. And I know that because I know tons of people who are a fully trans man and have been invalidated, saying you're still a woman, and kind of try to find something through lesbians, like a safe space, when in reality you're a man. You can't really. You
gotta branch out into the world.
Yeah, you have to branch out, and it really is a really sensitive topic, I think, in my opinion, because if you're like not a fully binary trans man, like if you're trans mask and like still non-binary, I do technically believe you can still be a lesbian because you aren't fully a man, and lesbians in its core is just a non-man loving a non-man, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean that's basically it, and I feel like it's definitely being fed through social media and stuff that trans men aren't really real men and that they're like little baby me things or whatever, that it's just invalid. It's just trying to find somewhere where you can actually be safe.
I genuinely think it started as a 4chan psyop. Some sock puppet got on 4chan and said they were a he.
Sure, bro. Definitely a CIA operative made us all trans. We get it.
What? No.
That's literally not what I said.
No.
Sounds like what you said.
Before you
It's a
respond,
four-
I'm talking about the he/him lesbian thing.
Yeah, it's a 4chan psyop.
Oh, okay.
Do I have to out myself again? Hey, for the audience,
Bro.
I'm a transgender man. I'm not
W.
a
We're chill.
transphobic cis man. I have to out
That's
myself every
wonderful.
5 minutes to be able to finish a sentence.
Yo, Peter Parker, what are we doing?
Yeah, so this to the question on your screen, can trans men be lesbians? It's about what the trans men themselves consider themselves as, in terms of, is a trans man something different than an actual, like, just cis man? And
it's literally transphobic.
Because let me keep talking. I've heard a trans man say that he is a lesbian because trans men aren't girls, or fucking, oh my god, trans men aren't men or some
it
shit.
makes so
and
little
everything
sense
that isn't a
before you
man
slip.
is a lesbian, and it's like, that in that like
Bro, what are you saying?
viewpoint they can be.
He's saying that trans men can be lesbians, but it's so nonsensical that he Freudian slipped and said the inverse of his position.
Yeah, it
I
is
don't
very
think that's
nonsensical. I've heard it's.
Wait, so which side are you on? I'm confused.
No, I'm just saying I've heard people say that trans men can be lesbians, and I was trying to explain their viewpoint. You know.
Well, I mean, I understand their viewpoint. I argue with them daily. I feel like.
Yeah, fair enough.
But again, for me, it's like even if it's a personal identifier, if you claim the identity trans man and lesbian in the same body, even if it's a personal identifier, by claiming that you are a lesbian, you are putting the option on the table that it is possible for all trans men to be lesbians, even if it's a personal identifier. Because when you first hear that, you're like, well, no, that's like their personal thing. No, if you claim to be a trans man and then you claim to be a lesbian, then you are putting the option on the table for trans men to be lesbians. You are othering them from cis men. You are saying that they are not real men, and
It makes
is
no
indeed
sense,
a
right?
truly transphobic position. It is indeed the truly transphobic position, and I will stand 10 toes down, and I will argue with anybody who wants to argue that. It is the
100%.
truly transphobic position.
You're right. You're completely right.
Word. Okay, thank you very much, Peter.
Yep.
Okay.
One of y'all, Jax, Shadow.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello. My name's Rain. I'm a lesbian.
Word.
So
Someone in chat says only females can be lesbian.
I
This is
want
where I
to say
step in.
that I personally stand with the point. I agree that trans men cannot be lesbians,
Mm.
but I want to not argue a point to you guys, but to some people in the comments that I've been seeing, and I've been seeing over the last few days, is people trying to bring up the history of like, you know, lesboys and that stuff.
Yep.
And I will say that I do stand on the point that, yeah, if you weren't allowed or capable to transition until you were in your 60s and 70s and spent your whole life identifying as a lesbian, yeah, I feel like you shouldn't be pushed out of those spaces. But what we are ignoring is that in the modern day, people are able to transition younger and younger, and they experience the majority of their lives as a man and not as a woman, and that's where this discourse comes in. I do 100% feel like if you're 50, 60 when you transitioned and you finally were able to come out as a man, but you spent half of your life as a woman or a butch woman and had to stay identified in those spaces, then yeah, you can still consider yourself a lesbian. But societal norms of becoming to transition earlier and earlier, you're going to spend most of your life as a binary man in your mind, and invading the lesbian spaces.
Okay, I have a
is
question
not
for you.
really- Yeah.
So why does the amount of time you spend as an egg or closeted as a trans person, why does that dictate your not acceptance, but your like it
It's not
making
that I
sense?
necessarily. Sorry.
No, you're good. It making sense for you to be in lesbian community.
Well, the reason that I have this standpoint is not that, like, necessarily, like, I would 100% agree with it, but I feel like if you spent most of your lives only, like, your only safe spaces being in these butch communities because you couldn't come out as trans, or you weren't known as trans, or you didn't even know what trans was, really, because we do see that sometimes where people...
Can I interject real quick?
What's up?
I
Fresh Fry?
feel like if you are coming out even later and you are really familiar with that with that lesbian community, I feel like you could still associate with that community but not identify as a lesbian. I feel like
Yeah, you could have friends.
Hmm?
You could have friends.
Yeah, like friends. You could be.
You don't need to be like taking up space in lesbian space.
Yeah.
There's also two sides to this. This conversation is making me realize there's two sides to this conversation. It's not just identifying as a lesbian; it's being in these quote unquote lesbian spaces where I could see where like a trans man who had been in those quote unquote lesbian sapphic spaces for a long time, but still transitioned, but still doesn't identify as a lesbian. I could still see them in those spaces because they built community there. But that's different than claiming the identity lesbian. So yeah, there's definitely two sides of this. Like there's two rather facets of this conversation.
Yeah,
but
so you would say
find, like,
so you would say that somebody who, you know, is like in lesbian community, like, shouldn't have to give that up in order to become
Not
affirm
necessarily.
themselves as a man.
Not necessarily, but more so that, like, let's say there is some kind of support group that someone has been going to for like a couple years or whatever the case may be. You've built community there, but then
Okay.
you realize you're trans and you transitioned. Like, I don't think any community would kick someone out of that space. And I don't think you have to call yourself a lesbian to still be included in that space. And like, I get what people are saying.
You know,
because
I'm
as a
actually going to
trans man-
disagree with you there. So what I'm actually going to say here, my own opinion, and especially my perspective as a trans woman, is that, you know, society, because of trans misogyny, treats trans men a lot easier than trans women.
That's
right?
true.
So,
I agree
so
with
think
that.
about all the spaces that I was forced out of, or, you know, had to leave. I came out in the end of college, and, you know, I lost all of my friends. I made a whole new group of friends, right?
Yeah.
So this idea that, like, society, let's say society, right, forces trans women to be out of their community and to lose community, whereas society allows trans men to hold on to their community. Maybe I'm not saying that that's good or bad necessarily. Maybe I'm just pointing that out.
I
so
know
that we
what
can,
you're saying. Yeah,
you see what
I
I'm
see
saying?
what you're
Yeah.
saying, and I do agree with you for sure.
Yeah.
And I agree with all these takes as well. I'm just like having trouble articulating what I'm saying.
That's
I
okay.
guess.
I think I kind of. Well, first of all, do you think that trans men can be lesbians? And then I think I know where you're going with this.
No, I do not believe trans.
Okay, so I agree with you, but how I would phrase what you're trying to say, not necessarily as older people in this modern age, but a lot of the argument that people push, that people that believe that trans men that can be lesbians, they push this argument that the butches of the 50s and 60s and 70s did not call themselves trans men most of the time, but that's because a lot of people didn't even know that was an option on the table. Back
Yeah, and
then,
so many things
back
have
in
changed.
the day, it was either you be a woman, a homemaker, and straight, or you be a butch woman. Now, there were some small exceptions to where someone's male identity was so prevalent and so strong that they sought out transition, even though that wasn't necessarily a societally like understood thing to do, or like
Yeah,
a very
maybe some sort of social transition or
accessible
something.
thing to do. But
Yeah.
a lot of the time, a lot of these people who truly were trans men had to compromise in their identity and call themselves butch women, even though internally they were trans men. So then we come around in 2025 and we say, well, the quote unquote the les boys, the butches of the past, you know, they considered themselves like quote unquote masculine and then also lesbians. Yes, because that was the only option for them societally, pretty much. But nowadays, like, if you are truly a binary trans man, you can transition, call yourself a binary trans man, and you don't have to have that weird in between that our queer elders were forced to choose between because of society.
Yeah, that's more the line I was going down. So I'm glad you kind of conceptualized what I was trying to say. Because yeah, and I feel like, you know, there are a lot of people who transition really late in life that do not identify with the lesbian community but still are in those spaces. But I feel like there are some people who, at the end of the day, even if they've transitioned, that's all they knew. That's what they spent half to 3/4 of their life knowing. So it might be hard for them to step away from that label. If you understand what I'm saying?
Right. It's definitely hard to step away from the label, but if someone's like transitioning and they are a 100% binary trans man, like that's kind of inherently in that path.
Yeah, and I will say again, my experience as a trans woman is that trans men, and this is a bit of a frustration I've had since I came out and I started seeing that, like, you know, the way that society treats trans men, and like, yeah, do whatever you want, bro, like gender, like whatever, dude, like do whatever, you know, do your thing. And then with trans women, it's like no, you're a creature, we don't like you, you're like, you know, you have to be
and
incredibly
it's more
feminine.
so now. Even when I was in like when I went to college for a little bit, I didn't end up finishing, but I was in LGBT spaces like 10 years ago, and even then there was more so like trans men are soft and need to be protected, and trans women are kind of like weird, like that's like how like a lot of people thought. And even like it now 10 years later, it's gotten way worse.
I feel like the thing with it be with society having, like, I guess more hate towards
Wait,
trans women.
society? Hold on, society or cis-society? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just gonna put it out there. Let's say that I coined the term cis-society, either society or CIS society.
CIS.
Okay, cis-society.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
I
it's
feel
the
like-
same thing, considering we're only like.
No, wait, but they're not ready. They're not ready for that take yet. They're not ready
Okay,
for that
okay,
take
okay,
yet.
okay.
I feel like cis society
Society
does have more of a problem with trans women, the same
Mhm.
way that it's harder for gay men to come out, because I feel like there's a big thing with men being like tough or masculine, and they get really hated on if they're anything less than that.
Mhm. Awesome. Okay,
It's
I
because
think.
femininity is seen as embarrassing. So that's another thing too.
Yep.
Trans men are another part of why trans men are usually more accepted than trans women is because trans men at the very least are denouncing their femininity and leaning into masculinity, which is technically,
You're going
even
up in
though it
privilege.
doesn't make sense, like that if they still respect. They still respect.
Hold on,
that,
I
even
can
if-
I can
Go
speak to
ahead.
this quickly. So it's
Sorry.
it's cis society going. Well, yeah, of course a woman would want to be a man. Being a man is,
Right.
versus they go, why would a man want to be a woman? It's society.
Why would you
hates-
give up
yeah.
being a man?
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, I am gonna keep this moving. There are a lot of people in the guest box. I think, I don't know. W, do you have like stuff to do, or are you cool just chilling here for a while?
I mean, I'm cool with it. I'm just kind of chilling here. I don't
All
want
right,
to take
word.
too much
word,
space.
No,
but I feel like I'm
you're
also
good.
the
You're
only
good.
trans
Maybe,
man
yeah,
in
yeah.
the box.
Maybe
unless
I'll force
I'm
another
actually-
trans guy to out himself, and then we'll get him in. No, I'm
Hey,
just
how's-
playing. How's it going?
What's up?
Nathaniel, what are your opinions on trans men, lesbians?
Okay, but before we get started, I just want to ask you what your pronouns are, because I don't want to disrespect it.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm a doll. She, her.
Okay, and you, George?
He.
He, him, or just he?
That's not how that works, but whatever.
I'm a dude.
I'm
He,
not-
him.
Okay. So, I am a cis straight male, okay? And first of all, I want to point out I'm not.
What's
trying
your
to dis-
gender?
Male.
That's a sex.
I don't know how this works.
Sorry, I'm just busting your
I
balls.
kind of want to hear what he has to say. I
Yeah,
kinda
let's
wanna
run
hear
it.
what
Let's
he
run
has
it.
to
What's
say.
up? What's up, bro?
I want to point out I'm not here to disrespect or insult anybody. I'm just trying to learn because, I don't.
Hold on 1 second. I do have to say, Noah Keith, thank you so much for the heart me. Thank you for joining this community. That really helps me out a lot. Anyway, what's up, cishet guy? Let's do it.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. I want to point that out. I'm just
Word.
trying to learn.
Yeah, but I might be mean to you though, just for fun.
No, you're perfectly fine. I get it. Trust me. I understand the stigma. I'm there.
We're the good cop, bad cop.
Nah, I just like whatever. Go on.
I feel like I have a pretty unique perspective on this because my sister is a male transitioned into female, and then my brother-in-law is female to male. So, on both sides of the party, I would like to say that personally, I don't feel. I agree with George here on the fact that I don't feel like somebody who is claiming to be or identifies as male 100%. I don't feel like they should. What's the word I'm looking for?
Okay, you're getting tripped up on that sex and gender are different things. So
Can
you're
you
saying
explain
you're using the terms male and man interchangeably, and they're not interchangeable.
Gender is how you live your life. And
Anyway, hold on.
sex is your.
Sorry, bro. We're not going to cater to you. We're going to get somebody in here who actually knows what they're talking about. This is a trans
Wait,
space.
I wanted to say something really quickly on the part of him. So
All right, run
the
it.
same people that say trans men can be lesbians. If I said I was a lesbian right now, they would be like, "Yes, queen." But if that man said he was a lesbian, they would dogpile him.
And if I said I was a lesbian, which I actually
Oh
am
yeah,
a
they would
lesbian,
dogpile you.
they'd
too.
be
They'd
like,
"Yeah, okay, like whatever."
really?
Okay, whatever.
But
Like,
have you
whatever-
read Stone
whatever-
Butch Blues?
Whatever helps you sleep.
Have you read All About Love? No, I'm messing. But yeah.
Hi guys.
Hi, Van the Vamp. How are we doing today?
I am doing all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I do a little bit sometimes where I say, "Can you hear me?" and then we say "loud and queer" because I'm loud and I'm queer. Can you hear me?
Loud and queer.
Oh, fantastic! We love it. Happy Pride, everybody. Okay, so how are we doing? What are we talking about?
I'm doing all right. I would like to be in defense of not necessarily trans men, although that could be included here, but just in trans mass in general, aligning with
Trans men or trans masks? Because I think
Because if it's
that's,
trans mass, we don't have to argue. We agree.
Yeah, I've seen
If
a
it's
lot of
trans
stuff
man,
quickly.
Then I will argue with you all day.
Quickly, a lot of stuff I've seen, of like cis lesbians talking about this stuff. I don't know who the hell you are, but of cis lesbians talking about this, they'll be like,
They conflate
they'll be like,
it. They
they'll be
conflate
like,
it
I
too.
wanna talk about this, and I'm gonna assume that trans men and trans masks are the same thing, and then they'll like go
Right,
on to a whole tangent, and then it's like, you are, they're not. Trans men and trans masks are different. If some butch puts on T-gel
No, they're
once,
different. They're, as someone who is a
you know?
binary trans man, they're different. I
Very
am not
different.
Trans mask.
Exactly.
I am a trans
But
man.
you're not a trans mask, but you would be trans mask. You know
See,
what I mean?
I wouldn't.
You
I wouldn't even claim that identity. See, for me personally, like, and
No, but like,
don't. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you're like, I'm trans feminine, but I'm not a trans
Right,
fem.
as an adjective, yes, I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
see that. I
yeah.
can see
We
that.
agree. We
For
agree.
me-
We agree.
Yeah, for me personally, like, I don't read too much into this because I know that a lot of people that feel this way have super problematic opinions, but I'm not one of them. But like, I do feel like the stereotypical born in the wrong body, like a cis man trapped in this vessel. So that's just my personal experience. But yeah, like a binary.
Oh yeah, no, I get behind that too. Like, I'm like, yo, I am for real a woman. Like, and,
Yes.
and I'm like, yo, I'm like, mad
So-
masculine.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway,
wouldn't
let's
say
get back on
mad
topic. Let's get back on topic. No, but
Yeah,
I was.
but yeah.
I've been doing it
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
while. Anyway, Ven, let's get back on topic.
Hello. I just wanted to try and maybe shift this conversation a little bit more beyond the binary, because I feel like that's where a lot of these conversations start to like either find themselves in a circle or like people get really confused because this conversation so clearly like exists within the concepts and like the context of this heteronormative society. And obviously it's going to be super confusing if we're saying a trans man can be a lesbian, because that defies everything. You know, if we're looking at trans man and we're saying, okay, he is a man, and then if we're looking at lesbians and we're saying, okay, they like non-men, what the hell is going on here? You know, and people get really, really confused, and rightfully so. I understand why that's such a confusing topic. But I think that to like properly address it, you kind of have to move beyond the binary and appreciate like the complexities of gender beyond gender identity, gender expression.
Okay. So you want to take it beyond the binary? How are we taking it?
I see what you're saying, but I feel like this conversation is on the binary. Like going beyond the binary is very valid, but we have to remember there are still a lot of trans people that their gender identity does not transcend the gender binary. There are trans people that fall on the gender binary, and that's what this conversation is about. Because yes, trans masculine people with you know, more complicated, nuanced identities, like beyond the binary, yes, like that, obviously them calling themselves a lesbian, there's a little more sense to that. But if someone's going to claim to be a binary trans man, transition to be a binary trans man, but then call themselves a lesbian, then that is a nonsensical identity. Like when the reason why this is so confusing is that people try to conflate binary trans men and non-binary trans men or trans masculine people. They try to conflate the two. Oh, well, it's basically the same thing. They're just like 2% more man, when it's not. A trans man is a man, and someone who does not claim to be a trans man but is trans mask is more in that non-binary spectrum. that's what we're talking about, is the binary conversation. Like, it's nonsensical for someone who identifies as a man to call himself a woman. Now, someone who identifies beyond the gender binary, right, and they don't identify as a man, in my opinion, I think, yeah, it's the semantics of it all, we have disagreements, I think. But if he calls himself a man and then he calls himself a lesbian, that's where I'm like, no, absolutely not. Because again, I'll keep saying it, even if it's a personal identifier, for you to call yourself a trans man, but then also call yourself a lesbian, you are shouting from the rooftops that it is possible for a trans man to be a lesbian, and you are othering trans men from cis men and saying they are less than men. And that's my whole issue with it. But again, when we transcend the binary, sure, yes, absolutely, like, this conversation changes. But this conversation is about binary trans men. Like, not all trans people transcend the binary. And I think, like, that everyone's valid, right? But I feel like binary trans people have kind of been left to the wayside a little bit, because there's been such a focus on the non-binary identities, like, as the trans community as a whole. Like, yes, we're all valid, we're all under the same umbrella, right? But we have to remember there are trans people that their gender identity is to assimilate into the binary, like me.
Yeah, can I add to this for a second? We're then
I'm
getting
sorry,
on the
I
topic.
rambled. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good.
Wait.
Please, bro, you're chilling.
I had a question.
Not yet. We're getting to the point of where the topic becomes transsexual versus transgender, and that's the thing that
Wait,
I'm very.
Yeah, can you answer my question real quick?
What?
Dude has
Yeah.
Nazi dog whistles, by
Hold
the
on.
way. He's just gonna troll.
Do you have a
This guy?
penis?
Do you have
Okay. I just wanted. If
Yeah, it's
either-
probably bigger than yours, bro.
I just wanted to ask real quick, what would you define a trans man as? Because I feel like I'll be able to better
A man.
conversation. But yes, absolutely. But if you're defining it as that, what does that mean for a trans man? What are
That they identify
What?
as a man.
Yo, what? What are you saying?
And this is what I'm talking about with the
sorry if this is-
conflation. Not
No,
to
no, no,
attack
hold
you.
on.
Like, this is not directed at you, but this always happens. Again, people try to conflate trans men and trans masks, and then they end up being accidentally transphobic because you don't understand. You're only viewing the trans community from a lens that transcends the gender binary. You think that is the end goal for all
Bro
trans
is
people,
a man.
and it is not. It
Bro
is not.
is
I identify as a
patriarchy.
binary man, and I don't even say I identify because it's such a buzzword. Anytime we say
Yo,
that,
don't
we
even
need
get me
to stop
started on
saying
that.
that.
I hate that shit.
We need to stop
I
saying
am. I don't identify. I
Right,
am.
But I am a man. Like, can I? Like, I'm not trying to sound aggressive. This conversation just gets me heated.
Nah,
so
bro, you're not. You don't sound
and
aggressive.
I'm more so talking to the other person in the box.
Well, yeah, but they're this people
Yeah,
aren't
like,
gonna assume
explain-
because people have
explain what you
internalized
mean. Can you
transphobia, so
explain
they're
to
not gonna
me-
think you're aggressive.
Yes, sorry.
Can you explain to me
Don't think
why
I'm
you're
aggressive.
confused on why a trans man is a man?
First of all, I just wanted to say I want to have this conversation in a respectful manner. So if you
Yo, skip that. Next.
I'm being respectful.
Wait. I
Don't
just
police my tone.
Respectability politics. We don't do
Don't come
respectability politics around here.
No,
This is
you
a
guys
this
are
is
allowed
a
to be
battle
aggressive.
zone.
You're allowed to be aggressive. I just wanted to say, please don't tell me what I'm trying to say. You can say, wait, are you?
I asked you. You said I don't understand how.
What's your
trans men
point?
can
Yo,
be
fam, what's your point? I might drop you
The
soon.
point
Ven.
is they agree
No,
that
not
trans
you,
men
not
can be
you.
lesbians,
Ven.
but they can't,
Ven.
like, they can't
Ven, what's
argue.
your point? Ven, what's your
Well,
point?
I can argue. I just wanted to establish sorry, I just don't like it when people say you are saying this. I would appreciate it if you say, are you trying to say this?
Okay, yeah, we'll use that language. What are you trying to say?
I will, but I asked you a question. I didn't. Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead. How are you confused on how a trans man is a man?
Oh, I am not confused on that. I don't think that there has to be identity.
But you
language.
just tried to conflate trans mask and trans man.
No,
So
I
I'm
do not.
confused too.
Wait, hold on. Let W.
I'm just gonna let her talk. Yeah, I'm just
No,
gonna let her
yeah.
talk.
Let this person talk.
I'm sorry if it feels like I'm talking over you guys or not listening. Or
I don't care. Just talk.
No, it's not. We just want you to just explain your point, like the respectability politics.
Go,
You
we're
don't have
going.
to
Let's go.
overexplain yourself.
Okay, sorry. I don't think that there should be a focus on I identify as a man. Trans men are men. and I agree with that, and I agree that trans masc is a separate realm that people can identify with and that they should not be equated. But I still think that there are more intricacies than it to that.
How so?
Because I feel like we can absolutely say, yes, trans men. I believe that there genuinely are trans men who feel like I was born in the wrong body. I am a man. This is who I am. Like, it's not an I identify as, I am a man. I absolutely agree with that. However, there's still complexities of being raised as a woman that are going to contribute life experience.
Fucking that's transphobia. That's bios. Yeah. That's candy coated biocentrism. That's transphobia. No, hold on. Let me talk. I'm the like person who's doing this shit. Okay. That is why you didn't even listen. Yeah, because I've heard this talking point a million times. I already know where this person's going. Okay. That's. Oh, well, you were raised as a woman. You understand girlhood intrinsically. So like you're basically a woman. And then with trans women, you go, oh, well, you were raised as a boy. So you basically are always doing patriarchy. So like you're basically a man.
Pushing that what we go through in life, how we experience things, it's really putting down to the gender norms.
Quickly. Sorry. Yeah. So quickly. Is what you're doing is wait, I forgot. I hate having ADHD. What you're doing is you're enforcing one, like a certain perspective onto trans people, and two, you're assuming that I had a normal boyhood. And that bro had a normal girlhood.
You're saying that socialization in biology makes you a lesbian, which is exactly what the right says. You're just saying
is transphobic.
Extra steps.
Yeah.
No, because I don't believe that people. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just I don't believe that people have to.
Have to what?
I believe that there are straight trans men. I believe that there are trans men who have been socialized as feeling like men their entire lives. I believe that there are...
No, but socialization doesn't matter. What you're forgetting to understand is that socialization doesn't matter. You're claiming that because of the way somebody was socialized, that dictates that, like, it undermines who they are. So what you're basically saying is that a trans man, because he was socialized as a girl, you know...
I'm not trying to say that. It undermines it. I don't believe.
I know you're not trying to, but the language
I think
you're
we're
using
just confused because like you're giving us half points. Like we want to know genuinely what you think, but it sounds like you're beating around the bush. Like feel free to just say what you're thinking. Like
just
again,
say it,
even though we sound.
Hold on one second. Thank you so much, Kat, for the heart me. That really helps. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. Yay. Okay, back to the topic. Just say what you're trying to say. Just say it.
For sure.
I just think. Sorry, it's in my time zone. It's really early, so I'm struggling with my brain a little bit.
You're fine.
I feel like if somebody is choosing to identify with it, it's not.
Well, you don't choose to identify.
No, choosing to identify as a lesbian, not as a trans.
Okay.
If they're choosing to identify as a lesbian, a trans man.
Okay, so if a trans man chooses to identify as a lesbian.
Okay.
If he chooses to identify as a lesbian, then I am choosing to believe that it's affirming for him.
Go ahead. I'll respond to you once you're done. I know you're trying to finish your sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like I don't know. I'm trying to put this into words like to adequately.
You're doing like everything is valid. You're doing like I'll accept anything, everything is valid, which is good for like 90% of the time.
Here's why it's hard for you to put this into words, right? You know deep down that is contradictory, but at the same time, because you know within the queer community we have this push of like everyone's valid, you're valid, sweaty, like I don't want to hurt your feelings, I don't want to be a quote unquote bad person or not an ally to the trans community. But when you really boil it down, you're saying if that's an affirming identity for them, then go ahead. Whereas me on the other side of the token is that I am a trans man, and when any person that claims the identity of trans man also claims the identity of lesbian, and shouts from the rooftops that it is possible for trans men to be lesbians, then if we really boil it down and we try to fight past this, like this echo chamber, right, of everyone's valid always, no matter what they say, you realize that is actually the truly transphobic position, because you are othering trans men. You are saying that they are different than cis men, they are less men than cis men, and you are saying it's possible for them to be lesbians because of bioessentialism.
Yeah, so because you heard some
that's
take.
My issue.
Yeah.
The people fighting that thinking they're fighting transphobia are not stepping back and really analyzing the situation and realizing they're actually being transphobic, and they don't even realize it because they're just parroting all of these talking points that don't make any sense.
Yeah, there's a difference between, this is where also with certain people I get frustrated. There's acceptance and then there's understanding. And what it seems like is that you are at a level of acceptance, but because you don't understand, and it seems like you don't really want to do the effort to understand. No shade to you, but that.
Can I say something in the comments real quick? Just to tangent. This guy
up?
Named Jack Mehofer calling you this specific name. Very interesting. You're calling the host this specific name, but you have a name that is inappropriate.
Oh, whatever. Ignore that. What are they calling me? What are they calling me?
A predator, basically, but yet they have an
muted. It's easy. Muted. It's done. Muted.
Inappropriate name on a
get muted. It's easy. So okay, I was done talking to that person. Void, what's up? And then we're gonna.
I wanted to bring up a point. I think a lot of people get confused with the whole trans men can be lesbians, is also rooted in that not all trans men pass necessarily. And
very true.
Okay, that's a good point.
Trans men can be obviously feminine, and a lot of cis people just don't understand how that can work. And when people see
it's like a super lesbian, ain't it?
And when people see a trans man feminine, a lot of cis people, or if a trans woman is more masculine, it really gets them down, even though, how you present doesn't have to equal into your gender.
That is
so
I
feel like that's also I feel like that's also why they may believe that trans men can be lesbian.
Two things. One, thank you for the likes, everybody. Appreciate it. It really helps out. Two is that I do agree that there's a certain level at which cis people will attribute characteristics of like. So I saw a video once. It was like it was on my TikTok. Some lady was being like transphobic, and she was like, if you're a trans woman, but you're still like gaslighting and manipulating like women, she would have said other women, but transphobic, right? Then like you're a man. That's man behavior, right? And it's like, women can't gaslight. Like, what are you saying? Like, a lot of it is like they attribute anything that is, so myself, right? If I do something that's more conventionally masculine, they'll attribute that to, my genetically, biologically male upbringing.
Right. But if you were a trans man and you looked exactly how you do, and you did that same exact thing, then they would try to feminize you.
Yeah, exactly. Like if a trans guy has long hair,
into this transgender, you have to lead into being trans and being fully into it. You can't. It's crazy.
Exactly.
I see it all over my For You page where people get upset.
Yeah, the For You page goes crazy. Okay, we're gonna let who wants it the most? Oh wait. Fressa's been waiting
lady
a while.
wants to be a man, but she likes girls. I don't understand it.
You can kick me off. I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay, thank you very much for stopping by. We appreciate you. All right, how's it going? What are we talking about? Trans lesbian men.
So I am a lesbian.
You get an age too, please.
Yeah, age. How old
sorry,
are you?
I'm 18. I swear.
Okay, perfect.
So I am a lesbian, and I have identified as a lesbian for about 3 years now. And I wanted to give some perspective as a lesbian myself. And obviously I can't speak for the entire community, but just personally.
What kind of lesbian are you? Not like butch femme or whatever, just like you. Whatever, never mind.
I believe personally that trans men saying they're lesbians is harmful for both communities, because lesbians are already not taken seriously as real relationships. Men already see us as fetishization or as like some sort of kink. And so when they see a lesbian relationship, they see it, it's a phase, or it's something to fix, or it's something for me
Yep.
to like get off on. And for trans men to say I'm a lesbian is harmful for trans men themselves.
Yep.
Because when a man says, "Oh, I'm a lesbian," it's obviously like, "Oh, you're being gross. You literally cannot be a lesbian." But when a trans man says they're lesbian and somebody agrees, it's because they don't see them as a man. But trans men are still men, so it's the same as a cis man saying I'm a lesbian.
Now, can I add to that actually?
Yeah.
I'm so glad that you're saying this as a younger person, because I'm about to be 28, so I'm almost 10 years older than you. But I feel like most of the people, and correct me if I'm wrong, I may just be out of the loop, but I feel like most of the younger people around your age would actually say the opposite. They would be on the opposite side of this.
Yeah, they're
coin,
hyper
say that
inclusive.
Trans men can be lesbian. So I really appreciate you saying that and recognizing that as someone who literally just became an adult.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, the thing, can I add to this quickly?
We're surrounded by a lot of people who are still figuring themselves out. And I think that's where they're confusing a lot of their identity is because there's still so much going on that it's just really confusing in general.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's hard. It's a lot to think on because I've only dated 2 people ever. My ex was gender non-conforming. So they used he, him pronouns. So I talked to them and I was like, hey, I identify as lesbian and you use he, him pronouns. Do you identify as a man or do you just prefer masculine terms? And they said, I am not a man. I prefer these masculine terms because they were gender non-conforming. And in that way, they were still a woman, but they preferred more masculine gender terms.
Right,
So
and it's okay to be a masculine woman. I feel like a lot of the confusion now with younger people, like, not necessarily like the right says it, right? Like it's not like indoctrination or anything, but because it's so widely accepted now, there's a plethora of more identities to choose from that younger people do kind of get swept up in that confusion of like.
I want to say, can I change the language? Can I change the language quickly?
Sure,
I don't want to say identities to choose from. I want to say identities to understand yourself as.
I agree, and I recognize that as soon as I said that.
And then also, can I add something to this that I've had happen to me that like.
For sure.
So I'm a trans lesbian, right? I'm a trans woman. I'm also a lesbian, right? I've had a situation where a trans guy, who like kind of low key understood as himself as a lesbian, was like. Sort of hitting on me, and I was like, thank you, I appreciate that, but like I'm a lesbian. And he kind of like was like, okay, and then like kept hitting on me.
So you're saying I'm not a girl?
Like in a way that was like, bro, this is the like right now our transness is like canceling each other out, and you're just a dude being like, I'm just like, yo, I'm gay, like thank you but no thank you. And then he's like, well, you know, I'm a lesbian too, girly. Like what the fuck are we doing?
I've had so many men hit on me at work, and I'd have to be like, I'm a lesbian, and they always say, oh, I'm into that.
No, it will make them push harder.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They're like, yo, that's my favorite category.
Yo.
Yeah, they're like, oh, that's whatever.
Challenge. That's how they say.
That's crazy. Would y'all be okay holding down the fort while I get some more water? Is that okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Y'all can do that? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll be right back in a second.
Let's see what's up in these comments. Let's see. Like 2027, transmedicalism is going to make a major comeback. No comment. 21 in August, and people have a hard time understand what do you mean?
What means?
I'm just reading the comments.
No, I know. I'm
Yeah.
confused by that too.
Also, I will fist fight over this topic, so anyone that disagrees, I will meet you in the Walmart parking lot. If you want to see me as a woman, then you can catch these soft feminine hands, okay?
Soft feminine hands.
Some people may identify that way and it doesn't have any bearing on your lives, except it does, right? So here's the situation. Again, and I keep saying it over and over again, sorry if y'all have been in this live this whole time. Yes, calling yourself like a lesbian, yes, that's a personal identity. A trans man is a personal identity. But when someone who claims the identity of trans man also claims the identity of lesbian, they are screaming from the rooftops that it like the option to see trans men as less than men is on the table. The option for trans men to be lesbians is on the table. Therefore, by personally identifying as a lesbian and a trans man, you are essentially invalidating the identity of being a trans man as a whole. You are invalidating other trans men because, again, you are saying that it is possible for you to be a lesbian. Again, it's a personal, like that's always the argument. It's always like, well, people just that's what makes them comfortable. So why can't you just accept that? Why can't you just make them comfortable? Because their comfortability harms the trans community. Sometimes, like it
some people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I make cis people uncomfortable all the fucking time.
Your comfort is not more important than the meaning of an identity. Like, words mean things for a reason. Like, what's the point of us making all of these categories and labels if we're gonna just start treating them as nonsensical? Then we're confused when the right starts to treat our identities as nonsensical and
No, I don't want to talk about the right. I don't want to talk about the right. Everybody,
okay, I won't
everybody on the right is fundamentally, empirically, non-questionably dumb as fuck. That's it.
Right.
It's,
yeah.
Like it's actually that simple.
Not the cause of it. Not the cause of it, but it's like it's like we can't treat our identities. We can't treat our words like they don't mean things.
Yeah.
Is more so what I was trying to say. But yeah.
Okay, so can trans men be lesbians? I think we need to identify lesbian first.
What?
Sorry, my bad. That was my dog.
Can we identify lesbian first?
Also, Fressa, I'm gonna drop. Oh, wait, never mind. You go. Never mind.
Personally, I would say a lesbian is somebody who is non-men loving non-men, because currently I'm dating a non-binary person, and I still consider myself a lesbian because they aren't a man.
Can I have a question?
Okay,
Totally off topic. Have you ever do you like how do you call your partner? Do you go partner or joy friend? I heard the term joy friend recently, and I think it's really cute.
I think that's really cute. I usually do partner, or I am leaning more towards feminine terms because they do prefer more feminine things.
You could be a non-binary girlfriend type shit.
A non-binary girlfriend.
Yeah, why not?
They're just still transitioning because they were identified male at birth, and they were born with those bodily parts. But I genuinely believe that does not control any part of what your gender
you're pre-ordering the trans femme. I see you.
Yeah.
So if a lesbian is non-man loving non-man,
yes,
trans men cannot be lesbians because they are men.
Good job.
Right.
Next person.
There we go. We can end the whole live. I'm just kidding.
We figured it out.
Nah, it's not even. I'm not trying to like swing anybody to my side. I want to have a conversation about this. I mean, there are nuances here, but I think a lot of the people who are like,
it's like they're coming up to try to. Hola.
Well, I speak.
¿Hablas español?
Espérate.
George Bush speaks Spanish? What the freak?
Yeah.
No. This person's been waiting a while, so I think we're mutuals maybe. But what was I gonna say?
You are such a dumb piece of shit.
Oh, who?
Yeah, which one?
Me?
Wait, leave this one up. Leave this one up.
Hold on. Wait. Let's talk. One sec. Let me
You
talk
and
first.
George W. Trump
Hold
are
on.
the
Hold
dumbest
on.
fucks
Hold on. I got
I've
it.
fucking known.
Hold on. Calm. What's up?
So
I'm waiting for it to
y'all ever seen Jurassic World? You seen that scene in Jurassic World?
Enlighten us.
am I supposed to be a dinosaur now? Is that your way of dehumanizing
What's up?
another trans person?
What's up? What's going on?
Good job.
Wait. Can you argue your point? Don't kick.
I'm not
Can you
kicking.
argue
What's
your
up?
point? Argue your point, please. Please tell us why we're
Not
Just
just
men
talk.
have vaginas, right? They have vaginas between their legs. They have vaginas, right?
Maybe. Who knows? Who's to say?
And lesbians eat pussy, right? That's all they eat, right? They don't eat dick.
This is what we call a sock puppet. This is what we call a
lesbians
cis
don't
man
eat dick,
pretending
right?
to be a trans woman.
Yeah, I know.
And it seems to be very rampant on this TikTok.
They don't eat
platform.
Anyway, yeah, we're not gonna deal with
Trans
that.
women wouldn't talk like that.
Oh, well, I know, but that's why I was like,
tangent.
I'm controlling the Republican.
For sure.
It's
Quick
okay.
tangent,
It's
quick
okay.
tangent,
Let me say your safe words.
Quick tangent.
Yeah.
People need to be aware that there is a mass
Yeah.
of cis people literally cosplaying being trans people on this profile, and then when we start to get it like just a tangent on the validity thing again, right? When we start to be like, everyone who says they are trans or like is valid, but like in these specific contexts, like with literal internet
Okay,
shows,
hold on 1 second. 3 years HRT, right? Hold on. Wait, this is a little game I like to play. Here, come back. I'm gonna ask you some questions about being a trans woman.
don't talk like that.
Hold on. Yeah, I know. Look, hold on.
Every night.
Papa.
I do my sub-Q injection in my stomach
Papa.
once a week.
I didn't ask
every
you.
Monday. You're a piece of shit. And
I
so
know.
is your little.
Hold on.
transphobic
Hold
boy
on.
you got down here.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Bruh.
You're both.
Bruh.
You're transphobic. You're
Yo.
Everyone.
Everyone.
You're whittling people down to their biology.
Everyone quiet.
Nazis.
Everyone. Hold on. You gotta answer some questions. Can we have a respectful conversation? You can answer some questions for me.
What's up, Dyke?
Can you answer some questions for me?
What's good?
And you really
Okay. Name. Hold on.
Get over
Name.
it, faggot.
Here. Hold on. Name 3 Sophie songs.
I don't know who that bitch is, and I don't.
Up. You're not trans. Confirmed. Not trans. Goodbye, 4chaner. Welcome to hell.
Imagine being a
Welcome
cis
to
man
hell.
and cosplaying being a woman on the internet.
Hold on.
But you're not trans.
God.
Hold on. Block forever.
Yeah, no, guys. Let's give some media literacy to the audience for a second. Let's give some media literacy. To the audience
Please
for a
enlighten
second.
us.
This is called a sock puppet. What a sock puppet is someone who is actually against a community or an idea, but masquerades undercover as being in that community that they are against to make them look ridiculous, and two, to troll. And we need to be very aware that this is happening en masse. A lot of it does come from 4chan.
Do we think?
So?
Well, do we think? Okay, slightly off topic, but chat brought this up. Do we think Lily Tino?
Yes, this is what. Yes.
We think Lily Tino's a sock puppet?
Yes, and this is where I'm going with this.
Really?
I'm not gonna harp on this too much, but go scroll through that TikTok page and tell me that it does not read like a Mad TV skit where all of these people on the right who are trying to make the trans community look like predators. They all sat in a conference room, and they got on a whiteboard, and they were like, okay, what do we focus on?
Lily Tino had FFS. Lily Tino had FFS. Who cares? I don't give a fuck.
Did Lily Tino have FFS?
Who cares? FFS doesn't make you trans.
Anyway, I don't want to harp on this too long because I will. Trust me, I
like
will be
it.
way more offensive with this one than this conversation. So,
yeah.
But yes, sock puppets exist. Not everyone that says they're a trans person is a trans person, and not from a validity perspective, right? But from an online social circle troll perspective. You got to be careful and you got to vet people. Just like a lot of you people, you see someone say that they're trans, and right off the bat, your guard goes down and you start to trust them. You need to train yourself to not do that. And it's the over obsession with validity that causes this issue. And that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Not passing means you're not trans. No, we're saying people who are faking.
No.
Yo, hold on. Let me run it. Hold on. Everybody.
Go ahead.
Silence. What we're talking about is that not because Lily Tino is a total fucking hun, but that only some of y'all get that joke. But that Lily Tino is actually a conservative psyop who's not,
Thank God.
Right? So what we're saying is that Lily Tino was created in a conservative think tank to make trans people look bad. Here's how I, know this for 99% certainty.
I'm so glad someone else said it.
For 99% certainty, this is how I know this, okay? Lily Tino has never been in trans community. Lily Tino does not interact with other trans creators. Lily Tino, just grifts. Nobody who is sincerely a trans person would do that much harm to the trans community.
Exactly.
It's not just about money, right? Trans people are mad broke. You know, it's like hella trans people are mad broke and would rather. Blair White is just a pick me. Don't worry about Blair White. But hella trans people. Oh, wait, Gene sent a rose. Thank you.
But
hella
so,
trans
see, the
people,
thing is, no amount of money. Like you could make $1 million off TikTok.
Hold on, time out. Why would Lily Tino do laser hair removal? Because a conservative guy can do laser hair removal. What the fuck?
Yeah, hold on. I have a point too before we get my ADHD self is already forgetting.
Run it.
So no trans person like let's say Lily made like even $1 million off TikTok doing this shit, right? If Lily was truly trans, losing your rights is not worth $1 million because how are you going to spend $1 million if you're locked up in a camp?
Exactly.
Like,
also,
I'm
bro,
sorry.
Bro, hold on. Can you follow me so I can follow you back? Like either follow or unfollow me, and then I'll follow you back. I want to follow you.
Are you talking to me? Because I follow you.
Yeah, but just like unfollow and follow. Because I can't, it's like on the internet thing.
My page is also private, so I'll accept it.
Oh, that's cool. Follow.
But,
there we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
But yeah, so yeah, the whole thing with Lily Tino, yes, Lily Tino was literally created by a conservative think tank, and if you understand, again, like if Lily Tino was truly trans, you would be able to see that in Lily's content. Lily's content wouldn't solely be, let me go to Disneyland and let me play with food and talk about it as if it's my junk. And like Lily also purposely will talk about interacting with children in restrooms, like there like several videos where Lily has interacted with children in restrooms and posted it. It's very obvious that it is on purpose to make trans people look like predators. And the funny thing about it is because this propaganda is so well created that if trans people try to call it out, then the rest of the trans community will dogpile on them, which only furthers it because these people see these trans people defending Lily.
I've seen Dylan Mulvaney in trans community. Dylan Mulvaney is chill.
If you do some research into Lily, Lily did Zio advocacy heavy. Lily used to be a director at JN Future and has worked with many APAC reps. It's hard to find. You gotta dig. But if you dig with that old name, I found it. Lily used to be a director at JN Future, which is like a youth Zio organization.
Zio, like what?
Zionist.
Oh, word?
Yes, like heavily into it. Heavily into it. So you're telling me that
what's the dead last name? What's the dead last name? Drop it for chat.
Last name's the same, first name, you know the first name?
Yo, dead name Lily Tino. Do it! Do it!
It wouldn't be dead naming because Lily Tino.
Nicholas Coutinho. Nicholas Coutinho, say it with your fucking chest, hooker.
Yes, Nicholas Coutinho. See, even I, it's so beat into us. Never invalidate a trans person. But like, if Lily Tino was an alt-right psyop, at what point would we be able to call it out?
Exactly.
There's no point we'd be able to. It would just continue. But look it up. Nick Contino, JN Future, Nicholas Contino, JN Future. I found multiple meetings that he posted. They, whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Let's go with they. Go with they.
Yeah, that they hosted with APAC reps. Like heavy into the there's something going on here. Also,
yo, hey, bro. Can you like DM me some stuff about this later? I want to make a video about this. The hook would be something like Lily Tino isn't trans.
It's hidden.
And now I'm not saying Lily Tino is a man or whatever, but what I'm saying is that Lily Tino is a sock puppet. Lily Tino is a conservative psyop.
Yes.
Yeah.
And people don't. It makes me so mad how blind a lot of people are in the community because they end up beating themselves up, defending Lily when. Yes. Oh my God.
Real. Anyway, real recognize real.
This has been bouncing around my head for weeks.
No, that's that could be a topic. Lily Tino isn't actually trans. Anyway, hold on. Who's this person? Lilith Crane. Did you get to talk?
Hi.
Also, Fresso, I'm gonna drop you, but thank you so much.
Of course.
Yeah, hit me with a follow too. See ya. We got
just
Travis.
for clarification, I'm 23, born in
Word,
2002.
appreciate
I
it.
know I sound young, you know.
Word.
I understand now that I'm definitely not an op. I was confused when I first came here. So I'm pan and demi. So the way I see like trans people is just whatever they identify as. You know, do you understand what I mean? So a trans man is just a man to me.
Okay.
I don't even see them necessarily as trans.
Whoa! Why not?
Well,
I mean,
I
being
understand
trans is
this
a big part of
process.
my experience.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
that's
agree.
a different
I don't
thing
want to
because for me, I take
I'm
that as like, oh, thank you. So
I
yeah,
mean-
people are different.
Well, yes, but no. I mean, I
more
would say
so,
for
like,
bro,
I'm very
right? I mean, like,
accepting that you're just you, if that makes sense.
I think it's because I've had really consistently negative experiences with bi-pan women, like super fetishizing me, that I get very like,
Oh, that's so fair.
oh, it's so bad. It's like
I'm
on
so
dating apps,
sorry.
it's so bad. I mean, you don't have to apologize. You're chill.
No, I know, but I understand. So
It's cool. Oh, why do you understand? What are you? Oh, you just conceptually
I've just
understand.
experienced it in other forms, not necessarily. I mean, because I considered myself bi for the
People have been
longest time.
fetishizing you for being trans,
No,
so you don't understand.
no. I mean, as
Word.
in I've seen it, but I've
Oh.
also just been fetishized in other ways.
Alright.
Like in like a
Not
woman
had the same experience.
aspect.
It was a different context.
Word.
So, isn't it to where if you're a trans man,
Mhm.
wouldn't you be, if you are into women, wouldn't you be straight, bi, pan, but not per se wouldn't that be invalidating? Like
Yeah.
you as a man? Because
Yes.
isn't
That's what
being
you think,
lesbian,
right?
like,
Yes.
okay. That was the only thing I was confused about. Like,
Yeah, no, we agree. We agree. There's definitely a lot of people that don't agree, but I think we all agree here that it is invalidating, yeah.
I do think the whole accept everything is like also a huge problem, which is where I realized I'm not an op. Because this has gotten
Yeah.
to a point where we've seen it in many forms, to where we've
Hey,
seen.
can I add to this? Sorry, can I interrupt you for a moment? People, and then this is the thing that's really annoying. People say, "Oh, I guess I'm not woke. I guess I'm just like I don't understand things." No, like people misuse the term woke has been stepped on so many fucking times that it doesn't mean what it, and that really annoys
Right.
me. Like,
I think there's
yeah.
like definitely like different definitions of woke, especially these days, right? Like being
Woke is the new
was a
SJW,
good thing
is
for
what
a
it
while.
is.
Woke is AAV. It was created by a black community. It just meant like not sleep. Woke literally just means not sleep.
Right, originally, but then they turned it into a form of like SJW.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love you. 12 trying. Thank you. I love you.
It's just because like for a while we did need some changes, like especially like I think a huge example, not that it's fully relating to this topic at all, but
It's
like
been in
Woodstock
here a while.
'99, you know.
I
So
don't know
like
what that
with what happened there to women, woke culture was kind of a part of that, and so was like the Me Too movement. That was a good step for that.
For sure.
But now we're seeing like for particularly the LGBT, we see predators try to get in on this whole acceptance thing, right? Where they're like, oh, I'm valid too as an identity because I can't help it.
That's a conversation.
I think it's more so that our community is painted as that. Go ahead, sorry.
O sea, como que no, porque por el simple hecho de tener diferentes genitales, ¿sabes?
Hola, ¿cómo
Puedo
estamos?
entender que
Necesitas hablar más lento, no soy fluida.
Sorry, there's a lot of people in guest requests, way more than normal. So if you like, can you come up soon? Yeah, if you keep yelling at me, I will let you up because here, blink _ gone, come up, but just don't say anything, okay?
Oh goodness, what's this gonna be?
Paige.
Oh.
Y'all, if you like the stream and I see that you've been liking it, I'll let you up.
I gotta go really quick, but I'm glad
Okay.
that we had this quick discussion. And
Thank you so much for coming by. We really appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Thank you for the likes, everybody. Really appreciate it. Helps out a lot. Also, heart me's. It's like 70 cents. Heart me's really help. What's going on? Who are we talking to right now? Paige!
Hello.
The trans man lesbians. Please, I sent 400 likes. Okay, but you have to be quiet up front.
Can trans men be lesbians? I think that if they identify with their birth sex, they should
That's
be
insane.
able to.
Why would a trans man identify with?
But that's
And that's not a birth, sex, and gender. I mean, type shit, right? I mean, but then also like transsexual, right? So why would a transsexual man identify with his birth sex?
A transgender man?
Transsexual man.
Isn't that an outdated term?
I mean,
not necessarily.
No.
Two ways you can. So transsexual is someone who's actively transitioning to like be that gender. So like.
Hold on. Sorry. Can I interrupt? Because I want to talk about this. Transgender just means you changed your gender. Transsexual means you're like a person with a transsexual condition. Is the way I like to phrase it, right? So
All
I'm a
transsexuals
transsexual
transition,
woman.
but not all transgender people transition medically.
But then to make sure that this is not transmedicalism, transsexual people, some people are transsexual and don't have access to medication. That doesn't mean they're not transsexual people. You
Right.
know? When I was born, before I started taking hormones, I was still a transsexual woman. Right? That makes sense?
Yep.
Okay, so transsexual men. Can transsexual men be lesbians?
Yes.
It's a psychiatric condition. I mean, not exactly, because like then you're saying being a lesbian is a psychiatric condition. I don't really agree with the phrasing.
Can I ask a question? So if transsexual men can be lesbians, can cis men be lesbians?
I think as long as they identify with being a woman.
So no, cis men.
No,
I think I think you might be confused. So a trans man is someone who was assigned female at birth and now identifies as male.
Okay, sorry. No. We're not doing this. Goodbye. We're not gonna sit here and explain very basic trans concepts to people.
Yeah, I mean you're right.
Yeah, we're gonna have a 105 conversation about this. We're not doing 101.
Yeah.
Okay, Blink
I have
gone.
I have a tendency to like continue on the conversation with people to understand. But it's totally it's your life. It's your life. So
No, thank you. Can you be a lesbian? I don't know. You either are or aren't.
Okay, so at least for me, I'm more or less just like confused
Okay,
because
run
of
it.
like how people word it, I guess. Because I'll hear other
What?
You muted or something?
I didn't do shit. I have like a piece of glass in my finger or something. I'm trying to get
Oh yeah,
out.
no, I was talking to the person talking.
Hey yo, fam. Can lesbians be left alone? It seems like.
Agree.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of loser lesbians on Reddit who are like, I just want a girlfriend. I don't want to be left alone. Please, somebody be my girlfriend. Are y'all frozen? This person's frozen. Okay, Blake, you can come back. Molly's Law. What? Mole's Law. I have dyslexia. Mole's Law. I have self-diagnosed dyslexia. How are we doing?
No, you're frozen, Mole's Law. They're in the comments saying, "Are y'all frozen?"
Am I frozen?
Like you stopped. No, it's that. It's them. Like you were talking and then your audio just cut out. Okay, they're probably having connectivity issues or something.
Everybody's having connectivity issues. This person. Don't bring up CV. Okay, that makes me want to bring up CV. Hold on. Let's let CV talk for 1 sec, because this might be. How's it going?
Hi.
Hi.
Am I talking or is the other person?
Yeah, what's up? We talk.
Okay, I've just been sitting here for a while, and I just wanted to comment on things that have been said. Because, like, the first person that I saw said something, or you guys said that, well, really quickly, I'm 18, but this was the person that was also 18. And he said, oh, you're young, and you understand this. So, like, I feel like it's, hold on. It's like this whole trans men being lesbian thing, it's like older people saying that.
Okay.
I feel like it's been from 18 to like 25 that I've seen people say this.
I've seen a lot of the older, like 35 to whatever crowd saying it as sort of like
Interesting. I haven't seen that.
Which is like, oh well, what about like butch identities and it's a lot of this fucking circle jerk of like,
That's
well, have
weird,
you read
'cause-
Stone Butch Blues? You need to read Stone Butch Blues.
Yeah, but I always hear that from I feel like younger people. That's very interesting. I didn't. Yeah. Okay.
Our TikTok algorithms.
My friend was talking about this, and she was basically saying that like she's like a butch identity, and that she knows the history from like basically old school queers who are saying like, oh, trans men have always been in the lesbian community. This is like basic.
Right, because they
history.
just be men.
Yeah, and because trans
Exactly,
women
I
had
thought
to
it
be
was
on the
awesome.
street.
Huh?
And because trans women were on the street because they weren't
Right.
allowed in lesbian community. historically.
Your headset cut out.
Yeah.
Your audio is weird now.
Mine?
Yes. Host, Sloan.
Oh.
You said my audio's weird?
Hold on, wait, talk again?
Is that better?
It's like we're coming out of your speakers rather than the headset now.
No, somebody has hold on. Look, see if I mute it. See, it's much better now. Yeah, this person, please put headphones in too. Is CV? Okay, CV, you can come back when you put headphones in. We're gonna talk to this person. Hello, Clara? I'm gonna call you Clara. Clara? You're connected now? Clara. Okay, Mole's Law, just be quiet. Clara. What's up? Whatever you said was.
I don't know. I would say, personally, I think trans men can't be lesbians.
Okay, and why do you think that?
Just for the fact, like, I mean, if they transition, they identify as a man, the same way that a cis man wouldn't be able to be a lesbian. I feel like that applies there too, regardless of their like anatomy.
Word. Yeah, hold on one sec, bro. Bro didn't mean to drop. Yeah, we'll get you back. We'll get you back. Thank you very much. Hold on. Please, I'll stay quiet. Okay, you can come in, and then we need bro. Where's bro? Oh, don't do that. Hold on. Why is it won't let me add you. Wait, what the hell? Oh, there he is. W. How's it going? Also, sorry, I do have to be annoying right now because I am a content creator, so I do have to be annoying. Everybody, if you're enjoying the live, please like, follow me. I'll be doing this more often. You need to bring Roy next. Who's Roy? Okay, Roy, just keep quiet for a second. Almost 30K likes. I know, we're trying to get to 500,000 likes. What was the other thing?
Is Roy that you know?
Oh, yo, what's good, bro?
Yeah. Yo.
All right, trans men, lesbians.
I've been watching on the VC. So.
Please be on the same side.
First off, I am a binary trans man.
Word.
I'm queer. I like all genders. But honestly, I don't really care if a trans man calls himself a lesbian. It takes nothing away from me. If it makes them feel more comfortable, more power to them. It honestly doesn't hurt me at all.
Okay, W, is there anything you want to say to that?
Quick, do you feel like you don't feel that someone who claims to be a trans man calling themselves a lesbian is painting trans men as a whole as less than men? Because it absolutely does. It puts the option on the table for a trans man to be a lesbian.
Well, I think being a trans man is an inherently queer experience, and for me personally, I thought I was a lesbian and then realized that I'm a man. So I thought I was straight. Yeah. And then I didn't like the label being straight. I never identified as a lesbian as a man. I end up realizing I'm bi and then queer. Whatever, honestly, I think it's whatever label makes the person comfortable. I think the experience is queer. So I think there's other problems that our community can focus more on. I really don't think I'm a trans man calling themselves a lesbian is like so like crazy. I'm gonna be honest, because like woman love woman just means like literally a lesbian is anyone that is not a man. There are like like trans.
So then wait, you just said okay, but you just said that.
Do you think that it's okay for a cis man to call himself a lesbian?
What about a queer cis man?
Isn't queer.
What about a queer cis man?
But it's like there's a right like
well,
yes,
a queer
like
cis man would be like not a lesbian because they would like men.
No.
What do you mean?
A queer cis man, so who identifies their sexual attraction in the same way that you do, with being some sort of pansexual, bisexual, into everybody kind of thing, right?
And then another thing I want to.
So then they would identify that as queer, and then so that queerness they would attribute to, well, if I'm queer, then I can be a lesbian.
I wouldn't necessarily say that being
liking men.
I wouldn't necessarily say that being a trans man is an inherently queer experience because while yes, it you do fall under that LGBT umbrella. Not all trans men would claim queer, first off, and then second of all, like, just because it doesn't make you personally uncomfortable that someone who identifies the exact same way as you, like, if you identify as a binary trans man, is like, even if it doesn't personally bother you, and like, again, we are trained, like in this community, it's so beat into us. We just need to accept everybody. Do not question what anyone says, whatever the case may be. But the problem is, right? The problem is that even if it doesn't personally bother us, me, it personally bothers me because of the bigger picture, right? Because again, even if it's not invalidating our personal identities, our identity as a whole, as a binary man, is being invalidated by people who are skewing our identity and saying that they can be lesbians. It's one thing if they want to say that they're not a man, right, and call themselves a lesbian, but if they are claiming 100% to be a binary man, but then also calling themselves a lesbian, like, you can't just invalidate your entire community because you're uncomfortable with calling yourself straight.
Hear me out. I think that if a person wants to, I guess, like, what I'm trying to say is that there's other issues that are more important.
Yeah, there are. There are. We just
and another thing with that point, that too, this only gets brought up in opposition. But if someone was to argue that trans men can be lesbians, if someone were to argue that, then no one's going to tell them, oh, we have bigger problems, stop the infighting. The stop the infighting argument,
I mean, I'm
only used
honestly,
against
I'm trying to
dissent.
get to the point. I'm trying to get
Go
to
ahead.
the point. Like,
the problem is my point is a little longer than like 3 words, so you have to listen to the entire point.
I am. I think the reason why, I think the thing is that why does it make some trans men feel uncomfortable? Because I think
it's erasing the entire idea of what it means to be a trans man.
So what does it mean to be a trans man?
To be a man.
It's more than that, though.
I mean, it is, but when you try to tack on all this other stuff, you're othering trans men from cis men.
No,
you were saying they're less than men.
First off, I would hate
CV.
It took work to get here. I am a trans man. I am a man, but also I want to be proud of who I am.
Right, and that's totally fine.
Yeah,
like me too. I worked hard to get here as well. I've transitioned for over 10 years. It's just me personally. Like that's just personal nuances of identity.
Yeah,
but again, if someone's saying they're a lesbian, that is invalidating all of our manhood because they are putting the option on the table for a trans man to be a lesbian. Therefore, therefore reducing them to their biology. It is candy-coated bioessentialism.
I guess what my thing is that I think, Jesus, I'm trying to get my thoughts.
And I'm not. I sound aggressive in this conversation. I'll keep.
You don't sound aggressive.
No aggression towards you at all.
You don't
like
sound
I know
aggressive.
you understand. Like we have a very similar experience, but again, like
I think the thing is that every person's experience is different. Like everyone,
but they're trying to change what the label means. Like yes, everyone's experience is different, right? Yeah. Everyone's experience is different, but when we talk about the meanings of words.
Bro, it honestly just sounds, for me, right? I know that I'm a man, right?
Right.
Someone saying that they're a lesbian and still identifying as a man, as a trans man, does not take anything away from me because that person.
Well, right. And kind of saying in a similar vein.
Let me just explain.
Go ahead.
It's everything. Every person's experience, everyone's definition is different. Everyone's point of view is different.
But if a cis man, like, so let's say a cis person called me a lesbian, right? That doesn't take anything away from me personally. I do not care. I've been transitioning for over 10 years. I don't care if someone misgenders me, right?
Yeah, but
that's still invalidation, regardless of how I feel about the invalidation.
You don't identify as a lesbian. The thing is that there are some trans men that do.
But then they're completely erasing the meaning of what it means to be a trans man, which is what I identify as. They are trying to change. They're trying to co-opt and change the meaning of what it means to be a trans man because it means you're a man. Like and tacking an identity that is specifically meaning non-men to a male, like to that man identity. Right? They like you're watering down, you're changing, and you are skewing the idea of what it means to be a transgender man, which harms everyone who identifies as a transgender man. If you
I
want to
mean,
identify
I
as
think-
trans masc, that's different, right? But if you're a binary man, sorry, I know like
Yeah.
we want to pacify people, we want to make everyone comfy, right? Like we don't want to invalidate people, we don't want to hurt their feelings. But at the end of the day, like a line has to be drawn somewhere, because why would we create all of
honestly,
these
it just
labels? And
I
then
think it
then
just seems like
treat
it's
them as
just
if they have no meaning.
enforcing gender roles again. Like, oh, this
no,
is how
I
you
would say
fit
the
into
opposite
that.
is enforcing sex roles, because again, it always goes back to bioessentialism. The reason why a trans man can be a lesbian in your eyes and the eyes of other people that agree with you, but a cis man cannot, is because you see trans men as different than cis men, whereas a lot of trans men don't see, like, the whole point of identifying as a man is being a man. Right? So again, if a trans masc person, a non-binary person wants to call themselves a lesbian, that is completely different. But people already try to conflate trans masc and trans man. They try to say that they're the same thing.
The
and they're
thing
not.
is that words change, definitions, like we make
Right, and I'm saying
progress
don't change
in
my
world.
definition that I call myself. You have
Yes,
no right to
you
change
can
the
call
definition
yourself,
of
that's the
being
thing.
a trans
You can
man.
call yourself that. That's what I'm saying. I'm fighting for those men to be able to still call themselves lesbians if they wanted to.
No, because that
just like I would fight
changes
for
the
you.
meaning of trans man. That changes the meaning of trans man. You're basically calling them man light. Like when you say that.
I don't
it
think
is
so.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's like
I'm gonna be in an impasse there. But again, yes, it's a personal identifier, right? It's whatever makes them feel comfy. But when a trans man calls himself a lesbian, he is shouting from the rooftops that yes, trans men can be lesbians. But yet those same people would dogpile a cis man that called themselves a lesbians. That is literally the transphobic position. You're saying that trans men are not real men. Like, how does that not make sense?
I think
that is kind of what you're saying, bro.
I think honestly, these discussions really just divide us as a group. Like,
No. I am the host.
You know why?
I am the host. Everyone shut up. I'm the host. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. I'm the host. Everyone shut up. I'm the host. Oh my god.
What?
Bro, you're literally both. Anyway, I am the host. Everyone shut up, okay? Wait, I forgot what I was gonna say. I remember. We're not doing, but this divides the queer community. This is the topic at hand. Okay.
That is literally just manipulation to get people to shut up. That's the only time it's ever used.
Yeah, we're not doing. But what about queer community?
We're not a
doing
monolith.
that.
Sometimes people will disagree with you, and they're gonna stand 10 toes down on it.
Yeah.
Can I explain without sounding like targeting?
No, absolutely. Again, I only have this tone of voice because we're debating. I have nothing against you personally.
For me, right? I'm gonna please let me just say all I gotta say. I'm not trying to sound like a dick. I'm not gonna be disrespectful, I swear to God. Okay? I see on my For You page all of different communities fighting for their rights with all of this shit that's happening. I'm not gonna say things. You guys know what I'm talking about, obviously.
No, I don't actually. I don't. What you just said was really vague. I actually don't know what you're saying.
I think he's talking about the social political climate we live in.
Everything. Everyone's losing their rights, and I think.
Yeah.
We could.
No.
We're supposed to help each other.
Okay. But you came in here. You came in here being like, okay, I'll engage with the conversation, and then as soon as the conversation went a certain way, you said, guys, why are we talking about this? Come on, we need to we're all losing our rights here.
Do you not notice that everyone?
You want to know why?
Yeah, run
it. Because honestly, when I saw that you were streaming this, I was disappointed. Because
I was ecstatic. I was ecstatic. I hopped right in.
This is not rage
because
yes.
Why are we fighting with each other?
Why are we fighting with each other?
Because part of being part of a community is infighting. That's what being part of a community is infighting.
Can I give a hot take?
Run it.
So, as someone who grew up in a very evangelical Christian household, right? We're not everything debating. Has to be this way. And this, I'm getting somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like purity culture had a lot of people in the LGBT community internalized purity culture, and how they disconstructed is they reframed it into this like you have to use like this perfect light. Like I what am I trying to say here? What am I trying to say here?
No, you're good. Find it.
It's like it's like if you're LGBT, there's like a box of considered in the community. There's like this subconscious checklist of like excessive validity. Like, yes, everyone's valid, but like we can't just accept everything that's said all the time, because sometimes that stuff is harmful, right? So yes,
I know that.
Like, are there trans men that feel comfortable calling themselves lesbians? Yes, I understand that. I understand that as living as a queer person, it's hard for someone to go through that and then all of a sudden start calling themselves straight, right? But if you're going to if you are a trans man and you're going to claim the label of trans man, and then you call yourself a lesbian just to avoid the discomfort of calling yourselves a straight man, because again, there's also stigma with straight men. You don't want to be lumped in with straight cis men and their problematic like opinions and actions. I understand, but at the end of the day, that discomfort is not worth invalidating what being a trans man means. Because if we just say yes, whatever, cool, that's great, then the words mean nothing. Words mean things. There's a reason we have these identities. Is because
I don't like. Hold on. I don't like the argument of words mean everything. I would more go for the point.
Words change.
Hold on, Roy.
Words change, but not when people forcibly try to change them. Like, there's a difference between the natural progression of language and people trying to insert their own views into a word that already has not been around for very long and already has an assigned meaning. There's a difference between the natural progression of language and the forced progression of language that doesn't suit the majority of people that claim that label. Because again, it is a personal identity thing. Yes, I understand that makes them.
Can I add something? I think there's a degree to which it's the thing where like trans men like have been at the behest, I don't think that's the right way to say it, but like have been on the receiving end of like men being shitty and patriarchy and yada yada, that it's that it's like hard if you're like a straight trans guy, right, that it's really hard to sort of look in the mirror, swallow that you're like actually part of that.
Right.
You know,
well, and that girl just wants to be a man, but
no. But then that gets into that gets into trans misogyny and how like trans women, we're not granted that space to be like, well, I'm just queer, I'm like whatever. Like, no, society will treat you as you are because of the intersection of, you know, transness and womanness.
Hear me out.
Run it.
Hear me out.
All right.
I'm not to flex or anything. I pass very well. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. Me too, yeah.
Okay.
But I will never feel comfortable and genuinely safe with a cis man alone. Okay? I'd rather be with women. I'd rather be with queer people.
Wait, why?
So I think
I understand that.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, why would you not? So? They don't know that.
Yeah,
if you pass well, they don't know that.
Up as a quote-unquote woman in this world does something to you. It changes your perception on how you treat people. Like,
so you might have missed this. I literally talked about this earlier on the live.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I did.
The idea of like that there is something intrinsically womanly about you because of your upbringing.
Oh no, that is not what I'm saying at all.
Right, it's not what you're saying, but you have to understand it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Like a lot of the people that argue that trans men can be lesbians, they start with this line of speech, right? Well, like, I was socialized as female, you know. I'm not saying you specifically.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Wait, Roy, I want to ask you
the conversation. Again, what that becomes is candy coated bioessentialism, right? So, like, saying that it is possible for a trans man to be a lesbian solely because of socialization or their junk.
No, that's not what I'm saying, though.
Right, but
I'm saying that how you said, God, how do I say this? I'm saying that feeling, I already feel othered because people don't realize I'm queer.
And you shouldn't have to feel othered.
I know. it's crappy. That's just how we treat men in general.
Wait,
right?
you feel othered because people don't realize you're queer?
That's
how would that
Yeah, I
be
can explain
othering?
that if
We
you want me
we live in like a straight society. How would that be othering? Like if people
it's
don't
othering
realize
for
you're
my-
queer, then you would be accepted.
Okay.
If you're visibly queer,
want
then
me to
you'd
explain
be.
what I mean?
Yeah, run it.
Okay, so me,
I know
look, for me, people will come up to me, cis men will say the most misogynistic, dirt ugly shit, and I have to, and I just don't give them anything. I'm just like, that shit's weird, and then I move on, right? That's what I'm saying. That I know that I'm in the privilege in this.
Well, yeah. If I were you, I would try to like
I guess
you know
we have very
educate them or
different-
change their behavior.
We have very different experiences. Like when that happened, because that does happen to me as well. When that does happen to me, obviously I am disgusted with the person that's in front of me. I'm disgusted with what they're saying. But the fact that they're reading me as a man is validating to me. Again, completely separate from what they're saying, right? But
I'm glad that they're not gonna beat the crap out of me, even that has happened. Okay, but like, what I'm saying is that I think a trans man wanting to feel like seen in their own community, I think that's different.
In what community? In trans men community?
Right, but you can still be seen. You can still be seen in your community and not call yourself like. It's not like. It's like here's where I think we're going with this. Here's where I think we're going with this. A lot of trans men don't want to call themselves.
Yeah.
A lot of trans men don't want to call themselves straight men, so they use the lesbian identity so that they don't have to let go of that queer appearance, because it makes them uncomfortable because they've held on to it for so long. And another aspect of it is, well, I've told people I was a lesbian for so long. I've told people I liked women for so long. If I go and change my gender and say I'm not a lesbian anymore, then people are just going to say that I was making it up or going willy-nilly, and then I feel like my queerness is being erased.
It's like to conform to cis people's.
No, that's how you're interpreting it. What I'm saying is, regardless of cis people's opinion, right? Like if someone misgenders me, if a cis person calls me a woman, I don't really care, because I've already transitioned. I really don't care. You can't really hurt me like that, right? But it's like, if a trans man is calling themselves a lesbian, then like if they claim the exact identity that I do as a man, and then they give themselves this contradicting label that literally is a contradicting label with man. It's non-man loving non-man. It's literally contradicting to the word man. And they are proclaiming that, and they're getting it like it's not about cis people's perception. It's about the invalidating of the label. Like people always say it's about cis people's perspective, because like all of when someone is in opposition to you on these types of topics, there are all these talking points that people say, like it's like they literally.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, yo, 1 second. Hey, y'all, can we get Jasper or Snotkind? Can y'all add whatever y'all want to add so that I can get, because there are a lot of people in the guest request.
Damn, I didn't realize how many people there were. I'll shut up.
Oh, no, y'all are cool. This is going very well. I just want let's get y'all going, and then we'll get B to talk as well. Just so
like I looked up and I was like, dang.
Yeah, just so we can get everybody in the request.
No, I was very intrigued by what George had to say about like this how do you say, dichotomy between the cis validation and you feeling invalidated by someone who is so similar to you but identifies differently. I'd like to hear a bit more about that too.
Well, it's not even just that identifying differently. It's that they're identifying as the same thing as I am, but then they're screaming from the rooftops that what I am can be a lesbian, when that's not the case, because a man can't be a lesbian.
But to me, this feels very much like that's a very personal issue to you. If that's like, I don't know.
Well, here's where yes, is it a personal thing? Yes. Like would it potentially make that person comfortable? Sure. I don't understand it, but whatever. But at the end of the day, if you identify as a trans man and you're calling yourself a lesbian and you're advocating that trans men can be lesbians, then you are destroying and erasing what it means to be a trans man for most trans men. Because this is not most of the trans men community. This is a very small facet that like people are pushing, like it's like they're trying to forcibly change what being a trans man means and water down the manhood of being a trans man. So yes, it is a personal moniker, it's a personal identifier, but if you're claiming that it is possible for you to be a trans man and a lesbian at the same time, you are claiming that it is possible for trans men to be lesbians, which therefore affects the entire community as a whole. And we're already seen as men like we're already seen as butch lesbian 2.0. So let's not exacerbate it.
Okay, so here's what I think. Also clearly from also Roy being in this chat, there's multiple ways of being a trans man, right? Like, I feel like you're very much set on there's one.
What are the different ways to be a binary trans man?
Hold
on. What are the different ways to be a binary trans man?
Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly.
I feel like
where we're talking about binary trans men.
Thank you.
No, but I thought I was under the impression that Roy also...
Again, trans man is not trans masculine. A lot of this problem is because people try to conflate the two, and they try to make trans man into like this uwu being. Like they try to say that it's basically the same thing, and it's not.
Yeah,
there's
just
also
a little
many
guy.
different ways of being a binary cis man, right? Why can't there be that?
Like how?
Would you say a cis man
Like I said,
could be
you can be a plumber, you can be an
a
electrician.
cis man?
Those are jobs.
Can a cis man be a lesbian? If the answer is no, then trans men cannot be lesbians. Otherwise, you are othering trans men, you're being transphobic, and you're saying trans men aren't really men. And that's not directed at you, that's to this whole conversation.
What?
It's an umbrella term, just like many other things, like lesbian.
Trans is an umbrella term. Being a trans man is a very specific identity within an umbrella term.
Transsexual
That's
man.
what I'm talking about. That people try to conflate non-binary with binary trans people. Like they forget that we exist. Like we're still here, we're still rocking, okay?
And you can absolutely do that.
Right, but trans men cannot be lesbians. Trans masculine people can be lesbians.
What's up? That person was talking a lot of BS. Jasper, there are a lot of people in the guest request.
Didn't even understand what the trans.
Yeah, I don't know what that person was on about. Okay, let's get some more people in here.
People just listen to everything and then they just like vomit back up what they hear other people say, and that's frustrating. It's like critically think about what this is. Critically think about what I'm saying.
Could I say something real quick?
Say that shit.
Can I say something real quick?
Oh
yeah. After me, chat.
Ladies first. Ladies first.
Guys, Eve hasn't spoken yet.
I recognize a Joanne conspiracy when I see one. This is a roundabout way to call trans women men. And, you know, this is always a turd conspiracy, this question.
Huh? How is this calling trans women men?
This
is more so calling trans men women.
I'm agreeing with you.
Well, if you call if you call trans men women, then you're like calling trans women men in the same breath.
Oh wait, no, you know what?
Yeah,
okay, never mind. It just clicked. I'm so sorry. It just clicked.
And that's all I got.
Okay.
It's very true. It's
Cobb,
very
I'm gonna drop you.
That's very true. This conversation may be about us, but on a larger scale, on a dog whistle scale, it's not really about us. It's about trans women.
What's up? I'm the center of attention again.
How
Let's
is
go.
it about trans women? Could you tell me?
Because
I'm so popular.
I can try to articulate. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let her take this because she's probably gonna do it better.
Me?
Than me.
Oh, word. Okay. By calling trans men women in some variety, then you are it like it trickles down to calling trans women men.
That's
Well, yeah,
why,
so, like,
that's why
the
I was
only
trying to
reason-
explain
the
earlier
only
that that's
reason-
different.
The
Why is
only
that
reason
different?
it's
Hold on,
acceptable-
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
explain it. The
Silence.
only reason
You're not
it's
calling me men.
acceptable. The only
not
reason it's
calling me.
acceptable to call a trans man, it's to some people. The only reason why it's considered acceptable, like in the queer community, for some reason, and the majority for some fucking reason, is that trans like you can call a trans man a lesbian, but you can't call a cis man a lesbian, is because of their biology and socialization. Right?
Okay.
But then if you're saying that trans men can be lesbians solely because of their biology and socialization, you're essentially saying that trans women, like, even if you're not saying that, right? You have to understand it's not what you say, it's how you say it. You're saying that trans women cannot be lesbians because it's based on biology and
Lived
socialization.
experience. How many times?
Right. Right.
Okay,
but-
Roy,
No,
Roy,
it is
Roy,
different, though.
Roy,
It is
Roy,
different, though.
Roy. So then
It's not.
Roy.
It is.
So then
It
Roy.
is because I grew up as a woman. I felt.
You did not grow up as a woman. If you're like
Yeah,
you
if
grew
you're
up
if you're a
socialized
no
as a
wait
woman.
Roy. If you're a transsexual man, you didn't grow up as a woman. You grew up as a trans man.
You see where things get complicated, where you put other people's you
No,
label
no,
other
no,
people.
no,
It almost
no.
sounds
Yeah,
like
it's
we're
almost
doing
like
just like what cis
the
and
meaning
straight
of
people
words
want
get
us to
eroded,
do.
things get
No,
confused.
bro, no, listen.
Can I
Okay,
just
so
say,
wait,
you
let me
guys-
finish. Let me finish.
What?
So then, so then why, as I as a trans woman who's attracted to women, right?
Mhm.
Then why would that not, like this topic here, right? Why would that not? I said male behavior. That's funny. Why would that not say that I would be a straight man, or a straight? Let's say not
Okay.
just if trans men can be
So-
lesbians, then why can trans women not be gay men?
Because that's invalidating their gender.
What?
Now let me finish.
Yeah,
Let me
can I
finish
add
before you jump on that.
something?
It's
That's
literally the same
invalidating
thing.
their
Go ahead,
gender.
but it's the same thing. Go ahead with your nonsense, but it's the same thing.
It's invalidating their gender. Because
what?
Oh my god, bro.
Okay,
Give
so
me a fucking
let's
second.
rephrase
I
it.
have
Let's rephrase
autism,
it.
for fuck's sake.
Oh my god.
Whatever. Let's rephrase it, okay?
Me too,
Can,
dude.
You
can
guys
tra-
literally dead named an actual trans woman. That's disgusting.
Lily
I'm
Tino?
sorry. I'm done
Bro,
having this
you're-
conversation.
Sock
Fuck
puppet.
you.
Look up the word
Dude,
sock puppet.
it was Lily
Hey, look up the word
Tino.
sock puppet and black propaganda. Look up those
No,
two words.
yeah.
Read those Wikipedia articles.
Just to clarify, that is the trans guy who I was like, yeah, I'm a lesbian, and then kept hitting on me. Just
Oh, that's wild.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's
Whoa.
not great.
Anyway,
It's crazy.
Anyway, yeah, that's what I was talking about before.
We're such horrible people.
Sorry, Roy. Sorry. Nah, it's like if trans men can be gay women, if lesbian means gay women, unless you want to take some like the only argument that I've heard for this that actually makes a lot of sense for me is if you want to think about it as a social identity. Like that makes sense to me.
But that isn't that a large aspect of what lesbian is? Like, yes, it's identified.
Oh wait, no. I said it kind of makes like it's like I see the angle,
Right.
but I don't necessarily agree with it.
No, okay, no, I get you. I didn't think you did. I was just mulling on that point.
Y'all didn't let Roy speak.
We let Roy speak. Roy kept talking in circles and trying to say, like, my thing that like with Roy like 10 toes down saying that trans women cannot be gay men, but then saying it's different, but then me trying to say it's bioessentialism, and then him being like, nuh-uh, when that's literally what. If you think that trans women cannot be gay men, but you think that trans men can be lesbians, that the only place that could come from is bioessentialism. That's literally the only place that could come from.
I just want to address a few, like, something that I've heard has been said a lot and, like, brought up by a lot of people, if that's okay.
Run it.
Go ahead.
Okay, awesome. So, I'm a lesbian. I guess I would identify as, like, a demigirl, or just, yeah, I'm still figuring that out. But anyways, I'm a lesbian.
You're figuring that out.
Yeah, I'm a lesbian, but for now, I'm just, you know, a cis, I guess.
Right.
But what a lot of people have been like talking about is like it's like it doesn't matter what people call themselves, all this stuff, you know, like labels don't matter, you know, like all this stuff. But I just want to say it has never been a choice to be lesbian. And people treating it like it is a choice is so invalidating for all the women who have had to fight for their spaces away from the men. And if you know, choosing your label was even in the question, then lesbians could have just gone their whole lives saying they're cis so that they don't get hate crimed by men.
Straight, you mean straight. You said
Oh yes,
cis,
I'm
you
sorry.
mean-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Straight. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, and if they could go their whole lives being straight, they used to literally have to and like give, you know, like minor signals.
Yeah, flagging. Yeah.
Yeah, literally, because like if it was a choice, we would not have had to fight for everything. We would not have had to go through like everything that we did. So people saying that, you know, just let people be, like, let people call themselves whatever they want is not valid, because the same way that I cannot, you know, like a straight man could say, oh, well, what if I'm lesbian, then can I, you know,
then am I okay to go into lesbian bars and talk to all these women?
Exactly, and real quick, I'm just gonna interject on that really quickly. If the same person that would say that man is problematic and cannot be a lesbian can also say that trans men can be lesbians, one, they are othering trans men. They are saying that they are less than men. They are saying they're not as man as cis men. They are differentiating trans men from cis men, which is literally transphobic. It's literally the transphobic position.
Can I say something on that point?
Yeah, run it.
Saying that if you are a trans man, it's possible for you to identify as a lesbian, but if you're a cis man, you can't identify as a lesbian, which is what Roy said. You're insinuating that there's something inherently feminine about being a trans man in comparison to a cis man.
Exactly, and it always goes back to biology and socialization. So again, it's like being transphobic but with extra steps. And then again, the reason why people say these things and they don't realize they're saying transphobic shit is because a lot of what we do in the community is we hear like 5 people say something and then we just start parroting it and we don't really think much about it. Well, this person said that and it's a validity thing and I don't want to make someone uncomfortable, so I'm just gonna agree with this and not even think about the implications of that or the fact that it is contradictory. I'm just going to put that to the back of my mind and ignore my critical thinking and rational facilities because I always need to be the perfect queer person. I always need to be on my best behavior and not make people feel uncomfortable. It's like sometimes doing that harms the trans community, like this situation.
That's why we can't just be like, accept everything, because we do need to have these conversations. We can't be like, this divides us. This divides people. It causes them to think about things and not just be like, okay. It divides us because it divides the people who are willing to think about it and the people who don't want to think about it and would rather just be like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
they'll turn around and be like, stop dividing us, because they don't want to think and they don't want to have discourse. They're just like, we just need to agree on everything and you just need to accept everything we do, every way that we try to change these labels, like making it possible to be a lesbian but also a man. Like, you just have to accept that, because if you disagree then you're infighting and we have bigger problems to worry about. That only gets brought up when there's opposition to things like this. Like it's only brought up as a point to manipulate people, to get them to shut up, stop having an opinion. We are a monolith is basically.
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Is there anybody who'd like to be dropped? I'm trying to get more people through here. Okay, and the crowd goes silent. So yeah, just say what you need to say.
Sebi's trying to get back up too, but I don't know.
I want to say something to.
Yeah, Tyra's trying to join. And
so when you like have these conversations, it also like forces those people to justify why they think that way, and they like to be like, oh, let's just not have the conversation because they can't back up their points. We can go ban for ban, and one point you'll fall off and not be able to continue the conversation.
That's exactly what just happened. That's literally exactly what just happened.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because I was giving logical, rational like arguments and premises, and he was just like, no.
Now I do want to say. The idea that there is a logical, rational explanation for everything is a concept that is inherently tied to white supremacy.
For sure, not for everything. Not for everything.
Let's say, but
this is pretty clear, cut and dry.
Just throwing that in the ring there for a sec. That is,
for sure.
That is part of it.
I agree with you. I appreciate you.
That's the thing that we gotta watch out for.
I think it goes the same for like the history of it, because a lot of people were saying how a lot of like trans men were lumped with lesbians or like in the same group. I don't want to say lumped, but they were forced to be in the same group. And I think it's just because back then, even when trans men weren't passing, there's not really anywhere else for them to go. It's kind of the same issue that we have now, where it's like some trans men don't even get accepted into like the gay men spaces.
Right.
You think that you get what I'm trying to say?
I get what you're trying to say, and I really appreciate it because, oh my god, what was I going to say? I completely lost it, but it was important.
That's all good. Someone messaged me on Discord.
Also, can y'all hear me right now? Oh, yes.
Someone has something to say about me.
A lot of people, when they argue that trans men can be lesbians, they pull from that past, right? Well, these people, like Stone Butch Blues, like a lot of trans men were butch.
If I have this conversation and I have to hear the fucking book Stone Butch Blues about a cis-sexual butch woman who transitioned to avoid the trauma of men. That has nothing to do with trans men. A cis-sexual butch woman.
Right. And just because people, like, there are people that if they would have been born today versus the 30s, 40s, 50s, they had the ability to actually transition like we do. Like, we take for granted how easy we have it.
Granted.
Like,
granite, like with a rock.
Yeah, well, granted, whatever. We take for granted how easy we have it. Like, back then, yes, because they didn't have the option to really be men. Like, there were a couple, you know, like Michael Dillon, but like that's because they were very affluent and had connections. Like, a lot of trans men just had to settle for being seen as and identifying as butch women. So pulling from that time point, like that time frame and those facts, doesn't support the fact that in our modern society, a trans man is a man.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody said my name and wanted to say something. Ariana Grinder? That's a fire username. Wait, yeah, who wanted to be? Was that B? What's up?
Yeah, I was just saying, I see a lot of people trying to come up, so if I could just say something real quick, you can go ahead and,
yeah, word, let's do it.
Switch me out.
Tyra, we'll get Tyra in.
Yeah, Tyra, okay, awesome. Real quick, I just wanted to quickly address something that Roy had said whenever he first came up, that I was kind of like, it made my jaw kind of drop, not gonna lie. He said, people, and I noticed this is so many people say this too. He said people can do whatever they want, they can call themselves whatever they want, it doesn't hurt me. And I just,
it does.
He's a man, so of course it doesn't hurt him because he's a man and he's not a lesbian. So yeah, it doesn't hurt him. And most people that say it doesn't hurt anyone are not the ones being affected by it, so it does not hurt them.
Yeah, it's like, why would we be up here talking about this? You know, this is obviously topical.
Yep, it hurts lesbians and trans women.
And trans women.
Literally. Okay,
when you guys
you're good to take me down now.
Word.
When you
Thank
guys
you for
go
talking about
into conversations with people, do you immediately ask them, hey, are you a trans man or are you a trans mask? And that does that immediately inform whether they are like a romantic compatibility if you are a lesbian?
Wait, what?
So like
on TikTok, when I'm talking about trans stuff,
it's completely
yeah,
different.
I'll
I'm
ask somebody.
talking about like in real life.
Nah, in real life, nah, nobody does that. If you do that, you're a weirdo.
You just like go up to somebody and like, hey, what's up? And
also, sorry, I'm gonna be annoying for a second. Everybody, if you're enjoying the stream, please remember to like, follow, throw a heart me. Also, we have a sub goal. It's like 10 subscriptions. It's like $5-6 if you want to help support me. That would be super appreciated. But yeah, that's the end of the I'm an annoying content creator segment. Now back to the show.
Totally, that would be chaser behavior. I get that. Like, if you're going up to somebody and asking, like, hey, are you a trans man or a trans mask, and that immediately informs whether I can be into you or not. But like, in your case with Roy, I guess, like, how was that different for you because he said he was a trans man? Sloan, yeah, I was telling you.
Nah, we just like we're in like a Discord server together.
There's probably more details than we even know. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like we were just in a Discord server together. It's like a trans Discord server, so like knew everybody was trans.
Also,
and I mean, I was like,
I came in here with like a very different opinion than I have now. Like, I came in originally thinking like, hey, maybe trans men could be lesbians if they think that way. But thank you, George, for like having such a well thought out like response to all of that, because I mean, I just don't really understand that as a trans woman lesbian. But I also have another question, like, for trans women, it's very different, I feel like, with our labels and considering ourselves, like, sexual identities, because when I think of trans feminine versus trans woman, those things are basically interchangeable in my mind, but I guess I don't spend a whole lot of time, like, online talking about identities other than
I would say that they're not really.
Trans
and
women
hold
not
on,
the same as
hold on.
trans women?
No, they're not the same. Hold on, wait, let me talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So they are not the same, but the reason why there is such a difference in terms of trans femme versus trans woman is because society polices femininity so much that in order to basically be a trans feminine person, you're already
you're right, yeah,
you're already letting go of so much like male privilege, of so much, you know, safety under patriarchy, that you sort of fall into similar categories. Whereas you know, butch on T, trans mask, he, him, lesbian type people, there's a lot more acceptance of that from society, from patriarchy, from hegemony, right?
You know, yeah. Plus the
and
words.
so that's why I would argue that most of the time the terms trans femme and trans femme, trans feminine, and trans woman are used a lot more interchangeably, whereas I don't think that, like, I don't know, you don't really see a lot of like non-binary trans feminine people who aren't like on their way to becoming trans women, or like on their way to understand themselves as trans women. A lot of what we see from these people is that, whereas because society polices femininity so much more than masculinity, right? So masculinity is not policed as much, and so that's why you see a wider range of accepted gender expression.
So like the tail side of this like overall question would be like, could a trans woman be a gay person?
Yeah.
Gay in the sense
absolutely
of
not.
Yeah.
Absolutely
so, like,
fucking not.
So,
but now I would argue
would you say
that
a trans feminine person.
You know
that's
what?
I was trying to get at. Could they?
and
gay relationship?
because that's a femboy. That's a femboy who took a little bit of
only
E.
identity, but yeah.
Wait,
like,
can
yeah.
I speak right quick? So I'm gonna just say the words and what they mean because people really like to walk over that stuff, right?
Okay.
Feminine means to be feminine, not woman. It does not mean to be
Yeah.
a woman, right? When you're a trans feminine, you are a trans person who is feminine, not a woman. It's not interchangeable.
Yeah.
It's very different. Like example, gay femmes and gay masks. We don't call them women or men because they're gay masks or gay femme. We call them gay, you know, binary relationship. They're gay. They're men, right? So here's how I feel about this whole topic, right? Right? No, absolutely in no freaking way ever on the planet Earth in any fucking dimension can a trans man be a lesbian. And I hate that people are sitting here saying that because when I go to a gay bar, you know what happens? I'm at the table alone because it's a gay bar. They don't want double D's, okay? They don't want fat asses. They want they want the male booties. They want the chest. And I know how it is because I used to be a gay man before I realized my
Used
truth,
to
right?
live as. Can we use the language
I find
live
it really
as?
ridiculous that people are saying this because I'm completely locked out of the gay world. Not that I don't mind it because I'm a woman. But here's the thing. I'm not gonna sit here and flirt with a gay guy at the gay bar because he's probably gonna fucking slap me or move. I don't blame him. If I'm over here touching on his shoulder, I'm like, oh, you're so cute. Like,
I mean, he shouldn't slap you,
then
but
like, excuse me, like, do you know what kind of bar this is? Like,
excuse me, ma'am.
I hate to say it, right? Because this is also a form of bigotry that people forget. Gay men used to exclude trans women from gay bars, right? And let me tell you why. Because they were fucking women. Yes, at the same time, there was a lot of bigotry in that area. I don't support that. Right. But, like, there's a reason why they did that. It's because they're not gay men. They're not boys. They're not going to a boy lounge. They're going to, you know, they supposed to, like, just because it's hard to find people does not make it acceptable to say that you're a lesbian as a trans man.
Tyra, I have a question for you. Like, have you seen, like, in your real life, like, other trans women who, like, have engaged, even, like, in just, like, a purely sexual way with men who are gay?
Well, you know what I call that? I call that a personal preference relationship. If you and a gay man somehow hit it off, great. But that does not make you a
but
gay
yeah, that still doesn't
person.
make
You're
that woman a gay man, yeah.
And let me tell you why.
It doesn't make her a gay man.
Yeah, for sure.
Almost done.
You probably
And
like
the
need to
reason
have a
why,
realization at that point.
Then there's like
the reason
also...
why I say this is because saying these things completely directly is calling us men. It is completely directly calling us men. And let me tell you why. I'm almost done because I talk about this a lot lately. So, I'm gonna bring up non-binary people into this too because like of the dating spectrum, we don't have non-binary relationship terms. We only have binary relationship terms, right? So when you call me gay, you're calling me a man who likes men. That's the fucking definition. So like, so I do think a trans woman dating a gay man, that's great. I'm not gonna judge them, but you're invalidating yourself, sweetie. Go find you a man.
Well, what will happen? Wait, if I can interact.
Queer.
And it's fine.
Right.
Like,
well, no, it's not about calling yourself queer. What will happen eventually is that as you know, if a relationship starts out as a you know, if there's two people who understand themselves as gay men, right? One of them realizes, oh snap, I'm a trans woman. as that person starts transitioning and becoming more and more womanly, the attraction from the gay man to the woman, it diminishes over time.
Yeah, and I feel like, and I feel like even if it didn't,
it goes away. Exactly.
Either way it goes, that's a personal situation. You know what I mean? Like
There's
that's separate from the terms.
Yeah. There's also a dimension to this of like trans women who fuck trade and like.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's
what?
Like,
yeah.
Like
and wait.
It's partially because the trade hasn't figured out that they're fucking gay yet.
Oh my
What's
gosh.
trade? What are we talking about?
Oh my gosh. Can I please explain this, right? This is the black community
Go
thing
for it.
that
Yeah,
is so rampant.
You got it.
This is so fucking rampant. So let me tell you this debauchery, this crazy nonsense. These, and look, I'm not trying to get racial here, but this is just what I experience in my community. A lot of black trans women, and a lot of Latina trans women will call themselves finding trade. Girl, you are a woman. You don't get trade. You're not a gay bottom anymore, sis. You're a woman. You don't get trade. You get men. You get men.
What is trade?
So a trade is essentially somebody who is like, they fuck with you, you see they fuck with you, they know that you're not exactly, all the way cis.
It's like DL or?
Yes, like DL, basically.
Like masculine DL, yeah.
Like trading from straight to, okay.
No,
yes,
my understanding,
you're trading being straight for me, and that's insane because I'm a
woman. Wait,
hold
on. My understanding of it, and obviously, right, probably wrong, is that the term trade is about financial transaction. That it's normally there's a trade of money for services.
It was like because you trade one for the next because you're always like losing them and they never stick around.
Wait, what'd you say?
No,
wait, hold on.
That's a sugar daddy.
That's a sugar daddy?
Yeah, that's a sugar daddy.
No X2, I'm double wrong.
That's the penthouse doll people. That's the penthouse dolls.
Yeah.
Right.
White woman being wrong.
It's just
that's never
a straight
happened
man who is masculine who likes to fuck with things that aren't cis women. And in my opinion, trans women dating trade, that is self-deprecating. That is completely saying you're a man.
Trade is never going to treat you right. They're never going to put a ring on it. They're always going to like fuck you over, and you're going to have to find another one. And that's like, you're just like bouncing from one to the next until you can learn. Stop fucking with those trades.
They don't see you as women.
Tyra, I wanted to say something when you were talking about like the definitions of like trans femme versus like being a trans woman, and a lot of people were like confused about the term trans in there, and trans just implies a transition. It doesn't mean you're necessarily
it's an adjective.
It doesn't mean you're necessarily going from female to male or male to female all the way. You can transition just to be more feminine. Like if you say trans femme, you're just transitioning to be feminine. Non-binary people are trans people because they're transitioning. It's a mental, whatever, maybe even biological transition to
that's be. That's why, if I can interrupt for a moment, that's why I like to very specifically use the terms
I think they're very
transsexual.
You forget about binary trans
because people forget, people really do forget that being that trans and femme are adjectives. They're
also,
adjectives,
hold on. Wait. I have something like I'm correct, but this is kind of toxic to say. If you want to know if a non-binary person like is non-binary or sucks, ask them what they're transitioning to. If they say, "Well, I'm transitioning from something to non-binary," you don't understand what non-binary is, and you just suck. Non-binary is not a gender. Non-binary is a rejection of the binary. That's what it means.
Period.
Non-binary,
Thank you.
right?
It is
right?
absence of gender.
This is why I don't like the term non-binary lesbian. It's redundant and it basically
it's not. No. Non-binary does not mean non-binary. No. Non-binary does not mean absence of gender. That's agender.
Well, so yeah, I phrased that wrong. It's absence of fitting into the binary of male and female.
What the best way that I can hear it.
Can't fit into a lesbian binary.
Well, then also
that was my bad. I missed.
The best way that I've heard it said is when someone says, "Are you a man?" Also, because then are we non-binary transsexual? Or are we non-binary transgender? Because are you not a man or a woman, or are you not male or female? But we can get into that in a moment.
Wouldn't non-binary transsexual just be intersex, or?
No, it would. Hold on.
Intersex is like a biological.
Rejection. Is it? Do you man? If you ask a non-binary person, do you man or do you woman? And they say no. But then the question is, if you don't man or woman, what are you doing? Right? What are you?
Yeah, the reason why I don't think that term makes sense is the same reason why I don't think trans men could be lesbians, because you're not. If you're not
okay.
like,
also,
I think the real issue is that we just don't have terms for non-binary people. That's the real issue.
Yeah, I understand how it can get confusing, but non-binary lesbians are a very real thing. In fact, the
Oh
flag
yeah, non-binary lesbians is fire.
the
that's a little different.
That's true.
Tyra, the lesbian flag you're looking at, the orange in that flag represents the genderqueer aspect of being lesbian, or potentially not being a cis woman and being a lesbian. You can literally be a non-binary lesbian. That's why we changed the flag. That's why the lipstick lesbian flag is bad. That's why a lot of the previous lesbian flags were bad, because they excluded a very real part of the community.
I understand.
Yeah,
that.
I
just
accept
don't agree.
it.
I just will never agree with that because, and the reason why is because
never agree with what?
If you're rejecting a binary, how are you going to be in a binary relationship? I don't understand the logic.
Well,
no,
I think that
the term lesbian is not binary.
The term lesbian is not binary.
The definition of lesbian has kind of been expanded to
binary relationship.
Being a lesbian
the
is
definition
not.
of lesbian has kind of expanded to be like, rather than women loving women, like non-men loving non-men.
Yes,
which
yes,
I
yes,
accept
yes.
that premise. I accept that premise, but
non-binary people are also not women, right?
Well, not men.
But they're not men or
Okay.
women, right?
Okay, hold on.
Right.
Hold on. You can
Let's-
use too. Okay, I'm gonna be toxic for a second. This is some toxic, right? Okay. Here's the toxic question that we don't have to answer this, but I've thought about this when I got like really faded before. Two AMAB people are dating each other. Two non-binary AMAB people are dating each other. Neither are on hormones. Are they lesbians?
No.
I don't think they have a lesbian.
Okay.
No.
Oh.
Wait. Thank you. Sapphic is woman love woman only. Period.
No, a sapphic is just like a different way to say it's like I actually like the term sapphic a lot. I feel like sapphic includes like bisexual women.
The term lesbian is not binary.
It kind of is though.
It is not.
Ooh.
The definition is non-men loving other non-men.
She's a step. She's like one step further than me. I think that trans men cannot be lesbians, but I think that non-binary people can be lesbians.
That's a little
because
crazy.
they're not men.
But they're not. But they're also not in a binary.
I am not identifying as a man in any capacity. Therefore,
relationship.
You're also not identifying as a woman either. Like non-binary people don't identify as a woman. They reject the binary.
Well, Sloan and I both identify as women. We both identify as non-binary. So what do you say to that?
So you identify as a non-binary woman? I say that's
Yeah.
redundant. I respect
that part. I didn't.
Hold on. Let me explain.
It's redundant.
I have to explain. I describe my gender as filling up the entire bubble of woman. Let's say it's all the pink is shaded in, right? Just for color, gender, right? All the pink is shaded in, and then there's some coloring outside of the lines. There's some parts of my gender.
Okay, Tyra, you can understand the difference between trans woman and trans femme. The same concept applies to being both identifying with being a woman and being non-binary. It's like being non-binary and femme.
Well, here's the thing though, but being non-binary isn't, so being femme, so let me tell you why I don't agree with this, right?
Run it.
And I'm not trying to attack anyone. Y'all can live your lives, I respect y'all T. But
We're
look,
good, we're having like
period.
Here's the thing.
For sure.
Here's how I see it, right? And give me like a second to just get my air out. I know I talk a lot. But how I see it is this, like, so when you're a lesbian, right, and you're gay and you're straight, those are all binary, descriptive relationships, right? And when you are non-binary, right, you are not inside of a binary. That's the whole point. You're non-binary. It's in the word, right?
Yes.
I think the issue is that there are no terms for non-binary relationships because there is no way someone's going to tell me that
I think we're having trouble understanding the
Let me
terms.
continue. Let me continue.
Yeah. Just let hold on.
So
Hold on. Wait. 1 second. We're gonna let Tyra talk for a second. Then I'm gonna say, okay, now let's open it up to the class. Sorry, whatever the fuck. Then let's open it up to everybody. And then, okay, so just let Tyra talk until I give the green light. Okay, we cool?
So we already understand that being female mass is not equal gender, nor does it equal sexuality. We know that. That's basic common sense. It's an adjective, not a noun, not a thing you do. It's an adjective, it's a descriptor, right? Being gay, being lesbian, being bi, all that stuff, right? Those are all sexualities. Pansexual sexuality does not have a binary because anyone can really be pansexual. Being gay has a specific binary because you are gay. You have a homo-romantic, because I don't like homosexual, right? Homo-romantic, including trans men, relationship. So when you're a non-binary person, you cannot be in a homo-romantic relationship because you're not, in a way, basically conforming to masculinity or being a man in general. Not masculinity, my bad. Being a man in general. You're not conforming to be a man. And when you're not conforming to be a woman either, you can't really say, hey, I'm a lesbian. I think the proper term would be, I am a non-binary person who's attracted to women of the queer experience. That is more accurate than to say I am a lesbian, because that is redundant. That's like saying I'm gay, but I'm a trans woman. It's the same exact,
No. Okay,
reasoning.
Can I now say this for a second? Because I think I can speak for everybody when I say that both lesbianism and what I'll call like MLM, like gayism, I think include non-binary identities. In that, for instance, Sam Smith, right? Non-binary singer. We know Sam Smith, right?
Yeah. I think that's a sock puppet too, but continue.
Really? That's crazy. You think Sam Smith is a sock? That's, I don't know if I. How?
Yeah, we don't have to get into discourse.
Yo, DM me about that. That's crazy to me, but yeah, NB not.
Tyra?
Anyway, quickly. But like, for instance, like lesbianism, right? Lesbianism is non-man, non-man. Now, gayism, non-woman, non-woman. Right? And so that includes people who do not identify with the terms man and woman.
Since when? That's my only question.
There was a patch like in like 2010.
I have learning to do.
It's cool.
Okay, so
No, they patched it in
respectfully.
2010.
So, considering how you can be trans femme and you're not fitting into the binary of being a female, of being a woman, you're not a trans woman, you can be non-binary and connect with femininity, but not enough to consider yourself as a woman.
But femininity is not the same as being a lesbian, though. It's not the same as they're not inherently, equal. They're not equal. They're not at all synonymous.
Yeah, but you're saying that you have to be a woman to be a lesbian.
You do.
No,
and
you
you're
don't.
saying that, and you're also
You just
saying,
have to not be a man.
Yeah, and you're also saying you're also saying that if you're non-binary, it's redundant to also connect with femininity. But you can be non-binary.
No,
I'm not done. You can be non-binary, and you can still connect with femininity. But there's a certain amount that you have to fully identify with that femininity in order to consider yourself a woman. And you can be identifying with a certain percentage of femininity as a non-binary person without being forced to consider yourself a woman. And to say that you have to be completely void of connecting to any sense of femininity or masculinity as a non-binary person is trying to push non-binary.
Yeah, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I think you said the opposite of what I said, right? I said non-binary people do not have to conform. Being feminine or masculine does not make you a lesbian, right? That's non-synonymous. We know that. Being a lesbian is its own separate sexuality between women, right?
No.
I didn't say that mean.
No, you're missing a piece of the pie. Hold on.
It's not.
No. Tyra. Hold on. Everyone shut up. I'm the host. Hold on.
What's the difference?
Okay, no. Hold on. Let me explain. Tyra, you're missing one little thing, and it's really simple. Okay. Lesbian does not mean only woman and only woman. That's not what lesbian means. Lesbian means not man and not man. So as long as you're not a
non-binary person is not a woman or a man.
Exactly. And so that person.
Yeah, that's the
I know, but so that person is not a man.
They're a free space. They get to go wherever they
yeah.
want.
So okay, you know what? That makes more sense.
That
was actually a perfect way to describe it.
That is a perfect way to describe
it. It's like lesbian is
that makes a lot more
everything in
sense.
between up until you get to the line of masculinity
Okay.
and men.
Now hold on. I do have to. We're gonna drop some people. Hold on, right quick. We're gonna drop some people. B and Jules, are you y'all and maybe honestly Tyra, do you feel like you got everything you need from this conversation?
Yeah, we good.
All I want to say is y'all ate with that, but I do think we need to come up with more terms that are more accurate because lesbian terms are accurate for that.
I think that hold on. June, I think you could say.
Lesbians, but I do think we need new terms because it makes no sense.
There could be. Yeah. I want to let some people up. Spam's got to come
It was
up.
nice talking with you, Tyra. Keep going.
No,
into
y'all
that. Keep
educated.
asking
Y'all
questions.
Word.
Like, keep getting
Word.
answers.
Awesome. Yeah. We love
terms.
education.
What they did is more so adapt the term to be able to fit.
Yeah,
more
to be
people where it's
inclusive
applicable.
in a way that doesn't undermine the original definitions of the term.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Which
That
again,
makes
if a
sense.
trans man called himself a lesbian, that would be ridiculous and would invalidate the term.
Okay, I see what you guys are saying. Y'all are saying that non-binary people get a free space because they don't conform. Okay, that makes sense.
Right. They're
Kind
not
of,
men,
yeah.
Right. They're not.
Yeah.
men.
If you can
But also
understand
not
it.
women, that's what baffles me, right?
Right, but yeah, that's more of a semantic. That's more of a semantic.
Yeah, if you can understand it, as the
say
free
they're not
space
men
thing.
And then say it's semantic to say that they're not women.
Well, I'm
they're
not
not
saying
women.
that. I'm saying.
Hold on,
like,
everybody.
they
If
get
you can,
too into-
Tyra, if you can understand it as the free space thing, I think that's good enough for.
Yeah, that's exactly yeah.
That's good enough in terms
I
of like.
guess, but I don't think that suffices.
Okay, but then if I yes, but what I will say is I see the point that you're bringing up in that, for instance, if there are two non-binary people dating, what do we call that? Right? Like what is
We don't
what
have
is
terms for that.
exactly?
terms for
There
that.
aren't
That's my whole
exactly terms for that, and that's why I brought up the point of if there's two AMAB not on hormones, conventionally masculine, exist in society essentially as men, NBs dating, are they really lesbians?
No,
You know,
of course
who
not,
knows?
right?
Who knows? Right now, we're not going to have that conversation just right now. However, it is something that we could think about another time.
I'd say
Right.
that depends on whether or not they within the non-binary section, whether they identify slightly more with femininity or masculinity, or whether or not they
But
feel
whoa.
comfortable identifying themselves
Here's
as
my
lesbian.
issue with that.
Wait. Can I say, because if you're
You
going
cannot
feminine and
define
masculine.
sexuality by masculinity. What about studs?
Yeah.
Are they
I was going to go there. Masks,
Are they
studs,
straight men?
like.
Not
Feminine gay guys. I agree
You're
with her, and then I
misunderstanding.
went right back to disagreeing. I'm so silly. Got
Wait,
me
I
on
think
my
you're
toes.
misunderstanding.
No, I'm
No,
not.
it's
I'm not misunderstanding
No,
it.
no.
It
Can
makes
I
no
can I
sense.
can I clarify? It's
Yeah,
based
go
on
Queer.
what's more
Yeah, queer.
comfortable.
Queer is good. Wait, this person in chat said just queer. They have a queer relationship.
Yeah, they're queer. Thank you.
Two
Based on,
envies,
like, what's
two
more
envies
comfortable
dating, they're
for them
queer.
to identify as.
Yeah,
But
it's a
you
queer
can't
relationship.
say I identify as non-binary, but then say I'm a lesbian. That's not how that works. Just because look, I'm more feminine, I'm not a cis woman automatically.
Okay.
I'm a trans woman.
Hold on. Wait, let's say some shit. If I don't know, because I wanna get on, like, there's a certain take I have that sounds really transmedicalist, and I think if you like
Say it.
you think it sounds
Hey, this is
transmedicalist.
already a messy conversation.
Okay, it sounds transmedicalist, but it's like, okay, it's a lot of like my understanding of the capacity for attraction has to do sort of with the hormones that are in your body, sort of with the ratio of hormones. Little bit. Now,
I mean, that's not
Okay.
transmedicalist. Like, think about the fact that, like, when you're, like, if you're attracted to somebody, like, you're attracted to the smell of their sweat. Like,
So
there
Bricky girls
there
are
is an
men?
aspect to it.
So
I
Ricky
didn't say
girls
it's
are
a-
men now?
no. That's
Well,
what
I
I
mean,
didn't
yes,
say.
because they don't have enough hormones in their body, right?
No, they have the hormone ratio.
Sloan.
That,
I
They
don't
don't. What
think
they
that's
don't.
what
What
she's
they
saying.
don't.
I don't think that's what she's
That's
saying.
not what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying Bricky girls are like. Yeah, what's that?
I mean, well, yeah, because you said it's about the hormones, right? And if a
Yeah,
girl
but you
has
can be
no hormones,
Bricky
she's
without having the
Bricky.
hormone ratio.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, like, what if she is Bricky and she has no hormones? She's a gay man? No.
If she's Bricky and she has no
No,
hormones.
absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. Like, here's my only
I
issue.
said it was
right?
problematic.
Here's my only issue. Femininity and masculinity are completely separate components from sexuality and gender, and I thought we all knew that. I guess
Yeah.
not.
What?
Which would make non-binary people not lesbians. I just really hope people understand the definitions of words and the sentence structures behind
But
it.
the
because
definition of the word lesbian is
Hold on.
non-man loving,
Yeah.
non-woman.
I'm sorry. We've said that
Okay, so
we've said that like 20 times.
It's hard
It-
because
Circle back around.
if she was saying about trans men, I would agree with everything she was saying. But because she was saying about non-binary people, that's where I'm like, oh no, like it's
Yeah.
different. It is different. Like that's why I'm so 10 toes down on the trans man thing specifically. Trans man. That's where it becomes contradictory.
So I'm fine to be dropped after this. I kind of wanted to leave one last note on the trans man thing is something I didn't hear people talking about as much is specifically like, okay, given an example, there's like a trans man and he identifies as a lesbian, and then he's dating a cis woman who also identifies as a lesbian.
Yeah.
Then it brings the questions, because specifically one thing that's not considered is also literally every bigot who wants to be like, oh, well, what about this? What about this? And take semantics to try and
Yeah, but that's bad faith.
Well, yeah. No. But also, by putting that out there, by being like, okay, well, I'm like a trans man and I'm also a lesbian, then they're gonna be like, oh, so like that's not only invalidating to trans men, but also invalidating to lesbians, and then also gives room for people to be like, oh, so lesbians like men, so lesbians do like men because, well, you're a man, like you identify as a man, and like, well, how can you be like a man and a lesbian? That's not only like you're doing so much harm by saying that. That's not. It's not even about like what makes people like comfortable. Obviously, like that's important, but you don't get to be so disrespectful to an entire community. It's literally against the definition. You cannot identify as a man and also identify as a lesbian.
People already don't take lesbians seriously. They are like they already think, oh well, she just needs some good D,
Exactly.
and that'll
Like,
fix her.
I can
and
fix
all
that.
this does is perpetuate that.
Exactly.
As a bisexual woman who used to think that they were a lesbian, that's why I'm always careful when I say that I was never a lesbian. I thought I was.
Yeah.
Because I recognize that it's harmful when
Me
people
too, girl.
address it as a phase.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna like drop out now, but thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, there is an age limit. You
gotta be 18.
You have to be
Sorry,
18 to
but
join. What I don't know. See, that's where it's like I have a problematic take. My take is like I told y'all it was problematic. I don't know how to like think about it.
We are not a monolith.
Well, no. So like here's my literal take, right? If I'm on a dating app and there's some girl who's like, I don't know, like it'll say in her profile like 1 month on hormones or something. I'm gonna swipe left on that one. Cause like I'm gonna be like, you don't like smell like a girl. Like that's kind of part of it. That's kind of part of my attraction.
Okay, that is problematic, but I'm not gonna fault you.
Swipe no.
That is problematic, but I'm not gonna fault you.
Why is that problematic?
Well, it would be considered problematic more so, I guess. Not that I consider it problematic.
That's problematic. Why is that problematic? It's not that she's not a woman.
What I'm saying is people would find that problematic.
I don't give a fuck what people find problematic. People find my existence problematic. I don't give a fuck about that.
I'm just commenting on what you said. I'm just commenting based. You said it was problematic, so I was like, yeah, a little bit.
It sounds like personal taste. For me, it's like I like my partner to smell estrogized. That's like
It's almost just like having a type. It's not problematic.
But I don't know if that's even a type because it's like I don't know.
Well, it's not even really a type. So like people don't realize your body smell does change. Like when I started,
it changes. And to be fair,
what does that smell? It was me. Like
to be fair,
itself is wild.
To be fair, I've hooked up with like pre-transition trans women before, but it was like I don't know. It just wasn't.
Hello everyone, my name is Gigi.
What's up, Gigi?
Hey Gigi.
I just want to say this conversation has been a bit of a mess, and that's okay. I think gay people, queer people, people who are not aligned with cis heteronormativity are by nature very messy. So like, it just is what it is.
Okay.
Like, I mean, we gonna be arguing about this thing while we're literally like, girl in the stark pajamas. Like, I understand that. There is going to be no resolving this conversation. I feel like someone such as George. Oh, and by the way, I am 31 years old. I've been engaging in things longer than some people here alive. Okay.
Me too, girl. Me
so,
too.
I love you. That is the perspective that I'm bringing from into this conversation of watching as a young, fully aware of their queerness person witnessing the world from the Bush administration into the Obama administration and back into where we are now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand definitions go back and forth and that definitions change, definitions have context added onto them, and that these battlefields of cultural conversations, they all seem very important, but the reality is that what really matters at the end of the day is the very real reality that we are all facing, which is, like I said, girl in the striped pajamas. Okay,
that's very true.
Yeah, of course there are bigger fish to fry, but
and I'm not trying to detract from that. I'm not trying to say that this conversation is useless. I'm not trying to say that we cannot have this, like, be distracted and need to talk about children not being able to have hormones as decided by the court yesterday or whatever. Like, the reality of the situation is that some conversations are easier to have than others, and that's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That is totally okay. I can't do shit about what the Supreme Court decided
right
a few days ago. I can't say who gives a fuck about if homegirl, like excuse me, I'm sorry. homeboy
see we're already
likes to watch the L word and identifies with the people in the L word. Like, so ultimately I'm not trying to, and George, you were speaking to this, right? Like, I do not want to come to from a
No, I'm not taking it as an attack. I agree with everything you're saying. My only issue is that, like, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, I'm saying, like, this line of discourse, like the infighting, the division, it only comes when people are critiquing the status quo of like what we're supposed to accept, which is that we're just supposed to accept that whatever anyone says is just what like we can claim contradictory like terms, and then again, it waters down the manhood of being a trans man when even one person says that it's possible to be a trans man and also still be a lesbian, right? Like, I understand it's a personal moniker. Who cares what anyone calls themselves? Who cares, right? But at the end of the day, like, at a point, it does start to like harm the trans and erode those people.
I want to clarify. I do not come from a point of view of who cares what any one person identifies.
Absolutely. I didn't think so. I didn't think and so forth, for right? Sure. For sure, yeah, I appreciate you, and I do appreciate you bringing up like the severity of what we're dealing with. But yeah, like, I agree with you there. But then on the flip side of the coin, right? How are we dealing with things that are further harming us? Is kind of where I'm at with it.
Exactly, which is why I choose to sort of orientate it about, like, understanding that unfortunately we exist in a universe that is where suffering is inherently a part of the pie, and a part of that is choosing: do I swat at the mosquito or do I swat at the fly? You know what I mean?
Right. And for me, this is a horsefly issue for me, and I know that there are bigger things going on, but again, we have no control over these things. These things we can have conversations about. For me, this is a horsefly issue.
Can I say something about this?
It was so funny because it's like Miss Tyra earlier was saying, like, oh, you have two binary people, or maybe that was you yourself,
that was me,
talking about, like, what do I identify as, and I'm like, hey, I've seen them call themselves fags or lesbians. Like, I've seen it go both ways. You know what I mean? I've seen some of them identify as, like, hey, straight. Ultimately, one of the issues is that we're talking about, like, nuanced, complex things such as the realm of, like, sexuality and romance. Like, the straight people don't even have that shit fucking down low. You know what I mean? And we're sitting here, like, trying to, like, get whatever the fuck we got going on, right? Are we kidding here? You know what I mean?
Well, can I speak to that as a content creator, or, like, as somebody who tries to hold space for these conversations? There's some what's the expression, like, y'all don't want to listen, you just want to dance. So I've tried to hold conversations about more serious topics, but people don't engage with them. People don't.
And you know what? Yeah,
and that's part of it. In that, you don't want to think about actual things. You just want to talk about the queer yada yada. So that's why I'm talking about this little.
That's true. Like, the entirety of the internet has become racist.
Yeah,
like that's what the algorithm rewards.
Yeah, it's
small topics.
The best way I've ever heard it is it's about but it was the y'all don't, like, if there's a song that has, like, a really important message, and I don't want to misquote who, because I think I know who said this, but I don't know. But it's the y'all don't want to listen, you just want to dance.
Yeah,
and, like,
I believe that was Outkast. And so I have seen, like, I see streams like this all the time, and I normally just don't care to engage. But like, I just came from Pride. I had a very long day and a long night for that matter, and so like, I have some things to say.
Word.
So, and okay, I want to get back into this conversation of really like we have these ideas of like where gender expression, where sexuality, sort of intersect, and that like, well, in order to be accepting in this one place, you are basically accepting broadly another category. However, I think all of these conversations, such as like saying, oh well, to be a lesbian is to be permissive, and it is about standing in closer to queerness as an object because femininity is so policed and so on and so forth. So there is room within lesbianism to accept trans men. But then the opposite sort of conjecture being that, well, to say that so and so can be trans men, it disvalidates them, and you see them as lesser, as not like real, as truly men, babying them, and at the same time, further project of validating trans women by saying, well, like so on and so forth. This was like the summation of George's position, or not the summation, but a part of what George and other people were speaking.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. Yeah,
right.
Like along the lines, yeah.
There's a line of, say, a camp of. This was being spoken on earlier in the conversations, such as
100%. And I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I'm going to interrupt my thoughts here. I think what we need to remember as a fact of the queer community is that our movement has gotten so far off track. And I understand that we are now dealing with so many different intersections of gender and romance and gender expression, because we're at a point in our world where gender does no longer mean being a masc person or being a feminine person or even being something completely removed from gender. And a book that I really recommend to everybody in this chat, if you have not read it, is The Complete Transgender History. It's an amazing.
I ain't gonna read that shit. I'm sorry.
It's such a good book, and it tells the story so well, and it talks about the intersex people in our community that are.
Wait, why would you not read it?
I was transgenders. But
who's the author about it?
Wait. Too many people are talking at once.
I cannot remember it off the top of my head, but it is an incredibly good book. If you look up like A Complete Transgender History, it's the first book that come up. But in this,
by Susan Stryker.
Yes.
I've seen this before. I've never read it, but I have seen it before. When was this published? This was published in 2008. So it's not like yeah.
Okay. Also, I'm sorry, but can we get back on topic? I'm sorry.
In 2008 does not mean that it is not still history. It can have outdated information, 100%.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. I was just saying like it's going to
I'm
talk about
people.
Transgender history.
You didn't get to say your point.
But without that lens
point?
Of our modern queer community.
Hold on.
But I think also with the modern queer community, it's kind of like.
Hold on. Yeah. I don't want to talk about this. This is why was I kicked? Because we're getting way too far off topic. Everyone's throwing in their 2 cents.
Let's talk about trans men not being lesbians.
Hold on. Everyone.
No, never mind. Then we're going back to again. The reason why they couldn't call themselves men is because of the language differentiation in the time. That's why they called themselves lesbians, because there was no other option. It wasn't like they weren't as lucky as we were today to be able to see all of these see these identities in front of us and really identify with the one that we know that we are. Like they didn't have that luxury. They just they knew what they felt. They didn't have work. Kind of like when we were kids. At least for the people that felt trans as a kid, right? I know not everyone did, but for the people that felt trans as a kid, you still felt trans. You just didn't have language to describe what that meant, right? Kind of like in the past, not that these people were children, but kind of in a similar aspect to when we were children, they didn't have the same language that we have today to be able to understand that's what they were. So that's why a lot of people who, if they were born in the modern era, would have been trans men, considered themselves butch, lesbian, were in these spaces, were in these communities, because that was really the only option, again, unless you were very, very affluent and had connections like Michael Dillon.
Now, very quickly, Ben, what do you need to say?
Wait, hi, sorry, I don't want to cut anyone off, but the way that I've just always seen it is it's more of a, like a political identity, and it really is case dependent, like where you are in the world. Like, I think that
Okay.
if you're in America, you don't need to be calling yourself a trans man lesbian. But if you're in like a place where it's really dangerous to be trans and straight, you're gonna call yourself a lesbian, and I think that's okay.
That I agree with. That I agree with.
Yeah. It's about safety, yeah.
Like, I'm not sure if that's like a hot take.
No, I agree with that.
If we
I
strip
can
away
buy
the,
that.
the Eurocentrism of it, the American centrism of it, yes, that I agree with 1,000%. Like, but all of my points have been applied to like modern like society, like where people don't have those struggles.
Yeah. And I totally agree. I've been agreeing with just about everything that you've been saying. I just like, it's something that I feel like I haven't heard a lot of people bring up when it comes to this discussion.
And I appreciate you bringing that up. I agree with that. I agree with that 1,000%, because language does differentiate. Like it is different throughout culture, and then like there are people who, again, we are so lucky. We kind of take that for granted sometimes. There are people where it is a lot harder for, they're not even able to transition. Like that's their only option. So, like, in those circumstances, absolutely, I understand. Just like I understand in the past in America, when people were in similar situations like that, why they use that language, and I accept that usage of that language. But I understand that taking the usage of that language and trying to apply it to today's modern society is just completely incongruent. But yeah, I really appreciate that point, because I agree with you on that.
Can I jump in? I'm gonna, like, drop off now.
Can you all hear me?
I'm kicking people left and right.
Yeah.
Make it quick though, because I want to keep this.
I am a trans man. I
Right.
have gone through the entire label. I went from a cis female to a lesbian. I've been through the whole thing. Trans men cannot be lesbians, to put it simply. We identify as men, therefore men cannot be lesbians. And I don't know why people can't understand that.
I was scared for a second.
Well, this is a question I have about that. I want to know, like, me personally, I know people who identify as men but also identify as lesbian, and the reason that they do this is because the way that they present themselves is very feminine. Off rip, you would look at them and you think they're a woman, and so for them it makes the most sense to identify with that community, because lesbians look a lot of the time, not exclusively, but a lot of the time.
Okay, so I'm gonna make the hold on. I'm gonna make the internalized transphobia point, in that you need to, like, bro, affirm your manness.
Right, which is also
there's
like
a difference. Okay, can I talk on this, because I have a lot to say on this actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, like, are there?
Hold on 1 second. Somebody has joined the team. Thank you so much.
Yay! Thank you for joining the team.
I don't know how to say that name. Fem to Shrimp. Thank you very much for joining the team. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, can shrimp be lesbians? How about tell me that? I'm just kidding. Anyway, damn it, what was I saying? Oh yes. Like, is it possible for a trans man to be feminine? Absolutely. Like, just like a gay man can be feminine. Absolutely. Like, I want to preface that before I say what I'm about to say, because it's gonna sound like I don't know that fact. But yes, I know that fact. I agree with that fact. Now, do I think that, like the hard part for me, right, is that if you identify as a man, like, yes, you see yourself as a man, you walk through the world as a man. Even cis men don't walk through the world in drag all of the time. Most of the time, unless you're like Jeffree Star or what's her face, Trixie Mattel. No. But no, like I don't I think that. How do I phrase this?
I'm
so
I kind
sorry
of
to
interrupt, but really quick, can I just say my point, because I have to go and
Go ahead.
Go.
I'm so sorry.
So I just want to touch upon where I think, like, the origins of this argument came from. I think that this argument, like, evolved from the can he him
which obviously yes, it's very obviously yes. I've literally, like, met a bunch. Like, it's very simple.
Yeah, so
because pronouns don't equate to gender or sex.
Yeah,
exactly. It's really that simple.
And I think this is where this argument comes from. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand the origins of the argument, and so they think that we're saying that trans men can be lesbians, when in reality they can't, and we're just saying that pronouns don't equate to gender. You can be
Awesome.
non-binary.
Thank you very much.
I
kind of
think this argument originated from 4chan, but that's
it's probably a psyop done by conservatives.
It's probably
Kisses 2X's. Kisses 2X's. What's your what do you want to say? I'm trying to keep things moving. I'm sorry to be so blunt.
Trans men cannot be lesbians if they identify as a male. A lesbian is a female liking a female. Like y'all are just being
non-male
fucking extra.
non-man.
Girl, shut the fuck up. Girl, shut the fuck up. You're being extra.
You live in your mom's
You're
Hold on.
Kill yourself.
Your mommy.
Oh! Hey! Stop! You can't say that. Don't say.
Shut the fuck up, nigger. I don't give a fuck.
How does it feel to have no personality, no connections, no friends, to the point where you have to come on the internet and the only validation you can get to your human experience is pretending to be like a terrible person and saying terrible things because you have no personality or goals in life or faith or like in anything.
You're
pathetic.
Every day. Hold on. Every day hold on. Every day we fall further from God's will.
They never really become human beings. That's why it's so weird for them to like all the nuances of humanity, right? That's why all the nuances of humanity are so strange to them because they never truly tap into humanity. They walk around in a waking sleep like animals.
Right.
Yeah. Like all they do is fulfill their five senses, and they never have any goals or aspirations in life.
So wait. So you're saying that these people are asleep, right?
They're in a waking sleep. Like they are so.
Right.
That's why it's weird.
But please do not talk over women. Okay, buddy. I know.
Well,
let trans voices be heard.
Okay.
Women are to be seen and not heard. Okay.
Oh my God, bro, really. You know, trans men really are men. Goddamn.
I'm kidding.
I know, bro. I know.
Please laugh.
We're doing the trans bit of like trans guy is misogynistic.
We're role playing the nuances.
Yeah, we're role playing cis people. Anyway, if these cis people are if these hateful people
I need you barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Okay?
I mean, I keep trying to get pregnant, but it's not working. If
next time.
If
so
these
you're saying it's not good enough. You're saying that I'm okay. I'm gonna stop now.
Can I bring something up?
Wait. I want to say
your guys' bit. But
no. I'm done with the bit. What I was trying to say is that if these people are asleep,
please don't hate
then woke might be good.
Oh,
sleep is sheep, and so if you don't want to be a sheep, then that's what woke is. People misunderstand what the word woke means.
No, people don't understand that like the reason why, and I'm not gonna dive too far on this, so I'm just making one point. The reason why the right is so good at influencing people is because they it's like part of it is because they reword things. They push narratives. So like if you did reframe woke as not being a sheep and like being awake and conscious, it would literally actually work on
people. No, I saw this in person. No, I saw this online. This was one of the craziest things I've ever seen, right? Someone they said Kamala is a DEI president, and I was like, what do you mean by that? And they said, you know what they said?
What?
In this fucking southern ass accent, they looked me dead on my internet screen and said, DEI, that means didn't earn it. Didn't earn it. DEI means diversity. That's literally what it means.
No. But if they don't even know what it means, and they're against it because.
Yo, have y'all ever seen that shit? Have y'all ever seen those clips of like we hate? I don't know. It's like we hate. No. It was like we hate illegals, and this person was like, "Do you know what an illegal person is?" And they go, "Nah, just hate it." They're illegal.
Let's check out.
They don't actually know what the hell. Oh my god. Okay. Matt has sent a heart me. Thank you so much, Matt, for joining the team. Everybody, if you're enjoying. Okay, Emma.
On that screen, guys. Make sure you're double tapping that screen. Okay, you want to get these likes going. You want to get the live on the For You page. Let's go.
I feel called out. I feel called out. Hold on. Emma's been going crazy.
Follow if you enjoy. Make sure. Yes.
Emma, you have 8 seconds, and then if you say anything stupid, my fingers go.
We will make lesbians not men again.
I have.
Like, shut up,
Okay.
Emma.
So, obviously, you guys think lesbian is non-men and non-men, correct? Then what is
Yes.
the point of the term sapphic? Because that is non-men and non-men.
Because okay, I have the answer. I have the answer. The term
I really
sapphic.
don't know the
Hold
answer,
on.
No, I
The
want to hear Salome.
Okay. The term sapphic decenters men. Here's how. The term lesbian is almost like saying she's a dud under patriarchy. Now let me explain. Okay, if you think about the term gay bi, right? Oh, he's gay. He's bi, right? But it's a lesbian, right? And so the term a lesbian is almost like society or patriarchal society is saying that this woman is a dud, right?
It's like a spinster.
Right? And then so the term sapphic is to, you could say a sapphic, but you more commonly say, yeah, she's a sapphic girl, right?
So it comes from Sappho. The Greek,
it comes from Sappho, yeah. It comes from the poet, yeah.
The Greek, yeah. Island
My
of
name has
Lesbos.
an E in it. You better remember the E because I never forget it.
I forgot. Yeah, the Greek island of Lesbos. So yes, they
Yeah.
are connected like that.
Does that make sense, Emma?
Yeah, but then why do we need two different terms if they're the same thing?
Well,
Well, they're not necessarily the same thing. Also, the term sapphic is inclusive of
Derives from
bisexual
Sappho,
women.
like Sappho, Sappho from the island of Lesbos, a lesbian poet in ancient Greece. So I mean, yeah, it's kind of it's very similar terminology. Like it's like we use multiple terminology.
Because
for different
lesbian
things all the
doesn't
time.
include bi women, and sapphic does.
And if
Does
I
that
could
answer your
say, like,
question?
No, that's just all I wanted to know. Have a good day.
Cool. You too. Bye.
Well, actually,
I hope
what
your
is
day
the
gets
like
better.
a clear definition of sapphic?
Gay but women.
Okay. Period.
Okay.
It's kind of like
Right.
like Sloan was saying, like how gay is an adjective for man, but you don't say a gay, right? But like sapphic would be the feminine version of quote unquote gay, like the adjective gay, whereas a lesbian is like a term placed on you. Like
Yeah.
it's kind of like a
And that comes
spinster,
from
like back in the day in
patriarchy.
unmarried women. When Sloan said like a dud, unmarried women were called spinsters. Like, oh, she never found a husband, she's a spinster. It's kind of like that in a similar vein, but that's the reason why.
Yeah, because like think about like a lesbian, a dyke. She's a dud. She's a woman that isn't valuable to men.
Right.
Right.
It's just
So
a
it's almost
general-
yeah. That makes sense.
And if I
Yeah,
can
but
make
then
a
if you say
point
like, I
really
can't
quick-
believe he's a gay, like some ignorant people say that, but it's because it's ignorance.
Right.
Yeah. And I
Word.
will say, like.
Also, quickly,
this is kind
spam.
of
Have
like-
you said anything? Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize like. I haven't seen your voice do the little like bubble thing, so I was.
It's because my headphones are weird.
All right.
Oh, real quick before I forget, I'm sorry to add on to that, just a really quick point. So another thing is like when you hear people say the gays, that is using the term gay, which is an adjective, and turning it into a term forced on somebody in a negative light, just like a lesbian. So like or the lesbians, the gays, but as we use the word gay is an adjective, and it's only used that way in a negative connotation, which means a lesbian. Like even though we've changed the connotation, it was originally a negative a negative connotation, like for women who weren't attracted to them.
It was so that men could identify who was a dud, who like was a waste of time, who wasn't
I
worth.
understand.
Yeah. And that's why I think sapphic is kind of positive.
Like, those terms being so negative, I feel like they kind of go. This is why the terms WLW and like MLM were made, because there were so many negative connotations around the majority of terms we already had for lesbian women or sapphic women.
You damn lesbian.
And just
I
to
know.
make like a safer space and a safer community of like women who are looking specifically for women,
Right.
and not just, oh, she's a lesbian, you know.
Wait, what?
The terms like WLW and MLM being
Wait,
like,
non-men
more
loving
popular.
non-men was made by TERFs? I don't believe that.
No, I didn't. That's not.
No,
what I'm
someone
trying
said
to
it in
say.
chat.
I
Someone
think
said it in chat.
what I think she's more so trying to say is like in the same way that gay is an adjective that describes men between men. It's like women loving women and men loving men is in a similar way trying to reframe the word lesbian into an adjective.
I would actually argue that the WOW and MLM are more just tags. Like, that came from the internet. I would argue that those are just hashtags.
I think that was just what I was understanding of what she was saying. If I was wrong, correct me.
Yeah.
But that's what I was.
A lot of people do use it as like an actual label, like WLW, MLM, but I think it did originate from the internet. But so do a lot of the terms that we end up using anyways.
Yeah.
It
And
is that damn phone.
My point was more kind of saying, like, you know, talking on, like, you know, lesbians being like a lesbian. This is why terms like WLW were made, and it kind of changes that perspective and makes something that's not as negative as, you know, calling a woman a lesbian. Or calling a non-binary person a lesbian.
Right.
But, like, it's not bad, Loki. Like, it's not a bad term. It's just sapphic is sappic's also more inclusive, right? Because it includes bisexual, pansexual women. Okay.
Before I start, what's your pronouns?
The fact that you can't tell means you get kicked. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a clock. Pronouns are a clock. What are your pronouns? I can't tell. You look so androgynous. I, like, literally can't tell. I can't, like, look at your profile and just, like, you know.
I'm not even gonna lie. When people ask me what are your pronouns, I low-key kind of get offended.
Like, no. This is the thing people don't understand. Pronouns are a clock. That's a clock. What are your pronouns? That's a clock.
That is a clock.
That's a clock.
You actually ate with that one.
I know.
Kind of like when people ask like, "What are your pronouns?" Like, it's kind of like, "What are you?" In some contexts, like, what even are you?
Okay, what are my pronouns? Just call me a tranny. You can come back though. You can come back though. I'm teasing. You can come back though. Where'd you go?
Like, dang it. Dang it, bro.
Probably like, she's probably like,
no, it's okay.
This is why they
No, it's okay, it's okay.
They're so unaccepting that, like, the tolerant live.
Yo, I invited that person. My pronouns are a cookie. That's crazy.
It is that damn phone.
I was about to say, I bet you're a trans man, and I clicked on it, and you're a trans man. Oh, that's a conversation y'all aren't ready for. Maybe W.
Y'all remember Milo Stewart?
Hold on, who is this person?
Who?
Never mind. Let's actually not get into this.
Just another me. Oh wait, hold on. You got yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're next. Bella.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up? What do you think about trans men, lesbians?
Yeah, so...
Trans men, lesbians.
Yeah, so I think to answer the question, can trans men be lesbians? I feel like there's like this been going on in the community for a while, and that opened a space for other people outside the community also ask this question. But in my opinion, I feel like...
Wow, it's almost like that was on purpose.
Oh, sorry. You guys...
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
You did.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very personal question to be asked to people, because it's kind of there's more depth to it than just yes or no. Because for an example, like I'm a trans man who identify as if you came to me and asked me, do you identify as a trans man? I'm gonna be like, oh no, I identify as a non-binary man, because I would transition to be a man, but not in the sense of that.
And it's different.
Be as a cis man, or like I want to be considered as a man. I'm more like into like I'm transitioning to be like, I don't even know how to explain it, but I'm more in like I'm a non-binary, but more like leaning more to masculine.
Yo, what the? How'd you do that?
Was it?
Does the screen look different for y'all?
Someone dropped, I think.
Oh no! Hold on. It did some weird. There we go. I fixed it. What the heck was that? It was on my screen. It was on my end. Sorry.
And I mean, I like real quick. I just want to say that like we're talking about trans men, like specifically. But yeah, continue.
Do you consider? Hold on. Azazel, do you consider yourself a trans mask or a trans man?
To be honest, this is the thing. Like, when you go into like kind of.
Or do you consider yourself a man who doesn't want to identify with cis men because cis men suck, but you really are a man at the end of the day?
I mean, you can kind of say that in that sense.
Yeah.
Right, but
yeah, like
I want to know. I want to know, like, definitively. Do you identify as a man? That's what I want to understand.
This is the thing. Like, when you ask someone that, like, I'm still kind
Right, but
of
that's right. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that's not for all people. If someone asked me that, it would immediately be yes, 1000%. I'm just trying to say, like, that's like what we're talking about. Like, people that.
And again, wait, can I say something? Can I say something here? If you're a man, you have to be a man. Like, part of being a problem in the patriarchy, whether you're trans or not, is if you're a man, dispersing accountability. I'm not like those other shitty guys. Yes, you are. You don't get a choice. If you're a man, you're a shitty guy.
Right, but
Sorry.
what I want to know is not wanting to call yourself like a man, like if not immediately saying yes.
And then if you're like, this is the thing that I get frustrated with as a trans woman. If you're a man, like you know, some trans men they don't want to think about themselves. Their ego can't.
Which
take
is confusing to
They
me.
don't want to think about themselves as bad as other men. And
If
then
someone
that
asked me
not
if I was
thinking
a
about
man-
yourself as bad as other men
Right.
is part of being a man.
Right, like
You hear me? You get what I'm saying?
not just, I'm not just gonna sit there and be like, well, the idiosyncrasies and the definitions of
Yeah.
being a man are very.
But anyway, Azazel, I've been giving you a hard time. You get back to it.
No, that's alright.
I'm sorry to be so rough.
Nah, it's alright. To be fair, like, this is the thing. Like, every person transition have a different, like, a different goal. I'm just transitioning to be something.
Alright, you're figuring it out. You're figuring it out. No stress.
Kind
Yeah,
of.
do your thing.
This is the thing. Like, if someone, like, I usually just say, I identify as a trans man, or like, I'm a trans man. If someone asks me, because this is the easiest to put it, like, to kind of. I don't want to go.
You're explaining it to other people.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to go through explaining it in depth of why. This is the
Right,
thing.
but-
Like, for me, for myself, if I wanted to identify as lesbian, it's gonna have a reason why I am identifying as a lesbian. But then when I come to explain it to people, you see my point? How it is like really complex, like not a yes or a no, and that's it.
For you
And I feel
personally,
like-
but you're saying that you don't identify as a trans man. You just say that you are because it's easier to explain.
Yep.
Whereas, like, there are trans men that identify as trans men. They're not just saying that because it's easier to explain. They literally are men.
Yeah, which is fair, of course. Like, I understand that.
Could I
That's
ask
what the
you?
conversation's about. So you saying you're a lesbian, I feel would be different.
You are a man, cranny bitch. You are a fucking man. You
Good
are
job.
a man. You're a man.
Good job.
Who's
Anyways.
Hey, you know the funny thing? They can always tell, huh?
Anyway,
you will always be a man as a Zell. You will never be a woman.
Well, what I'm saying is if you're like for real like a trans mask, if you're like figuring it out, I would actually like ask you, maybe try to call your try to be like, hey, yeah, I'm a trans mask, because that
oh yeah, to be fair, like I'm gonna be really honest. I don't even like if someone asks me this question, I usually don't answer because I feel like what am I presenting to you? What do I seem to you? Oh yeah, you seem like a man. Okay, just call me by he him then. You know, I don't really go into the subject. But if we go back to it, I feel like in the LGBT community or in general, like it's just in our community, I feel like why do we have to kind of make label very, very confusing? If someone wanted to, like, if a trans man wanted to identify as a lesbian and he's dating someone who identifies as a lesbian, then let them be, kind of thing.
I mean, yeah, there is a degree. There is a degree of like this is a niche internet space that I'm holding right now. Like, if I met someone in real life, if I was at a gay bar, if I was at a lesbian bar, a dyke bar, and there was some trans dude there with his girlfriend, like, I'm not gonna give him a fucking hard time. Like, I'm not gonna come up to him and be like, actually, you're like not really a lesbian and blah blah blah. Like, no, don't be a fucking loser, you know?
Associate with that person.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like go to the other side of the bar and get a drink. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. But then, Sloan, what's your like personal opinion? I haven't been here from this.
What's my personal opinion?
About the host.
I mean, trans men are men, and can men be lesbians? No. Trans masks can be lesbians, because that's just, you know, butch on T type.
Because they're not men.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Could I speak?
And hold on, I'm gonna drop people. Sorry, Azazel, thank you very much. Fire name, by the way. Yes, and then LMAO. Is there anything else you want to add?
I wanted to say that I wonder how many, like, I personally haven't ever seen, like, any, like, trans men who identify as a lesbian, and I wonder how much of a place of, like, privilege that ends up coming from, you know what I mean? I've seen trans masked people, identify as lesbians, and that's fine.
Yeah, that's chill. That doesn't step on anybody's toes.
Yeah, I'm Hispanic, you know what I mean? And, like, I wonder if it's just because they don't want to identify with the, like, being straight.
That's 98%.
That's part of it. That's what we were talking about.
That's really what that feels like, honestly.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much of being, like, white also plays into that, because then you're a piece of shit, white.
I know.
Trans
White
man,
people.
you know what I mean?
The people of the pasty persuasion are evil. We're all evil. That's fact.
And you know, I'm also under that, like, figuring out, you know.
Yeah, where
stuff.
you fall. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I was figuring all of my stuff out while I was dating, like, a lesbian, and I left that relationship because I realized that it wasn't right for me. I don't feel like I'm a trans man or anything like that, but they didn't want me to transition or anything, so I was like, I think I gotta figure this out on my own.
You're like, yo,
Right,
yeah.
regardless if you're trans or not, that you still don't want to be with a partner that controls, like, how you walk
Your
through
body.
life.
Yeah.
They were, it was confusing for me because they were gender non-conforming, identified with the lesbian label and being non-binary and also being a butch, but didn't want
And
me
also
to be
white.
first.
And also white. And also white.
Huh?
And also white.
That's the thing. They were Hispanic. They were just they were a white
Damn.
Hispanic. Because that's, you know.
It's all about the
That's how it
proximity to
is.
whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
It's like being
And,
closer to
you
the
know-
fucking imperial empire or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I just don't feel like it can happen because what trans man is identifying as a lesbian, you know, it's a very niche thing, and I've never seen
I've seen some of these heads online. I've seen it online.
Really?
I've seen it in person at least a couple times. I think it's over exaggerated, but I think that it is spreading and it's growing and people are starting to, like,
I don't. No. I don't think it's spreading and it's growing. I think the TikTok algorithm, in order to distract
Yeah,
people.
I think it's just pushing it a lot.
Can
more.
I? Can I say? I think in order to distract people from we bombed Iran.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, the TikTok algorithm is
It's been
pushing
my whole
it.
algorithm, so you know what? You're right. You're so right.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. Oh, is LMAO? Is there anything else you want to say? We're gonna let Forrest talk.
Oh no, I'm done. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start off and say both gender and sexuality are very inherently complex and personal, right? Just for starters.
To an extent.
Well, but I feel like the majority of trans men who do identify as lesbians, for one thing, it's because they do have a history with that label, right? It's a culture before it's a sexuality, and if you don't know that, that's kind of like, you probably shouldn't be having this discussion at all.
Well,
But,
actually, I'm a trans man that used to identify as a lesbian like 10 years ago, so I do understand that. I shouldn't have to out myself to, for you to consider my opinions as valid or not, but continue. And I'm not trying to be aggressive about it.
I mean, listen. I don't know if a cis guy's gonna talk about this conversation, I'm gonna be like, bro, maybe you don't know, you know, like.
For sure. It does frustrate me that I have to out myself for people to, like. I don't want to have to out myself.
I mean, that's
Like,
valid, but also
it's
you're an
frustrating,
anonymous
but I
internet
get that.
profile.
I get that. I get that. I
Put
get
you
that.
on like the same category as like Blair White for you having to speak out for something that does affect you as like a trans man.
I don't know what Blair
Wait,
White.
wait, Blair White.
Why are you comparing me to Blair White?
No, I meant like when you do speak out against stuff like this, or like say, hey, maybe trans men can't be lesbians, people will start calling you a TERF, or people will start putting you in that same category as Blair.
Part of what I like though is it kind of not obviously not all trans men physically transition or can physically transition or do pass or can pass, right? But I do like that. I feel like it kind of illustrates the point a little bit, right? Because even if I identified as a lesbian, if I went into a lesbian bar and I went up to whoever, like one of y'all that think trans men can be lesbians in the comments, if I went up to in the lesbian bar and I was like,
It started
hey, baby,
hitting
how
on
you
somebody,
doing?
yeah.
Hey baby, how's it going? Can I get your number? You want to dance? You would be immediately grossed out. But then if I, like some people, if I told them I'm trans, then they would just be magically fine with it. So you don't see me as a man.
You see trans men as women.
You see trans men as like women with extra steps, and that's my frustration.
Yeah. And they already want to like push.
We're
men
already
out
yeah.
from
Do you know how many times I got
those
called Big
pieces.
Boo in high school from Orange Is the New Black?
Yeah.
Like they already see us as like lesbian 2.0.
Wait, you were out in high school and they called you Big Boo?
I was out in the rural South. I was the only
No,
trans
look.
person in a
Oh
public town.
my
in Tennessee
God,
from,
bro.
Like 2014 through 2016.
Ah!
Oh my gosh.
That's hell. I'm so sorry.
It was
Holy
hell,
shit,
but
that
it was
sucks.
hell, but I'm a man, so I'm gonna stand 10 toes down, and I'm a fucking man. Like you.
Oh,
can
sorry.
try
Are you
to
saying
out
women
me,
can't stand 10 toes down?
Maybe 9 toes.
9? Did you lose a toe?
Oh my God, that's crazy.
All women
Oh
have
my-
9 toes, don't you know? Adam stole one.
Okay, hold on. Emma has been like dying to get in here and talk. Where'd Emma?
That's the
oh.
same one that was in here earlier.
Yeah, I know. Gay underscore.
Let's hear it.
Sam.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Nah, Emma. I don't know where Emma's at. Oh, just ask a question. Okay, Cameron. Oh wait, why did I thought that said? Oh, it says Cameron over there.
Yeah, so okay,
Cameron.
Forrest,
not
let me
Cameron.
ask you this. Do you think that a cis man can be a lesbian?
For me, it depends on what flavor of cis they are, right? Because my whole
Yo,
if-
whoa, whoa,
if
whoa,
they're
whoa,
intersex-
whoa.
if they're-
Whoa,
if they're
whoa,
intersex-
whoa, whoa,
Not
whoa.
everything is a spectrum.
Wait, 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 wait.
Have hardline meanings.
Wait,
I'm
hold
talking
on.
about like if they're a perisex cis man who's never experienced
Whoa,
womanhood or
whoa,
femininity,
whoa. What is
then
what
no.
is parasex?
Okay, so now we're getting back to candy
What the
candy
fuck is
coated
par- hold on.
bioessentialism.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Parasex
let's-
just means non-intersex.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
like I have an intersex friend, right?
Yeah, but that's a cis man. So we're talking about cis man.
Yeah, we're talking about cis man.
you
Like,
You're
Not
basing
not
womanhood
not like a niche case where there's a you know, I mean that then would that even be a cis man? That's like a
No, but there's plenty of cis men that do transition, and like it is a thing, but they're not trans. Like it's like for
Yeah.
like it's a kink. Like and like
wait
that's
what?
why-
Wait whoa what wait like wait this is we're having
And
like
I'm
three
not-
different conversations at once.
There are literally and I'm not saying like what you think I'm saying there are literally cis men who identify as cis, they don't identify as trans, but they take hormones because like not like people paint like trans women as this, but it's not like there are people who are not, there are cis men who are not trans that medically transition with medication to feminize themselves, not because they feel like they're women. Like this is not
that
trans
like the-
people.
I mean,
This
like
is a very
femboys?
slippery slope conversation. This
Wait,
is
wait,
not-
wait, hold on.
But
Hold
this
on,
doesn't
hold on,
exist.
I am the host. HRT femboys? Because HRT
Yes, that's what
femboys
I'm
are
talking
valid.
about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's
That's-
valid.
Okay.
That's
HR, okay, hold on.
Okay, yeah.
HRT femboys are essentially just the opposite version of butch on T. Like HRT femboys, I'm chill with. I got no beef with HRT femboys.
Right, but yeah, they're like they all I'm saying is like they would be cis men if they identify but like a lot.
Yeah,
of
that's a cis man.
Yeah, I don't even know why we got.
Wait, wait. Hold on.
I mean-
you said what kind of cis man? Like I don't.
Like
a
one of
cis
my
man.
best
A cis man.
friends-
Like cis man.
one of my best friends is a bigender cis man, right? So he's intersex.
Cis means not trans. Bigender is under the trans umbrella.
Yes, but he still
So he's not
identifies with
cis.
his manhood.
He's not cis. He's
Hold
not.
on, wait,
I will
wait,
not
W,
accept that.
W,
That's even more
W,
ridiculous than saying
W,
trans
W,
people and
chill.
lesbians.
W, chill. Let me, yeah, hold on.
Sorry.
Let me, yeah, let me, like.
If you're
let me
identifying,
moderate. Let me moderate.
if
Go,
you're
go.
identifying with the gender that you were, like, raised into, that is still cis, even if you are trans as well, right? So I'm not.
Wait, no,
Yes.
because no. Because I was raised as a cis female. I'm a trans man. That doesn't make me a woman.
Just because
Well,
you retain
I'm
one,
not
just
saying
because
it makes
if
you
you're
a woman.
bigender and you retain your birth gender, but you add on another gender, you're still not cis. You're trans.
Yeah.
You're both.
No,
because
you're the opposite of
one.
trans.
Person,
Two words that are opposites cannot meet.
Yo. Hold on. I think the
I'm just
question.
gonna mute till I calm down.
Yeah. Hold on. The question we're having at hand here is: can you be both cis and trans at the same time?
Well, yes,
No.
because
Let's
trans
send
is
them
identifying
messages,
as something
fine.
other than what you were assigned at birth, right? Cis is
Not
identifying as what you were assigned at birth. You can identify with both.
I mean, like, isn't it the same
But
argument as
it's
like
still a
if
different
you're,
gender than.
But you're still identifying
like the
with what you were
non-binary
born,
you're
I'm
just-
saying.
man
this is
and the
wordplay.
non-binary woman or non-binary people? You know?
Why do people
Like,
wordplay around definitions? Like no, like it's still a
Because
different.
labels
Yo,
are how
W.
you identify yourself. They are for yourself, right?
W, go
When
with
it's
Beta
not-
Iraq or something.
If everyone has a different meaning for what a label is, then that erodes the need for labels.
It doesn't.
No, okay, you're wrong on that actually. The purpose of labels is for two things. Is one to be able to explain yourself to other people within a framework that they can understand, but then also to put up a flag and say I am this, other people come over here. Right?
Right. If
So
that can be 87 different things, then what the hell is the point?
No, but like the reason that so that people could go, okay, I'm trans, and then they say, okay, this is what a trans person is, and then so that other people who don't know that they're trans can go like, oh, I identify with that pink and blue flag, like that, I'm that, and then they could go over there and understand themselves as trans. That's why we have labels. Now, I think where we're getting confused is this person is bi-gender, right? Which is honestly a topic that I'm not as brushed up on as I could be. And so if somebody's bi-gender, then I don't know. Then they probably could be like I don't know how that would work. I haven't really thought about that
But
before.
doesn't that fall under the umbrella of being trans, given the same thing as non-binary also falls under?
Yes, it literally does. It's just a
I
semantic
would say
thing. It's just a wordplay thing.
No, it's not just these are real people who are bi-gender and intersex, and there's an intersex characteristic too. Where we have to do the queer math. We're doing queer math. Hold on. So your friend is intersex, right?
Yes.
And so your friend is bi-gender in what, like, which genders? A man and woman?
So yeah, exactly. He's a binary man and a non-binary and a binary woman. He doesn't identify with non-binary aspects.
A binary man and a binary woman.
Yes.
How can you do that within the world that we live in, right? How is that possible?
I mean, it's not my identity, so I don't know.
No, but like I'm not saying. I'm more saying like I actually don't really. I'm trying to do the math, but I'm like getting stuck at a certain point. I don't think that your friend's valid. I don't think that your friend's identity is invalid. I'm just struggling to get my head around it right now.
So I identify as multigender, and
Okay.
I'm not bigender, but I can kind of explain a little bit.
Like pangender.
I'm not pangender. I'm like very primarily non-binary, but I do identify with male.
Non-binary is not a gender.
It's an umbrella term. I identify
Yeah.
with non-binary.
But like,
because I'm
which
also,
non-binary genders do you identify with?
like gender fluid and multigender is what I would go by.
But which? Okay, but so which genders are you multigender? Like
A blend. Like I can't. If I were to put.
okay, so you're like when they take you're like that ice cream machine when they take the chocolate ice cream and the vanilla ice cream and they blend it all together. So you're like that.
No, that would
No?
be very. That would be like the bigender like friend that we're hearing about. I feel.
That's
like.
the bigender friend.
Yeah, that, like,
Can we
I
get
feel
a
like
confirmation on that? Forrest.
That
Ice cream blend?
Are you asking if like that is the person talking right now, or if that's what's being explained?
Like, that's what I feel like they were trying to. Or
I'm really confused. I'm trying to understand how you can be cis and trans at the same time.
You can't.
Yeah, I
Yo,
don't think.
but like I know that I know because like you're
No,
a binary.
I know what you're saying. I'm just being adamant.
I don't think you can be cis and trans either. I think you're either cis or you're trans.
Okay, because we strained way far away from the topic. What I was asking Forrest was, can a cisgendered male be a lesbian? And I'm not talking about no
No,
bisgender.
that's why trans men cannot be lesbians either.
Exactly. No, I agree with that. But Forrest said,
for sure.
to a degree, what type of man can. And so I'm saying a cisgendered male, born male at birth, grew up and was raised as a male.
Yeah, cis guy.
Yeah. Can he be a lesbian? Because you agreed that trans men can be lesbians, and I'm saying no, you can't.
Wait, who
because
said trans
how
men
would
can be
you
lesbians?
Okay with a man being a lesbian?
Wait, who said trans men can be lesbians?
I don't think even Forrest said that.
Well, I mean, I do believe that. But
Yeah.
that's
Okay, well, never mind. Never mind.
My thing is, right, the idea of centering your definition of lesbianism around men is inherently lesbophobic. Lesbianism has nothing to do with men. They are separate things that exist in
Then why are you?
Although, hold on, I'm the host. Although I would say that that's sort of a paradoxical situation you have there, because in order to I would say that the definition of non-man loving non-man is not lesbophobic, because when you think about the paradox of tolerance, in order to create a tolerant space, you have to exclude those people who are intolerant or cannot be in the space. And so defining it that way, I don't think is centering men. In the same way that if you said MLM gay is non-women loving non-women, I don't think that centers women. Do you agree?
The issue is that
just because the word men is in the definition doesn't mean that it's centering men.
The issue is that lesbianism when it originally started off, right, it was inherently against the patriarchy, and it still is, right? It's still a very feminist thing.
Sure.
Not really.
It's giving turf.
No, I don't think it's giving turf. But I would say I could understand how, old-timey lesbians, there's an aspect of, non-conformity, and how you could tie that back to being sort of anti-patriarchy. But I don't think that, you could have two, a lesbian couple who are both super turfy, that's very very patriarchy coded.
Forrest,
right?
do you think that trans women can be lesbians?
Yes.
Okay, just had to make sure.
My thing is, I believe that lesbianism is, instead of non-men loving non-men, it's those who identify or have experienced womanhood loving those who identify with or have experienced womanhood.
Well,
right?
no, because trans men were raised and experienced womanhood, as did I.
No, hold on. No. I'm going to talk over you here for a second. You did not. You were raised. Hold on. It was. You were raised as a trans boy. You were not. You did not experience womanhood in a way that is within the same capacity as a cis woman, as a cis girl. You, for instance, I did not have a boyhood. I'm very adamant about this. I did not have a boyhood. There are very specific ways in which I was pushed through the boyhood, but I grew up as a trans girl. I was, there are certain ways in which throughout all middle school and high school, people were very aware of that I was different in some capacity, right? I do not agree that I had a boyhood. I don't agree that you had a girlhood.
Right. Having those roles pushed on you is different from accepting and internalizing those roles. Rejection of those roles.
For them, actually being, your experience. I'm turning the AC back on. Sorry, it's a hot day today.
Person, like some people feel differently about their childhood and about their journey, and then other people
Yeah, but they're wrong. Not to be blunt, but you can feel
people who identified as
I'm saying that
people who like when they were younger, like say.
I'm saying that if you're a trans man who identifies with womanhood, you're wrong.
Then you're not. Yeah, exactly. But like that's the thing. It's like
you're not identifying with womanhood. There is something
like,
there. There's some misunderstanding.
You don't have to have dysphoria to be trans, right? Like I'm gonna say something.
Whoa. Can I amend that? I'm gonna say you do have to have euphoria. Let's define
that's what I'm trying to get into.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a point. I agree with you. I'm trying to get into that. So
okay, run it.
You don't necessarily have to like hate your body to be trans, right? Or but you have to have some level of discomfort with being seen as the gender that you were born as. You have to have some level of discomfort. Like, and my issue with this is like we've fought so long and so hard for people to realize that being trans is not in fact a choice. People are inherently transgender. It is not a choice.
We're still fighting. Transsexual.
Well, yeah. I don't think being transgender is a choice either.
No, I don't think so either.
I think transitioning is a choice.
What you're talking about is specifically a transsexual experience.
I suppose. I think that you don't have to medically transition or anything, right? But you have to have some level of at least like social discomfort or discomfort like in yourself being perceived as your birth sex and like
that would be dysphoria.
Right, but that's what you don't need. Okay, so maybe
that's why I like to define it based on the positive instead of the negative, and so you have to have
that's
some.
Where we get into it being.
No, but you have to have some aspect of being a woman makes me happy in some capacity, right? It's not I'm uncomfortable with being a man. It's that I'm comfortable.
But
being
then
a
it's
woman.
a choice.
It's not a choice.
But then it's like a choice because it makes you happier, so you choose to do that.
But then you can make the same argument that because it's a discomfort.
You don't choose the discomfort.
You don't choose
you don't choose a euphoria. You don't choose the dysphoria.
Yeah, you don't choose euphoria or dysphoria. We agree. I just like to frame it around joy instead of
what you're
pain.
saying. I see what you're saying, but like my thing is like when we start framing it as joy and like you don't need any discomfort at all whatsoever in any capacity, that's when it starts to be framed as a choice. And that's where I get uncomfortable with. But
I think you're doing slippery slope. I mean, look. Here's the thing: is that I, in a political context, will say, yeah, you need. We're gonna center it around joy, right? But if I met a trans person who was like, I've never felt dysphoric ever, I'm gonna be like, the fuck, like, what are you talking about?
Right.
You know what I mean?
understand what you're saying, but usually people hear that and that's where they go. Like that's where.
Yeah, but I'm not like. I'm not gonna
right
like frame my language so that like dumb people, you know what I mean, like just because they're stupid doesn't mean that like I think it is better to because right here's the counterpoint, right? Let's say that there's a young trans girl who gets puberty blockers and transitions and has never known that discomfort, right? Her transness would still be framed around her joy, but it wouldn't be framed around discomfort because she was never forced through that discomfort. She has never experienced dysphoria because she never went through boy puberty, right?
I mean, you can still, but I mean, I feel like you can still experience dysphoria even though you've never went through that. Like, that's why they put children on, like, that's why they give children these treatments and like give children puberty blockers is because.
No, but let's say, right? Let's say. A person's younger, they say to their parents, like they it's not, their parents, let's say their parents raise them gender ambivalent, they raise them without gender, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this child comes forward and says, Mommy, being a girl makes me happy, I want to be a girl, I am a girl, right? That person then gets on hormones at the right age, goes through the correct puberty for that person's
right,
and so they don't experience dysphoria in the way that somebody who was forced through the wrong puberty would. It's been peaches and
I mean, yeah,
cream.
for sure.
You see what I'm saying? In that, like, that person only has euphoria, whereas so like framing it around dysphoria like you see what I'm saying. We're getting
I
into
see
very
what you're saying. I mean, I would say that that's like a super rare case, and that sometimes, like I think we.
Well, I'm
agree,
saying if we lived in a utopia, if we lived in a utopic society where trans people all were transitioned at the correct age around puberty, and people didn't really experience dysphoria, like that. Dysphoria, low-key, is violence that cissexual people have enacted on transsexual people due to a lack of understanding and a lack of willingness to learn. And so I don't know if I would frame my transness around the violence that I've experienced instead of the positive existence that I have. In the same way that I wouldn't, I don't like when cis women define their womanhood based on the oppression. I'm a woman because I'm oppressed by men. Like, that's not a good reason to understand yourself as a woman. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, and I think that's probably where it comes from, is like our like different like views on our own identities. Like, because for me personally, I do feel that there is some inherent quality, whether it be medical, spiritual, something. There's something inherent in me that is like that was always supposed to be like a guy.
The pathology argument is that you have boy brain, girl body, right? And so you have to change the body to fit the brain.
I identify very heavily with that, like, even though
it's
been
and
used and oppressive. Yeah, so yes,
you are what we call a transsexual man.
Right.
It's very simple. I am a transsexual woman. That is the language that Julia Serrano uses in Whipping Girl, which is, I don't know, it's really good trans.
For sure.
And it's like transsexual versus sexual. Yeah, I'm very big on that as well. But so that's transsexual, and what the fuck?
I see what you're saying. I see, like in the frame of like the word transsexual coming back, and like being differentiated from transgender. Yes, okay, I agree with you.
And also like in 2025, if you're a trans person, a transsexual person, and you're like, yeah, I've never been dysphoric ever, I'm gonna look at you like you're fucking insane. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
in reality, do I have political takes that are based on theory and understanding? And you didn't even spell my name right, Emma. That's crazy. Like based on like my optimal view on how things are, yeah. But like in the same way that I think trans men cannot be lesbians, but then I'm not gonna like enforce that at a lesbian bar.
Right.
I think that transsexuality is more defined on euphoria instead of dysphoria. But again, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. You've never been dysphoric. You're super fucking valid, queen. Like, no, you probably should have been dysphoric at some fucking point in your life. Or else I'm gonna look at you like you just told me that the sun is cold.
Yeah, and I do like that the word transsexual is coming back, because I think more so like what causes a lot of this infighting is that there's like people latch onto a label, but it's like a differentiation. Like they differentiate themselves between them and like other people that have the label. And again, it's like it's like muddling and muddying the meaning of the label, to where you have people who have very different expressions and like very different walks of life, but they use the same term to define themselves. But you would never define yourselves in the way that this person does. But I like it really comes from the fact that it's like there's not distinct terms for differentiation. Like I like that the word transsexual is coming back because it does differentiate that.
Yeah.
Like experience.
And also it's just on slight sidebar in terms of my loving that the term transsexual is making a resurgence in queer community, in that it makes it so that people, y'all know who like Madeline Pendleton, you know who she is?
She blocked me.
Really? Type shit. Good on you.
Back when the cat black stuff was happening.
Yeah. Are you telling me that transgender person should be saying
I'm
tranny?
literally transgender.
Yo, how did you? What the fuck? What was that?
Huh?
Well, that was crazy. Sorry, but yeah,
Anyway.
It's like, should that person be saying tranny? Like, are we out of our fucking mind? Does that person live a transsexual experience? No.
Yeah, because the whole cat black thing was like talking about like her pushing for not voting for Kamala, and then like basically saying that I'm literally trans.
even though
Yeah.
she would never, or they would
Transgender.
never,
You're
whoever the hell would never
transgender.
experience, would never experience the negative repercussions that transgender people would face, or transsexual people, whatever,
Yeah, exactly.
would face.
Yeah, we're on the
yeah,
same.
it's like
yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
context that it was said was like, huh? It's kind of giving like a white person like, I'm 1/16 Cherokee.
Kind of.
In a similar vein, like.
But nah, but like she like genuinely like. So I actually have a friend who's talked to me about this, and it's it's a scary thing for a white person to talk about for a second, but just bear with me because I'm kind of correct.
Right.
In that the term trans has been colonized by cissexual people.
Oof.
Got a bunch of cissexual people who, as you would put it, have never known dysphoria, right?
We're gonna need to talk more off the line.
Calling themselves trans and leaving out the second half of that, and then accumulating the, speaking
Quote,
over
unquote,
transsexual
clout.
people.
Yeah.
Getting the, it's like trendy.
point.
It's trendy to be transgender.
The brownie point, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And
anyway.
it's pretty much predominantly white trans people. Like, we'll go back to that conversation.
Yeah, but then I mean, if you want to talk about non-white stuff, then you get into racial intersections and then how society treats white
Right.
women versus non-white women, and that's a whole other conversation, a whole other can of worms that we could open at some
For
point.
sure.
But I do want to get back on topic because we got very off topic. We were talking about Hal's. Wait, what was that? Gay them?
I would love to back up a little bit and say a couple of things.
Could you here? I'm gonna kick you just because your audio is a little weird. Could you get back? I'll let you back in, but could you just
Wait,
fix?
I think we can fix that real quick.
Okay, well, hold on. We're gonna mute you for a second then, but I do wanted to. This person Emma has been going absolutely crazy, so we're gonna let Emma talk for a second.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Let's make your quickly. What's up?
Alright,
What's the point?
I want to thank you for letting me back on again. But I heard you use the term D-slur earlier, and I just wanted to let you know that term was directed towards black lesbians. I don't know if you knew that. Some black lesbians aren't comfortable with people using that word, like white lesbians.
Are you
I
white?
suggest yeah, that's why I'm not saying.
I think the term you're talking about is stud.
Nah, I just think that person
That's not the truth. I'm gonna Google it, but that's not like.
I'm sorry.
I've heard something around that, but I've never gotten a definite answer of if black people are truly uncomfortable with white lesbians using that slur. I've heard something about it. I've never fully gotten an answer about it. I know that stud is definitely
Yeah,
should not call
stud
yourself
is a
a stud.
racialized term. Like white, if you're white, you can't be a stud. Like that's Some are uncomfortable, but this is now what we're doing is
I'm not.
White,
I'm very
hold on.
confused because
Quickly. What you're doing is a white person coming into another white person and going, "Hey, actually, I'm gonna speak for black people and tell you that black people feel this way." Like, what the fuck?
It's because she disagrees with us, but she can't argue that topic.
No,
so
I
she
don't
has
know
to
about
come
that
up with something
exactly,
different.
but I don't know. I'm gonna sit here and go, yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
I mean, like I said, I'm gonna research it, but if we look at the usage of the term throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, it was pretty much universal for all lesbians because again, it was referring to them as a dud, just like Sloan was talking about.
Yeah, the word dyke literally refers to a blocking of water, which is in reference to a blocking of the gene pool flowing. Block the flow of a person's gene pool. So if your daughter happened to be gay, she was blocking the gene pool of your children, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Go take it up with the L word writers because there's a bunch of white people saying that all over the L word. So you know what I mean. I'm making sure you're aware. Yeah, but I think you're wrong. But then what are you gonna make the argument? White women shouldn't be saying the word bitch because bitch was originally, you know what I mean? It's been and you think I'm being negative. No, I just think you're being like hyper woke in a way that isn't helpful. You're being like,
You're
I don't
literally
know.
just, you're trying to find a problem with Sloan is what it is. You're pulling out a magnifying glass and you're trying to find a problem.
I don't know about that per se, but it's just like, I just don't agree with you. I just like, I don't know. I've never ever in my entire life, 8 seconds of debate, it's not a debate. Like, I don't care. Like, I can't debate in second. I'm not, like, go take it up with the L word. If that's, go take it up with like all of, I mean, hold on. Here's why I think you're wrong, okay? Because historically, for a long fucking time, in terms of queer community, it's been dykes and fags. Like, can we be real for a second here? That's what straight people refer to us as. So like, yeah, did they probably co-opt that from black people at some point? Yeah, but I've never like had anybody who like is black fucking be like, I'm not trying to bully, so I'm just asking a question, spread awareness. Yeah, but why are you as a white person going around talking about like, this is what black people think? Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Right.
Anyway.
I'm gonna take the Wikipedia page, I'm gonna throw it in the Wayback Machine and see what I can find.
Throw it in the Wayback. Because nobody else talks about it? Yeah, but like that's not your, like, you're white. Like, like, if black people have a problem with it, black people will speak up about it. You know? I understand that you want to be good and raise awareness, but like, what are we talking about? Hold on. There are people in the guest. Yeah. Finish your point. Sorry. Yeah.
Can I test my audio here? Is it working?
Oh, yeah. It sounds great.
Okay. I actually don't see my own bubble now, so that's weird. But
no, that's cool. I got you loud and clear.
Okay, so I wanted to back up a little bit because we talked about like childhood experiences, and I wanted to just like say one more thing on that, which is that like I think if somebody did identify with, say they're a trans man, because that's what we're talking about. If they identify with girlhood at one point in their life, I don't think that makes them any like masculinity. Like everybody says that they get different journey with that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I don't actually.
Just because you lived through a traumatic like thing where people perceived you as a girl doesn't mean that you're a girl.
Right, no, I'm not saying like it's just like it's personal. Like so like I'm not saying I fall kinda in the middle between those two things. Like I only like halfway identified with girlhood, but like I would say that I was a girl, and it depends on the person who's saying it. Like some people say I was never a girl, and some people would say I was. And
well,
so
I know, but
I disagree with that.
But trans men don't identify with girlhood. That's why they're men.
But everybody has like a different experience, though.
If you're not a trans man,
No.
yes. If you're somewhere on the spectrum, sure. But if you're a trans man, then no, you do not identify with girlhood. Not everything is muddled together. Stop trying to conflate trans masculine with trans man.
Yeah.
Trans guy, because I am transitioning to like towards manhood, not just masculinity. I do in my own way identify with the concept of manhood, but I still identify with my womanhood, and that doesn't make me any less of a trans guy. I'm not doing it in a bigender way.
You know what? I'm not gonna argue with your own personal identity, but I disagree with that fundamentally.
Wait, run it back. What's going on?
Just because he's
no, hold on. I want to hear this person talk. Forrest.
So, growing up, I realized that the things I interpreted as gender dysphoria. Sorry, my partner is talking to me. But growing up, I've realized that the things I interpreted as gender dysphoria were really just more internalized misogyny, right? And I do still.
Sorry, no. You can like things can make you dysphoric. You can be like I can hate that I have facial hair. That's not internalized misogyny.
Well,
we're in an era of so many buzzwords, and this is why this is problematic to conflate all of these identities in muddy waters, is because no one even knows like what the hell like
No,
they're-
hold on,
like
hold on.
that's
W, hold on. Let me go back and forth with this person for a second. So, like, you disliking your, like, let's say secondary sex characteristics, your biologically female secondary sex characteristics that society forced you to have that you do not like. That's not internalized misogyny. That's just
dysphoria doesn't have to be about physical things.
Well,
right?
I know, but I know. I'm just using an example that's pretty concrete. What I'm saying is that it's not internalized misogyny to, like, I don't know, be a trans man and I don't know what's something that you're dysphoric about.
What for a while, one of the things I was dysphoric about was just being, like, when I was called a girl, I had an issue with it specifically because I was like, oh, girls are annoying and they have to be pretty. I don't want to be annoying. I don't want to be
No, but you just didn't like that you're a girl. That's not internalized misogyny.
But that's a social role. That has nothing to do with how you feel about yourself personally. Unless I'm misinterpreting this wrong, like.
What I'm saying is that since originally I interpreted those things as me being trans when they were not trans. Right?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, wait, are you a trans guy or are you not a trans guy?
Yes. Yeah.
You're a trans man.
Yes.
You're a binary trans man.
Not binary, but I am a trans man, yes.
So you're a non-binary trans man.
Yes.
Word. Okay.
But What makes you feel like you're connected to womanhood? Let me ask you that, because you said you felt a connection to your womanhood. What is your womanhood if you are a man?
Because what I'm clocking right now, and I hate saying clock the way cis people say clock, but what I'm clocking right now is internalized transphobia. Is what my T-girl spidey senses are going off, and I feel like there might be some internalized transphobia going on.
Do you feel that you're biologically connected to womanhood? Is that where it comes from, or do you feel like you were socialized and like connected to womanhood? Because those are not womanhood. Those are experiences that people define as womanhood, but that is not womanhood.
I mean,
so like, what is it that you feel connected to about womanhood? I'm trying to understand your identity, because to me, like, I know that like non-binary trans man does seem nonsensical to me. I'm not saying it's not valid, but I'm trying to understand.
Well,
and I'm
hold
also
on,
trying to understand what you say in terms of
W.
being connected to womanhood.
But W, I can clock it. I mean, it's fucking crazy. It's because it says clock it in chat. I can explain it.
I'm just kidding.
I can explain it, right? I told you, I'm a non-binary trans woman, right? I am all of woman. If woman is a circle, right? I color in all of woman, and then I color a little bit out of the lines, right?
Right. I understand that. But I'm more so misunderstanding how someone who identifies as a trans man, even a non-binary trans man, how they are somehow still connected to their womanhood, or they feel connected or identify with their womanhood. I like if they identify as a trans man, being like a non-binary.
Forrest, do you mean your womanhood or your past?
I kind of mean both, because I do like I'm not a fully like transitioning type of person, right? Like it's not
right, but your gender has nothing to do with whether or not you transition. If I had never taken a drop of testosterone in my life, I would still be a man and be completely disconnected from womanhood.
Yeah.
Just because I was perceived as a woman.
You're a transsexual man.
What I'm trying to say is like, so for one thing, womanhood is a very complex thing, right? And then I am a little on the spectrum, right? So it's hard for me to identify what is and isn't gender related, right? But it's like growing up, I did still identify with that label, right? I did still identify as a girl, and I do still feel that way. I feel like I'm intrinsically tied to that.
What?
Just due to the way that I was raised, right? If you're raised under certain expectations and you internalize those expectations and you identify yourself with those expectations, it's really difficult for you to like not do that over time.
But my confusion is like, that's so for me personally, I'm not talking about anyone else. The reason that I transitioned and I realized that I was a trans man, that I was a man, was because that even though I was having womanhood and girlhood, pushed onto me all through my childhood, told I was a girl. I never, ever, ever felt connected with that. Even at 5 years old, I went up to my parents and I asked them to take me to the hospital and get a blood test to make sure that I'm not actually a boy. Obviously, as a 5-year-old,
That's like adorable.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
Like, that's cool.
Right? But like, I cannot wrap my head around how someone who would identify as a man still identify with womanhood or girlhood. Yes, I understand it was pushed on you. I understand you were socialized that way. You were raised as a girl. You were raised to become a woman and everything that comes along with that. But if you feel that that's not, if you feel that you're a man, then you are inherently not identifying with that being pushed on you. So it's like, and you like, I don't know how old you are. You could still like be figuring out like what feels right for you and what doesn't. But I would challenge you to question, like, beyond, again, all the muddying of words that people try to do. People try to attach 87 different contradicting definitions to a label. I would challenge you to step back from the groupthink and what you're being told and what you're reading on the internet and what you're seeing people say, and go within yourself and really think, like, because that is contradictory. It is contradictory to say that you are a trans man, but then say that you are still connected to your womanhood. So either one of two things is true. Either you're misunderstanding what womanhood is like in your own like framework of like what you experienced, or there might be some digging that you need to do, and maybe you're not binary. I'm not trying to tell you what you are, right? But I think that it's very important that when we are realizing that we are trans, or we're realizing our identities, we need to really think critically, because like a lot of the reason.
Okay, wait. Can I say something? Because someone in chat had a really good thing to say. Someone in chat said experiencing misogyny as an AFAB since a very young age affects your worldview.
And it absolutely does. Like I have experienced misogyny. Like obviously in society, in our patriarchal society.
But now, wait! I got it. Here's where it gets crazy then, right? And this is like deconstruction of gender in a way that's like really good for society, okay? Because trans men, right? Men can experience misogyny. Because of, right? But not in like cis men can experience misogyny.
Right, but only if they're being perceived as a woman.
So, yes. Or as a girl.
Yes,
woman,
like I'm a trans man, right? But there are some like conservative men that if I told them I was trans, they would immediately perceive me as a woman, even though I pass 1,000% as a cis man. Like, and like if they so yeah, I see what you're saying 100%.
But then what I'm going to say here is that just because you experience misogyny doesn't mean that you are inherently tied to girl womanhood.
Right.
That's misogyny is a tool of oppression. Right. And gender is not so rigid that only women of varieties can experience misogyny. Misogyny
even like
can be experienced by some men.
Like he has some kind of like puberty.
It affects your worldview. Okay, but I don't care if it affects your worldview. If it affects
that doesn't
your worldview,
inform your gender.
It doesn't. But wait, because what you're saying then is if it changes your worldview, it has inherently changed your worldview into like a girlhood worldview, and I reject that. That's
so tell me this.
That doesn't make you a woman. That doesn't make you have an intrinsic tie to womanhood, and therefore you should be, that you should be put that just because you experience misogyny doesn't mean that lesbian spaces should cater to you. Like, you know what I mean?
Also, I really don't understand, because like why, like, so I was raised like a damn Barbie doll. Okay, my mom, like, God love her, she's passed now. She treated me like a damn Barbie doll. I was in dresses. She was doing my makeup like toddlers on like toddlers and tiaras, like very heavy. She had me in figure skating. Like she put me through like Victorian day schools.
Bro,
like, with
could we trade childhoods? Could I like borrow your childhood for real?
Well, yeah, I'll take yours too, probably. But yeah,
I played like a lot of sports.
And well, at least I'd be in shape.
It's all good, bro.
Yeah, so it's like that's my problem. The whole crux of every single argument we've been having today on this topic really comes down to and again, people may disagree. Just let me say my piece. Words mean things, right? Like, do words are words fluid?
At some level,
Time?
can things be seem contradictory? Do we need explicit definitions of things all the fucking time? No.
Right,
but at
right.
some level,
Right.
for society to function, things have to mean things.
Right. And I don't want to harp on detransitioners, but I want to make a point really quickly. So when we're talking about, like, and I'm not talking about the specific person that said this, I'm talking about this idea, right? So if there is this idea that you can be a trans man but still feel connected to your womanhood and still feel like a woman.
Hold on.
And that,
person
and
in chat. If I wasn't born AFAB, I wouldn't be who I am today. It shaped me. No.
I mean, same, but that
no.
womanhood.
Hold on. I need to say something. No. What happened is if you were born AFAB, but we lived in a society that was accepting and celebratory of transsexual people, then society would not have forced you to be a little girl. Your experiences are based on trauma, that society forced you to be who you aren't, right? It's not about being born AFAB, that's bioessentialist.
Yep.
It shaped you. Society and I don't want to trigger anyone's dysphoria, but this is like kind of how it is. Society corrupted you into, for instance, right? I talk about how there's the person that I am and the person that society turned me into, right? In therapy, I describe myself as the little girl who just wanted to play the piano, right?
They call that the blank slate.
Yeah. So there's the person that I am and the person that I was turned into. I feel like I've been corrupted into this like vengeful trans woman who is very dead set on doing good for the trans community because of all the pain I've experienced, right? If I didn't experience that pain, I wouldn't be who I am today. But does that mean that like it's an inherently trans thing? Like, does that mean that I'm less of a woman because I'm not that little girl who wanted to play piano and I'm instead turned into this other person?
Exactly.
Under patriarchy, yes, I'm glad
also
I'm born
under
AFAB.
patriarchy,
That's
yes, I'm glad I'm born AFAB is crazy.
Yeah, that like completely invalidates your entire. And honestly, patriarchy.
If
is
you're
not
glad
even...
you're born AFAB, I'm gonna say it. You may not be a man, and you need to reevaluate some things.
Like low-key, yeah. But honestly, under patriarchy,
no one's gonna say that to you. So
it's not about. It's less about. I mean, I don't know. Some people want to have like a reproductive labor argument, but like, I don't know. Until we can do womb transplants, I don't know how that's like. That's just how people. That's how bodies work.
I can't even imagine the discourse in 20 years.
Yeah, no, like AFAB means assigned people at birth. Yeah, this is a very
we are aware.
This is a like maybe that's just what people.
What do them words mean?
That's kind of in order to be part of this conversation, that's kind of the bare minimum understanding that you should have. Anyway, Forrest, we're gonna drop you. Thank you very much for stopping by. Trans Perspectives has been waiting. I want to be recognized.
Okay, 912 Cowboy Realtor. What you got?
Trans Perspectives, you're on.
Hello.
You're up like France. Get it? You're
Gotcha. So, yeah, I have a friend that identifies as a trans man, and he claims to also claim a lesbian identity as well, so I've seen it. And I think it has to do with just... excuse me 1 second.
I recognize you. Thanks for the likes, everybody. I really appreciate it. It really helps out. Also, heart me, it's like 70 cents. It shows the TikTok algorithm that you're enjoying my content. So, also, yeah, hold on. You can come back once your dog is gone or whatever. Also, George W. What's your like actual name, dude? Or whatever. I just want to say thank you very much for.
You can call me George.
I'll call you George. Or, I mean, you don't have to give me your actual name, but I just want to say thanks for running backup with the conversation.
Yeah,
And I could imagine
it's my,
too.
It's my day
I could
off, and I came upon this. So.
Word. I could imagine being a trans man and like seeing this on my For You page. Like I'm already like, yo, this is dumb. Right? I'm a trans woman. It's not like directly at me. It's like invalidates me. But I could imagine being a trans man and being like, yo, this is like I could.
And that's my thing is like it's the truly transphobic position. You're saying that trans men are not truly men, and that.
But what about Stone Butch Blues? But what about Stone Butch Blues? But what about Stone Butch? Yo, shut.
But what about the people in the 1920s that said they were lesbians because they couldn't be men, otherwise they would be lobotomized?
Hello.
Word, what's up?
So personally, my opinion on this is kind of mixed. Like, I'm kind of at a stance where I'm like, I kind of don't care, but I do at the same time because it does affect me as a person.
Can I ask you to out yourself?
Go ahead.
What kind of what flavor of trans are you?
Man.
Cool.
I'm a trans non-binary man.
Yeah.
So it does affect me, but like.
It's about you, yeah.
It's like, I kind of can't say anything because I don't like judging other people's identities.
And that's really what it boils down to. It's the toxic purity complex of our community is what it is. It's the moral purity. You can never say anything out of step or you're ostracized. And that's what I was talking about earlier, was saying that like it's kind of like a similar structure to Puritan culture, but in the inverse, to where people you're not allowed to have an opinion. You're a monolith and you're gonna shut the hell up. And you're gonna walk in step with the crowd. Otherwise, you're causing problems. You're infighting. We have bigger things to worry about.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I think
But
that it would go from the bottom up, in that like, I think talking about these things is important because it cements an understanding and creates understanding of other people's identities that other people only know in abstract, right? So someone can listen to you talk about how frustrated you are about these things. And go, okay, yeah, I like heard this trans guy, and he seemed really passionate about that. Like, people stop doing this, and then maybe they can like in community be like,
Spam, you're so right. We have to accept everyone, or we're like Calvin Guerra. It's horrid. Yeah, it's like they try to like if you say that a trans man cannot be a lesbian, and you're protecting your identity as a transgender man, then you're basically Blair White. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Continue, Jump. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just liked what you said.
Nah, I mean honestly, like. Hold on. We got Ben. Ben was here before. Ben, what did you want to talk about?
Oh, wait.
Thank you so much.
Shit, hi.
What's up?
What up?
I know. I forget what I was going to say. I should have wrote it down. That's my bad.
I'll
head out. My bad.
No. I mean, you can stay for a sec. I'll just mute you. Just.
I'll be doing that too.
When you remember what you're gonna say, you can stay. I love that you're talking about LGBTQ and starting discussions. Well, everybody, what I plan on doing is holding space for niche.
It's my turn.
Niche. One second. Thank you. Yes, it is your turn in a moment. That's what I want to do with this show. I want to hold space for niche queer discussions, and we can hopefully grow this into a more substantial platform. I really would like to provide a space for people to talk about these things because I do think they're important, and I do think it's frustrating when someone says something and they go, "Oh, you're infighting," and then it's just like two people in the TikTok comment section going back and forth. That's what I would hope to do, and then if I'm really good at it, maybe I could spin this into a career for myself, because being a doll and living in this world is really hard. But
everybody follow Sloan.
Everybody follow me. Everybody send me $40 each. Everybody,
if you follow Sloan, you're gay.
Yeah, gay
or not
positive.
gay, depending on which one you want.
Just really quick on the infighting thing.
Yeah.
I feel like infighting is really only when it's like, oh, the gays don't want trans people to be part of the community completely. Like, that's infighting. But like having a disagreement about one's identity, that's not infighting.
Yeah,
That's
they try to frame it as infighting. They try to make you feel like you are like a Blair White or a Calvin Guerra or
okay.
a
Now, can I say
transphobe.
something? Can I say something
Yeah,
that's
go ahead.
like high level shit? They do that to hold their position in hegemony. The reason people do
I
that
agree.
subconsciously is to maintain their position at the top of the power structure.
Well, I think it's a lot.
Hold on one sec.
to,
Thank you so much for the heart me. This is spam. Such a heart me. It is 70 cents. It really helps me out with TikTok and the TikTok algorithm. That is really the kind of thing. Thank you for the roses too. This is the kind of stuff that really helps TikTok know that I am like an actual goddamn content creator or whatever the fuck I'm doing over here. Pardon my French. Thank you so much for the heartbeat. That really, really helps. And I do have to be loud and proud every time that one of y'all sends me one of those things. So thank you. Back on topic. Hopeful. What's up? How are we doing today?
Yeah. I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing, Queen?
Can you hear me?
As soon as I join the call, the audio dropped, but I'll be able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, so I do a bit over here. I say, can you hear me because I'm loud and I'm queer. Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you.
You say loud and queer.
Loud and queer?
Thank you very
well,
much.
I love
Appreciate
to be loud
it.
and queer.
Oh, fantastic. You
See,
goddamn queers.
I love that you're talking about just a bunch of stuff with just all the trans stuff, because as someone who's a cis male but has been surrounded by people I love that are trans, I've seen a lot of like secondhand or just witnessing it. And just to rewind, when you said like they put themselves on the top of the power structure, I've even like firsthand dealt with that because I have
You're
someone
a
that
cis
I love.
man?
My brother. Yes.
Why is that your profile picture?
Because I'm pan and I love to be feminine. Like, even
He just
like,
has long
that's
hair.
one thing.
Alright.
I just like to be very like.
Would
I
you
like
be a
being
girl
free,
if you could?
and- Am I what?
Would you be a girl if you could?
Yeah, I've cross-dressed for like for like Pride Fest where I.
Do you know what estrogen?
I like being pretty. Like,
do you know what
but
estradiol
I still
valerate
identify
is?
as a man.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, would you be a woman if you could?
No.
I thought you said yes. a
If I could
second ago.
legit go through the process of
Say yes
actually
if I-
of being a woman, not even including like just me as not even including like all like.
If I had a
genetic
magic
stuff,
button,
but just
if I had a
looking at
magic-
human soul,
if
now,
I-
could I be a
snap of the
woman?
fingers.
Hold on,
snap
hold
of
on,
the
hold on.
fingers.
If I had a
No,
magic
yeah,
button,
if I were to look at it like that,
press
like, I
it.
can just be a woman. Boom. Like no, I feel like I still feel in my soul I'm a man. Do I feel sassy
Okay.
or like do
Okay,
I like being effeminate or like having slay?
I'm just
queen
saying. I'm
energy?
just saying.
I fucking love it.
Just what you were saying before there sounds a little eggy. That's it. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
I think once you say to your soul, that's for
Yeah.
sure. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Just
you
'cause
for
your
bringing
your
that up.
profile
That makes me
picture
wanna
passes
be
better
careful
than
with
I
the way
am.
I verbiage.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, I just wanted to say, like, someone I love, like a brother that I've known for over 12 years, who is AMAB,
Trans woman.
or AFAB, who wanted to
AFAB.
be, who transitioned. I'm sorry,
You're good.
I do a
You're
little
good. It's
smoke,
good.
smoke.
It's good. It's
But
good. Okay. I can do
and
it too.
my neighbor, who we would hang out with sometime, was an extremely gay cis male, but he didn't know that my best friend was trans, and
Mm-hmm.
when he found out, he couldn't accept it, and he got mad, and like I feel like
a gay dude.
I feel
bro?
like for older, because he was in.
Let me guess. Was he
He was
white?
probably attracted to your friend.
Hold on. Was he
No,
white?
I think probably, like, let's be real, but I
Oh,
think
wait.
just
No,
he's
I
he's
said, was he
older.
white?
He's definitely like a millennial.
Was he
was
white,
like
though?
38 at the time,
Was
and
he
I think
white, though?
being old school gay comes with like a certain pride that I think is just comes with the generation where it's like you said earlier, like, oh, these women in the past couldn't even identify as trans because they would get fucking lobotomized. I'm sorry for cussing. 'Cause they would get lobotomized.
Literally.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're just jealous at the new generation of being like,
maybe.
I feel like I have a lot to say about this. I feel like it's a very complex interplay of a lot of things. I think number one, it does come from that old gay pride, right? Number two, I think that a lot of older gay people, even if they won't verbalize it, they feel threatened by the trans community because of the negative social backlash against the LGBT community, and that's why there's this discourse about how like some of them want to drop the T, right? So that's part of it. I think a third reason may have been that he was attracted to your friend but because you're like an older gay, you had to fight for so long to be taken seriously as a gay man, and then turns out like your definition of what you thought gay was, and then like you end up being attracted to someone who is not amab. Like if you said that backwards at first, then that feels threatening and in another sense, right? So I think it was a very complex interplay of a lot of different things, but I definitely think he was probably attracted to your friend, and when he found out that your friend was trans, he got defensive. That's why a lot of these like trans women end up getting, you know what? I don't like censoring the word, but I don't want to.
No, I know. I mean, it's internet. It's internet on a live.
Right. Like that's what happens. Like a lot of these, like quote unquote. I don't remember what they said earlier. Trade or DL or whatever. Like go out with these trans or even if they just find out a woman is trans and they didn't know and they were attracted to her, they feel inner anger because then they feel that their identity of being straight is being attacked. And
I think that reverses back into definition,
right?
Because I think people like I was fucking screaming, preaching when you said I don't know how to pronounce your name and I don't want to miss, but
Sloan. Like bank loan,
Sloan,
like loan,
thank you
but
so
with an
much.
S in front
Sloan?
of it. Sloan. Yep.
Sloan, thank you so much. I think Sloan was right when
honestly
I think Sloan was right when they said that definition needs to be there on at least on like some very minimal level. But I was just trying to
the goddamn cis people can't clock a motherfucking
God damn it!
I'm
trying to be friendly.
Words mean things to an extent.
They do.
Yeah.
And I usually use they them whenever I don't.
Bro, I don't want to skip it. I know you misgendered me.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful though. You gotta be careful though, because if someone they them's me, I'm like, the fuck? Like, I don't get offended. I don't make it a problem. But internally, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, damn. Like,
yeah, but I feel like that's.
I really be looking like
I don't mean it as in a.
I know. I'm just saying like something to make sure of. I'm not saying it's like you're doing it wrong.
Next.
No, I think a lot of people will misinterpret themselves using they them for everybody as like a good thing when it usually honestly isn't. Like,
yeah, I don't like it. I hate it.
Yeah.
Like if I see someone who's like truly androgynous, I'll use they them, but if I
that's a clock. Calling me they them is a clock.
That's dangerous too because that could be like
calling people they them is kind of disrespectful because
it's a clock.
If you can't tell their identity just based off how they look, don't say anything at all.
I guess that's true. That is true.
But then people they'll hit me with this. They'll do this, right? And this is another one that really bothers me. And I get it. I'm getting vocal surgery soon. I got a deep voice, right? But they'll go, yeah. And when Sloan said that they won't use any pronouns.
Oh yeah, they do it to me
like,
too. They do it to me too. Like even if people did not know me pre-transition, but they find I outed myself at work. Dumbest decision.
Oh yeah, never out yourself.
Now every new coworker will always know in perpetuity, but it's like even people who didn't even know me pre-transition, I look and appear exactly like a cis man. The only thing about me is I'm short, but there's a lot of short cis men. But I have a beard.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
That's fine. Yeah.
But yeah, you wouldn't mistake me as a woman, right?
Yeah.
And I have long hair too. Even then, people don't mistake me as a woman. I just look like fucking little Jesus, okay? Yeah, like even people who didn't know me pre-transition, like I can always tell how they feel about trans people because they will do that to me.
Yeah.
They will do that to me, and it's like, where the hell did that even
come
from?
Here's the thing too, is that people. I'm gonna add on to this. Is that it makes people think that like. Because right, there's like 3 levels, and people think it's either like, am I bigoted or not bigoted? Right? There's bigoted, ignorant, and understanding, right? And a lot of people are in the middle, and they're like, I don't really get it, but I'm fine with anybody like understanding anything, right? And it's like, no, you're still a shitty cis person to me. You're still like doing things that are, you might out me to somebody else because you don't understand that it's bad to out. You know what I mean?
Now, see, so here's where I think we will probably disagree harder than anything we've disagreed on in this live.
Okay.
I think we need to be more patient with the truly ignorant people. Sometimes, not always. We don't have to always hold their hand, right? But I think that a lot of these misconceptions and understandings, like come from a genuine place of ignorance, and the only way to dispel that place of ignorance is to be patient and explain. But there's a difference in being ignorant and willfully ignorant.
Okay, so I'm gonna disagree with you on that, and here's how I'm gonna disagree with you on it. I don't think that it is anybody's. I mean, you could maybe make the burden of the oppressed argument, but I don't think that it's your responsibility to, as you said, handhold people.
That I agree with.
I think the better way to do it is because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, right? So I think the best way to do it is to create space, that is like that somebody would want to engage in, space like this, for example, and then so that the only way that they can engage with that space is by going and doing the learning themselves. So you have to make some way that there is a reward for them going and doing the learning themselves, right? Because people, even if you spoon feed it to them, and yes, I'm grumpy and I'm cranky and I really snap at people sometimes when I'm like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, get out of the live, right? But I think if you spoon feed it to people, they're not, maybe some people will, but I think the better way to do that is, instead of spoon feeding it, to make it sort of in a grand scale, to make it socially unacceptable to be unknowledgeable about trans topics. And the way that we do that as trans people is by creating space that is, because they're gonna co-opt our language. They're gonna talk about clock it and who's trade and whatever. I mean, I'm white, right? So that's all AV, right? But I think the better way to do it is to provide the incentive by creating, so it's cool to understand what a trans person's talking about.
Absolutely, that should definitely be the end goal. But then in the middle there, how do we get there? We do have to do some because these ignorant cis people who don't know anything about being trans are not going to be able to educate themselves appropriately, including the fact that with these, we'll call it regime change, right? Yeah. The algorithms have changed. There is a Well,
I'm gonna disagree with you there, because any cis person could watch all of I was living the life of a cis person up until a certain point, and so I had to educate myself on trans topics. Now, a cis person could very well go and watch all the ContraPoints and Riley J. Dennis videos that I've seen.
For sure, but if you already have a negative preconceived bias, something has to break that bias for you to even open your ears. Like when we talk about the,
and that's where we disagree. Is that I think that the thing that breaks the bias is making it cool, making it culturally cool to understand trans, to be cool with trans people, have trans friends and whatever.
Right. We don't disagree there. At all. The end game, we agree entirely. I think it's just the method and process.
If it's your grandpa, I'm not going to be like, you're harmful to queer people for spoon feeding your grandpa what a trans person is. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm talking in the same way that I'm talking about big political stuff versus in day-to-day life, do I really think it's bad to spoon feed someone? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Not even necessarily spoon feeding. I think just more so when we talk about the metaphor of you can lead a horse to water but you can't make him drink. How is the horse going to want the water if it's only been led to water by yanking and tugging and aggression? Not saying it's not undeserved aggression, not saying it's undeserved at all. I understand and I've been guilty of it as well. But with the more well-meaning ones, we have to bridge that gap somewhere. How we do that, I have no earthly idea.
That's a good point.
But there's we can't feed the stereotype of the that meme that's been going around for 15 years of the angry woman in the glasses, we can't continue to feed the stereotype, because all feeding the stereotype does is it's an egregore. It strengthens it, right? So it's we have to humanize ourselves somehow. Even though it's wrong for them to think these things, right? They're completely wrong,
and that's burden of the oppressed. That's you have to make yourself tolerable to the people who are oppressing you. You can't really be angry.
Not even necessarily that.
The reason that I think I have less patience than you do is I think it gets down to a trans guy, trans gal thing.
Probably, absolutely. And I can acknowledge that 1,000%.
That would be my take on that. Yeah.
yeah, like I am nowhere near as vilified as like a trans woman in my life, especially as a passing trans man. I understand that completely, but I think that's probably more so our burden rather than yours, right? It's like the people that can handle it and the people that don't have to,
versus
to deal
like
with the most negative repercussions of everything, like need to be bridging the gap somehow. Like and like I've been wanting to do that personally,
and that's
but
why
I'll
give you your flowers. I'll give you your flowers for just like talk to like fucking cis people about like you don't have to out yourself, and I would actually advise against outing yourself.
That's my thing is I would do it in a way where I wouldn't out myself, but it's very hard because it's tough. You know what I've thought about doing,
you got a trans cousin. You got a trans cousin who told you all this shit.
I've thought about doing like some kind of podcast, but where I conceal my identity, like have a voice modify, like honestly, kind of what you were doing, like reverse psyoping the right, but like kind of like a leftist old school Alex Jones, but you don't realize is a leftist until like you. I don't know. I've been thinking
I like what you're cooking up. What you're cooking up sounds delicious. Now hold on. I am gonna let's add these other two people because I am gonna try to wrap this up in a little bit. There's one person left here, Lee. Let's get all these people talking because it is time for Sloan to get. Oh, hold on. Lee, Ricky, wait, hold on one sec. Ben, did you remember your question?
No, quite honestly, I'm trying so hard and it's not coming to me, so I can head out. It's
That's all good. That's all good. Love you. Make sure you follow, like.
Ben. Hell yeah, Ben. Woo!
Lee. Yeah, Ben, we appreciate you. We love you around these parts. Oh my God! Thank you so much for the heartbeats, Silver. Thank you for being part of this community. Get your heartbeats in now. It is like 70 cents, and it really helps TikTok understand that this is the content. So.
In fact, it's 1 coin. If you hit the top left, it's only 1 coin.
Damn, that's crazy. Hold on. We're gonna let this other person in here who.
Hi.
Yo, what's up? Lee, what are we doing?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm 40.
You're 40?
Yeah.
All right. Call
How you doing, man?
Oh my God! Thank you so much for the heartbeat, Ben. We really appreciate that. That helps TikTok know that this is the content of all content, and that this is to be pushed. And actually, honestly, helps me get unshadow banned. But yeah, thank you so much for that. Thank you all for the 100K. What'd you say?
I didn't give a heartbeat.
Not you. I'm talking to somebody else.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Is your name also Ben?
No. Sorry.
That's all right. So what do you want? What's up? What do you think? What's up?
What? No. I just wanted to let you know a scenario that I'm in and I struggle with at the moment.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm a trans female.
You said obviously?
What? Alright, I'm a trans female.
Okay.
And my partner's a trans female.
Okay. Can you name 5 Sophie songs?
Pardon?
No, I genuinely think that. No, I genuinely think that was a trans woman. I think
that's
she
a doll?
was just older.
All right, you can come back. You can come back.
I could be wrong, but that was a genuine.
You can come back again. I'm being grumpy cranky.
I
mean grumpy cranky.
Like I don't think an elder trans is gonna know Sophie songs either.
That's fair. You can come back. I'm sorry. I'm a cranky cat. It's okay. Sorry about that. How's it going? Oh, Lee. Yeah, what's up, Lee? What do you want to know?
Hold on. Can you explain yourself, please? Because that was rude.
We're gonna move past it. What's up? What do you want to? What's
she
your
thought
question?
you were a troll, basically.
Yeah. What's your question?
Like
what's
in
your
here
question?
to cause problems.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm a trans female. My partner's a trans female.
Yeah. What's up?
People don't believe that we're lesbians.
Okay.
It offends us both.
Well,
Y'all are lesbians.
Like, who cares what other people think?
Y'all are lesbians. The topic is talking about kind of the opposite of like what your situation would be. Y'all are lesbians.
Yeah, I know, but no, what I'm saying is that when we're walking around holding hands and going into the restroom and stuff like that, that everyone gets offended about, people don't believe that we're lesbians.
You want to hear my non PC take? You want to hear my non PC take?
Yeah.
Don't pass, don't piss.
Huh?
Don't pass, don't piss.
Are you hungry?
Sure. Why don't you buy me a pizza?
It's just that you seem like, you know, you're all for the trans, but when people have a comment, you get offended. Or you
No, it's not that I'm getting offended. It's that some of the things you're saying are suspect.
I don't know. I'm obviously, me and my partner are British, and you're obviously American. There's obviously a difference in.
Yeah, isn't like all y'all's restrooms like gender neutral?
No, it's not that. It's that Britain is
No,
Turk Island. Anyway, you and your partner are lesbians. Do not give a fuck what dumb people think.
No.
Does that answer your question?
That's yeah, but you try saying that over here. You know, it's completely different.
How's it different?
That's why most trans lesbian T for T relationships are excluded from society. Yeah.
I would argue that British society is more accepting of trans people than American society as a whole. Now, I would like to know your take on that. I don't
want to talk about that. It's just not. Anyway, is that all you wanted to talk about?
No, you know, I find it easier. The best place to go to the bathroom is the disabled toilet.
Yeah, me too. I normally go to the
that's where I go.
room, gender neutral room. Just
The reason I go there is because I have a mental disability because I don't know what gender I am.
What did I say about troll vibes?
Yeah, no, I was wrong.
What did I say, yo? What did I say? Come on, tell me I can't fucking pick somebody out of a lineup.
I was wrong.
I'm wrong.
I think it was just. I think it was the British accent. I think for some reason, it got me. For some reason, I don't know. I was wrong.
You know, because what it was the you know, hey, that person could have been a really early transition, whatever, you know, with like just a really deep voice or whatever. That's why I saw it. I let them back up. That's why British until proven innocent. That's what it is, frankly.
Seriously.
Okay.
Got a mental disorder.
You got a mental disorder. I think being British is actually kind of a. I don't know if I could say that on TikTok, but you get what you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yeah, I mean, what colonizer mindset? Like, what are we doing? The sun never sets on the British Empire.
British.
Long live the Queen, innit? Okay, Vex, what's going on? How we doing?
Hello.
How's it going?
Well, it's going good.
They are them. Fantastic.
Yeah, they, them, 42.
Word? What do you want to talk about?
The prompt.
The prompt. Can trans men be lesbians? What do you think about it?
I'm still pretty new to this idea.
It's all good.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate any grace you're willing.
Good, it'll be a quick escape.
Oh, no. Listen. If somebody engages in good faith, I have a lot of practice of figuring out who's good faith, who's bad faith. It sounds like you're good faith, and until proven otherwise, yeah, of course, I want to talk to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Like I said, kind of a new concept for me, coming sort of from a gender anti-realist and a nominalistic framework. Not to get Philbro. I despise Phil. I don't want to get Philbro about it, but I do like philosophy a little bit. But I think I've come to understand that some trans men, and this is kind of just me mulling around in my own like non-binary brain without talking to trans men. So yeah,
Sure.
just so you know where I'm coming from.
Cool.
Might still identify with lesbian love, which isn't necessarily a contradiction. Like,
Okay, so what I'm gonna say here is, I'm gonna put this on YouTube. Here's a good little plug. My YouTube is SloanXJ9. You can also find it.
Let me take notes. Yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
no, it's okay. If you look at my profile, I have a little video on how to find my YouTube. It's just a link in my thing or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna put this whole thing on YouTube. I'm gonna download it, put it on my computer, and I'm gonna upload it to my YouTube channel, where we have already answered that question.
Oh, okay. I just came in, so I.
That's all good. Well,
I think this will help you. Let me ask you a question. Can a cis man be a lesbian?
Can a cis man be a lesbian? No.
Okay. So then, if a cis man cannot be a lesbian, and a trans man can be a lesbian, then that statement is saying that trans men are less men than cis men. Therefore, it is transphobic to say that trans men can be lesbians. Even if they personally identify as lesbians, they are doing an overall harm to the community of trans men by having a purposefully contradictory label and putting the possibility for trans men to be lesbians on the table.
If they identify as if it's internalized transphobia.
Yeah, I would. May I respond?
Yeah, please. You're very, very polite.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would then want to maybe do a deep dive on one of the implicit, or I guess explicit premises there that, and help me out because my memory's not so good, but I think it was along the lines of, because trans men, oh gosh, help me out. It was like with respect to either misogyny or transphobia, them taking on the lesbian role. Can you speak to like the specific premise?
Because trans men have experienced misogyny or have been at the hands of misogyny, then therefore they have an implicit tie to womanhood, therefore they can identify as lesbians. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm trying to understand the premise in the argument that was just presented.
Okay, so basically, if a cis man cannot be a lesbian, then saying that a trans man can be a lesbian in any capacity is saying that trans men are less men than cis men, and basically, what else did I say too? I'm getting lost too.
Which is transphobic.
No, but that's what I was curious about, that specific premise. I appreciate
Right. You're gonna get a mixed bag. You're gonna get some people saying yes, but I personally am a trans man. I will stand 10 toes down. Trans men cannot be lesbians. Even though it's a personal identifier that might make someone feel comfy because they don't want to call themselves straight and relinquish any kind of like queer identity that they have built up over the time that they realized that they were trans. Like, even if one person calls themselves a lesbian while also calling themselves a trans man, they are putting it on the table as a possibility that all trans men have the propensity to be lesbians.
The capacity, yeah.
Hello?
Trans men do not have the propensity to be lesbians because they are men. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's it. Honestly, Vex, I think we've answered your question.
Sorry, I think I lagged a little bit.
That's all good. All right, pal.
Yeah, I think I lagged a little bit. The last thing
I just want to keep it moving because I'm getting kind of tired. There's two people left. Ricky, what's up?
Okay. So, my personal opinion is we should get rid of all terms that invalidate other sexualities, such as like cis trans.
Yo, what?
Necessarily what that is.
But from earlier, saying you could be trans and cis at the same time. Yes, but I'm going to be messy too.
Okay,
a small part of this is some people get pleasure out of having purposefully contradictory opinions because it like they have like main character syndrome. I'm sorry.
Yo, that's not messy. That's so true. That's so
I
true.
understand that. That's like
I'm not just a trans man. I'm also
not that person. No. Not that person specifically. I don't want to talk about that person.
Right, just in general, not that person specifically.
But some people are like that for real.
Yeah, but I just I've talked to people who sincerely actually like those terms, and I'm like kind of confused because you can't.
Are they all white?
Both. No, I've talked to black people.
No, we're saying that never mind. Or bro was saying.
Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I just don't understand how people identify contradictory to other sexualities. Like, I understand some people identify with it, but it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I don't agree with it, but I understand it. Where it really comes from is again, it's a complicated mix of things. Number one is not wanting to call yourself straight, even though you're only attracted to you're only not you're attracted. You're not attracted.
You're a man and you're into women.
Right, like you not wanting to call yourself straight because you're and another side of that coin is like after you've called yourself a lesbian for so long and identified as a lesbian. And people saw you as a lesbian, and it's already hard enough to be accepted as a lesbian because everyone thinks that lesbians are just they just haven't had quote unquote what everyone says they haven't had quote unquote good D yet or whatever. Like they already have a hard time feeling valid. So then realizing that that person's actually a trans man and not a lesbian, having to kind of they might think that I'm not serious or just flip flop and change my mind and all this stuff. But then another aspect of it is, again, wanting to have purposely contradictory opinions as brownie points, kind of stacking coins of differentiation between them and other people, uniqueness, because they don't feel secure in their own self, so they have to
add on
which is
these
crazy,
things
which
that
is
make it
literally
different and special
crazy
and unique,
because
right?
wait, which is crazy. Wait, time out. Which is crazy because that's what conservative people literally think that like queer people are.
Exactly, and it
you know what I mean?
perpetuates it.
Like
It perpetuates
that's
it.
actually no. What I mean is that like conservative people will be like, you're not gay, you just want to be different. You're not bi,
Oh,
you
for
just
sure.
want to.
And yes,
Which
and
is
yeah,
crazy
exactly.
that you
That's
like
where it
circle
comes
all the way around on being like progressive into something that sounds bad.
Right. Like at the end of the day, it's like, and then again,
I
go
feel
ahead.
like we should just get used to not necessarily not accepting people, but blocking certain things off. Cause like,
I don't know about that because I don't think that we should immediately like shut somebody down. And I think in a public space, if you're out at a bar at a party, I mean, and I'm not gonna be a bitch to you, you know.
Yeah, I feel like we should have a conversation with the person. I'm not gonna just be like, oh yeah, you can't do that. You should obviously have a conversation with the person. You can't be like, shut the hell up, you
Yeah.
stupid whore, or something.
Yeah, but like even like what I'm saying is that if I met somebody at a party who was like, yeah, I'm a trans man and this is my lesbian girlfriend, or like we're lesbians, I'm not gonna be shitty to them in person. You know what I mean? Like I'm just gonna like be regular, maybe like roll my eyes a little bit and go like do something else. You know?
No,
like
I don't. My exact response would probably be like, oh, "Okay, that's cool," and then I would go walk away and get another drink or like talk to somebody else.
Yeah.
And not interact. Make it a point to not interact with that person for the rest of the night. And I'm sorry if that makes me like a hater or something. Like I'm not.
I mean, I might like probe a little bit. I might get a temperature check and be like, "Really? How's that work?" And then like get a little like, you know, and then they say something, and then in the back of my mind, I go, "Okay, you got the internalized transphobia." But I'm not gonna like ruin the vibe by being like, "Well, actually, you can't identify that way because blah blah blah." It's like, nah,
exactly.
you just have,
yeah,
you
no,
know.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
And I'm not saying you would either. I'm just saying like.
Right. Yeah. I know.
This is very niche internet queer discussions.
Like, I don't think we should push people away just because of how they identify. We just should try to explain to them, and if they don't understand, then that's them.
Yeah, right.
But like.
Okay. Oh, yep.
I don't know.
For sure, I wouldn't push someone out of space, but I wouldn't be friends. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
I would distance myself from that person. It's like, I don't know if you know what this is. It's like identifying with a sexuality where you're attracted to like objects.
Or wait, can I?
Oh,
well,
you know where that came from?
That's a different
That is-
thing or
that-
something.
You know what? That came from a 4chan psyop that someone who didn't know any better took it and ran with it, and then more and more people started taking it and running with it. It's like it's overinflated, like how many people actually do identify that, but there is a lot, and it all stemmed from.
Can I ask this for a second?
Can I finish one thing?
Yeah,
please?
right.
Like because as a community we are so quick to just accept, take in ideas. It is so easy for the right to implant ideas into our community.
Yeah. Here's the thing I want to say about that.
And this is a lot of where I think this came from. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say, like, if I'm at a party, right? If I'm at a bar and I meet some trans woman, some doll, who's like, "Yeah, I'm an AGP." Really?
Right, then that's not a trans woman.
No, but like, AGP, I guess it is a real thing. It's like a fetish that like some men have or whatever.
It is absolutely a real thing. But
I've met trans women who wholeheartedly identify with being an AGP, and I'm like, girl, we're not.
In my opinion, then
like,
that's not a trans woman.
No. Let me finish.
Opinion.
Let me finish. It's that this person has learned a bad way of understanding themselves. It's internalized transphobia. It's that you're misunderstanding what you are, right?
It could be
and
that
so
too.
I'm not gonna like nitpick on that person and be like, Blanchard is a hack and you actually don't know what you're talking about. I'm just gonna be like, you have your drink over there, I'm gonna have my drink over here. We're both gonna have a good time. I'm not gonna be shitty to you, but like, I'm kind of like. I'm thinking of the girl who it was, as I'm like, I mean, I hope she's doing well. It's that I hope she's grown out of that phase, is sort of the way I would think about it.
Right. Now, I think there's two different groups of people in that situation. I do think that there are
like trans women who misunderstand their identity or do have internalized.
Or I mean, trans
transphobia.
men too. Any whatever, like
For
straight
sure,
trans
for sure.
girls.
But I do think that there is a small subset of people that do have AGP and they say that they're trans, but they don't actually see themselves as women. Like,
sure. That's
not,
very
like,
niche.
I don't know.
Very niche.
I don't know.
Hold
Very
on,
niche
I
for
do
sure.
want
Very niche for sure. Very niche for sure.
Ricky, Benji, do you have anything else you want to say? We're not going to talk about AGP. Benji,
no.
Yeah, for sure.
No, I'm done.
Yeah,
No.
we're both done.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pop. Thank you both so much for joining. George W, thank you so much for being an absolutely fantastic co-host. You have a really good head on your shoulders, and I will be DMing you about other trans topics in the future. You are super duper welcomed back here whenever we have conversations like this. You get to be at the top of the queue. Thank you so much, everybody. Could we get Happy Pride in chat right before I leave?
I have one last thing to say.
Last thing to say, run it.
If you think trans men can be lesbians, you're transphobic.
Low key, yeah. Anyway, everybody, thank you so much. I appreciate you all. I'm going to be uploading this to my YouTube channel, so totally check that out. It doesn't have Twitch chat. It doesn't have chat, but I am going to be uploading this to the YouTube video. Thank you everyone so much who stayed, who talked, I know y'all broke your fingers on the liking the GD stream. I cannot express my appreciation for you all. You're all so lovely. And we're going to be doing this a lot. We're going to be talking about different niche queer topics. The trans men lesbians just happens to be the hot topic on TikTok right now. But we're going to be talking about a variety of things. I'm hoping to create a space for trans people to have these conversations and to really, like, make a cool trans space that cis people... Wait, can I talk? Next time. Cool trans space for... Thank you, yeah, I want to create nice chill. I'm fucking chill. Like, it is, like... But anyway, I want to create this space that is a cool space that, the horse is going to want to drink the water because the water is so sweet, right? I think you get what I'm saying. Everybody who stayed all the way through the whole thing, this has been a long stream. Thank you all so much. I love you all so much. I don't even know where the end button is. Is this it? Okay. I love you all. It's educational. I love you all so much. Happy Pride. Stay loud and stay queer. I love you all. Goodbye. Goodbye. And follow and subscribe and all that, like, heart, whatever. Oh, I gotta end it. Mwah! I love you.